Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Suara saya jelas ke sebab saya pakai mask? Ada.
Test with and without mic, Imran. Test with and without mic. See which is better.
Ya, saya rasa baik tak payahkan mic lah, Imran.
Betul.
Dan tak payah pakai mask apa.
Dan saya kena delete. Okey, ini jelas tak?
Jelas.
Better.
Agak
Okay.
jauh sikit lah.
Jauh sikit. Ini sound tu. Sound dekat.
Yang mic tu, yang bukan mic, yang dia punya mic dia lah dekat meet up tu, you kena kedepankan dia.
Meet up. Yang tu kat dalam buku.
Tak apalah, tak apa. Rasa
Okey dah.
okey kot. Assalamualaikum Prof. Azidah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Macam mana di Pulau Pinang pagi ni?
Alhamdulillah, cantik, cerah. Begitulah.
Alhamdulillah. Di sini kami agak sejuk sikit.
Yalah, baguslah. Itu dekat office ke?
Kat office.
saya nak tengok pagi ni rumah saya ni asyik internet dia asyik putus. Kalau putus tengah-tengah ni kan saya lari ke office lah.
Tak jauh kot office lah.
Dalam 20 minit jugalah, tapi musim-musim ni tak jam kan, so should be okay lah.
Assalamualaikum Syikin.
Salam bos.
Test.
Okey.
Cik Amra, Cik Imran sega.
Itulah.
Apa? Mute.
Saya terpaksa pakai background belakang sebab pakai yang biru tu saya di awangan lah.
Oh, kita dah live ni.
Ini orang kluster kayangan ni.
Kita dah live
Kekayangan.
Jangan lupa recording. Recording kita jangan lupa.
Ya.
Lain-lain okeylah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Moga dipermudahkan urusan.
Allahumma yassir wa la tu'assir. Allahumma yassir wa la tu'assir wa atmim bi khair.
Amin. Pendeknya doa bos. Tak panjang lagi. So petang nanti saya standby lah.
Cuma YouTube dah live.
Okey. Sesi petang nanti saya standby. Kalau Cik Zafir tak sempat, saya ni lah wrap up. Kalau bos tak sempat kalau.
Wrap up untuk summary kan?
Yang final kemudian petang tu. If Cik Zafir tak available. If. Okay.
Ya, Prof, pasal saya.
Oh, medium. Medium, saya tak letak medium tak? Letak lilin.
Oh, ya ke? Lilin. Lilin hari ni. Lilin mana?
Boleh dengar ke? Tes suara sekejap. Salam sejahtera, very good morning.
Okay.
Cik Imran, kita guna link yang ni saja kan?
Ya.
Morning Dr. Afzan. Prof May also here. Morning. Assalamualaikum. Good luck everyone. Hopefully everything went well today.
Semoga dipermudahkan. Amin.
Yep.
Good luck everyone. Smooth until 12:30.
Yeah.
We just have to make sure we get through to 12:30.
Assalamualaikum. Prof KS dah masuk ke? Belum lagi ya, Prof KS. Dan juga Dr. Wan Zuhainis. Ya. Tak dengar. Tak dengar. Ada yang bercakap tadi, saya tak dengar di sini. Okey.
Masing-masing mute kot. Jangan pasal masing-masing mute tak? Masing-masing mute.
Nak double check. Sekali lagi saya nak untuk double check, yang berbahagia Profesor R. Dr. Hairul Salih ada ke?
Betul. Samsung dia pergi TV, dia tag ni kot. Samsung TV.
Dan juga
Ni
Profesor Madya Dr. Wan Zuhainis. Ada ke pagi ni?
Ya, bukan speaker.
Sebab kita dah nak untuk sesi webinar. Okey, itu dah kuat.
Cik Imran, sorry. Dr. Wan
Audio saya tu dia tanda seru.
Imran, Cik Wan Zai nak bercakap.
Okey.
dengar saya ke?
Okey,
dengar.
Cik Imran, saya nak maklumkan Dr. Wan, saya rasa dia sedang merasmikan untuk satu jerai-warai Sudam. Dalam 10 ke 15 minit mungkin dia akan masuk. Nanti saya teks dia jugalah. Cuma Cik Imran punya suara bergema lah dan putus-putus, sama ada saya punya line yang putus-putus ataupun ada isu internet di situ.
Okey.
Terima kasih.
Masih bergema ke sekarang?
Macam
agak
bergema
jauh
sikit Imran.
Jauh.
kita sekarang ada masa ke?
Okey ke? Sekarang okey ke?
Okey.
Agak okey sikit, jadi jangan pakai shield tu.
Dekat depan saya ni ada 4 orang.
Tak apa dia orang pakai kan. Dia pakai
Dan pastikan lebih daripada 3 meter.
Ada kebal tu, kebal
Just
dah.
to triply sure.
Kalau tak,
Prof KS ada ke? Dah masuk ke Prof KS?
Dah.
Okey. Yang Prof KS tu rename kan?
Jenis ODL ni. Yang
Prof, boleh cakap sikit Prof? Kita nak rename ke Prof?
Okey, boleh.
Okey. Dapat yang mana satu? Tu. Buka. Belum start. Dr. Wan, tunggu Dr. Wan. Untuk maklumat semua, kita menunggu Dr. Wan Zahainis untuk kita mulakan sesi webinar kita pada pagi ini ya.
Ada satu lagi panelis ODL.
Kalau yang petang tak apa. Ini ibu saya. Sebab nanti kalau
Cik Imran, Dr. Wan kata dia dah masuk tapi dia tak kena approve lagi. Adakah saya didengari atau?
dengar.
Dr. Wan minta masuk. Sekretariat minta bagi Dr. Wan masuk.
Kita pakai yang link yang sepatutnya tak ada tu, tapi saya cuba teks Cik Zafir untuk Cik Zafir serahkan kepada dia, boleh Cik Zafir?
Serahkan pada siapa?
Kepada Dr. Wan.
Dr. Wan dah masuk dah.
Ada so, okey. Kita akan mulakan, okey. Kita menunggu peserta.
Cik Zafir. Cik Zafir dengar ke? Kita matching ni.
Okay. Kita dah mula kan. Kita lebih kurang ada 700. Kita menunggu sehingga mungkin jangkaan kita 1,000
Jangan cakap macam tu, Puan Lilian broadcast jealous nanti.
Jalan apa? Tak jalan. Jalan.
Tak apa, matching juga.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to webinar series Program Pembudayaan Pembelajaran Digital melalui Open and Distance Learning ODL. For information, webinar series is joint program between the Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Higher Education and the Malaysian Qualification Agency MQA. One of the objectives of this program is to strengthen digital culture in the implementation of ODL methods and to enhance the improvement of existing ODL system in higher education provided. This webinar will take place in 4 series as announced through our poster, and today is webinar series 1. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, saya dengan ini menjemput yang berbahagia Profesor IR Dr. Khairul Salim Muhammad Sa'ari, Timbalan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Jaminan Kualiti Agensi Kelayakan Malaysia MQA untuk memberikan kata-kata aluan. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Cik Imran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. A very good morning to everyone. Yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Dr. Wan Zuhaini Saad, Pengarah Bahagian Kecemerlangan Akademik, Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. Yang berbahagia Encik Muhammad Zafri Mustafa, Pengarah Kanan Pembangunan Dasar dan Kepakaran MQA. Puan Lilian Kek Siuyit, Pengarah Kanan Akreditasi MQA. Para barisan penceramah dan juga pakar-pakar yang sudi menyumbang perkongsian sepanjang sesi webinar ini. Tuan-tuan, puan-puan, Profesor, doktor-doktor peserta webinar di kedua-dua platform Zoom dan juga yang menonton secara langsung daripada YouTube channel MQA, dan tidak dilupakan juga barisan urus setia yang bertungkus lumus menjayakan sesi webinar pada kali ini. Alhamdulillah, syukur kita kehadirat ilahi kerana dengan izin dan inayahnya kita dapat menganjurkan siri webinar 1 pembudayaan pembelajaran sepanjang digital melalui Open and Distance Learning ODL. Ucapan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi atas kesudian bekerjasama dengan MQA dalam menjayakan siri webinar ini. Ucapan terima kasih juga kepada semua peserta yang terdiri daripada warga-warga daripada institusi pendidikan tinggi tempatan, baik swasta maupun awam, untuk bersama-sama menyokong penganjuran webinar ini. Siri webinar ini dianjurkan dengan tujuan memberi sedikit sebanyak suntikan tambahan terhadap usaha tambah baik yang telah dilaksanakan di peringkat institusi. Kita pun sedia maklum wabak COVID-19 ini kita dah hampir setahun setengah, 18 bulan kita melalui pembelajaran secara dalam talian. Kita pun ambil maklum bahawa banyak pendekatan telah pun dibuat oleh pensyarah-pensyarah kita dan juga daripada institusi-institusi. Apa yang kita cuba lakukan hari ini adalah lebih kepada perkongsian amalan baik, macam mana kita nak tambah baik lagi cara penyampaian dan juga pembangunan bahan-bahan yang kita bangunkan, penyampaian kita dalam bentuk dalam talian ini. Siri pertama pada sepanjang hari ini akan lebih bertumpu kepada perkongsian dasar, sebab dasar ni saya rasa sangat penting, konsep-konsep, prinsip dan pelaksanaan pendekatan ODL dan juga online learning. Ia tidak hanya tertumpu kepada program yang keseluruhannya ditawarkan secara ODL, ya, kita juga fokus kepada program-program blended, dan juga seperti yang semua sedia maklum sekarang ini semua pemberi pendidikan tinggi, institusi pengajian tinggi dibenarkan untuk menawarkan program secara dalam talian secara 100%. So yang ini kita nak tekankanlah ya, bahawa apa-apa yang dilaksanakan perlu juga memenuhi kriteria-kriteria tertentu. So kita harapkan dengan perkongsian ini dapatlah kita menambah baik apa-apa yang kita telah laksanakan. Dan juga siri ini, webinar ini ada banyak siri yang seterusnya. 3 siri yang berikutnya akan memberi tumpuan kepada pelbagai aspek teknikal, pendekatan ODL dan online learning, termasuk perkongsian siri keempat yang secara khusus kita berkongsi pengendalian kursus-kursus dalam bidang-bidang tertentu seperti sains sosial, teknikal, serta perkongsian daripada pada profesional sendiri. Justru selain daripada wakil-wakil pentadbir akademik daripada IPT, diharapkan tenaga pengajar juga turut sama. Sebahagian daripada 1,000 lebih kita jangkakan untuk hadir ke bengkel pada hari ini dan juga webinar yang seterusnya. Dan kita harapkanlah semua peserta-peserta ini dapat mengekalkan penyertaan mereka sehingga ke akhir siri keempat yang kita akan insya-Allah anjurkan. Tetapi jangan khawatir, bagi yang juga tidak dapat berpeluang secara langsung, kita pun tahu kalau kita buat mode secara dalam talian ni, kita boleh ada mode synchronous seperti yang kita tengah lakukan sekarang ini, boleh juga ada asynchronous, segerak dan tidak segerak. So kita boleh juga manfaatkan rakaman YouTube MQA serta penganjuran siri kedua dengan memberi petunjuk kepada jurang yang dikenal pasti melalui penganjuran pertama ini. Harapan kami siri ini juga dapat memberi manfaat bersama di pihak IPT dan juga pelajar-pelajar yang kita kasihi. Dan di pihak MQA, input-input yang berguna akan kami gunakan untuk menyelaraskan dan membangunkan garis-garis panduan yang baru, yang mungkin kita juga akan semak semula sebahagian daripada garis-garis panduan ataupun amalan baik yang kita telah keluarkan. Dan semoga perbincangan kita tidak juga mengharapkan ini adalah satu hala, kita mengharapkan it's a two-way communication. Perbincangan, pertukaran pendapat dan idea dapat menyuntik idea-idea kreatif yang baru, innovation baru dalam kalangan peserta yang hadir. Akhir kata, sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih atas kerjasama dan sokongan semua pihak dalam menjayakan siri webinar ini, kepada pihak JPT atas kerjasama penganjuran, kepada semua peserta, kepada para penceramah atas perkongsian, dan tidak lupa kepada urusti yang telah berpenat lelah memastikan penganjuran webinar ini berlangsung dengan lancar. Semoga usaha kita ini diberkati dan kita semua dilindungi dan negara kita bebas daripada pandemik COVID-19 insya-Allah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Prof. InsyaAllah kita semua yang berada di sesi webinar pada pagi ini akan dilindungi oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Seterusnya dijemput yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Dr. Wan Zuhainis binti Saad, Pengarah Bahagian Kecemerlangan Akademik Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi JPT Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi untuk memberikan kata-kata aluan bagi pihak kementerian. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Cik Imran. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berbahagia Profesor Insinyur Dr. Khairul Saleh bin Muhammad Sari, Timbalan Ketua Eksekutif Jaminan Kualiti MQA. Yang berusaha Cik Muhammad Zafir bin Mustafa, Pengarah Kanan Pembangunan Dasar dan Kepakaran MQA. Panel penceramah yang merupakan pakar-pakar daripada Universiti Awam dan juga IPTS, peserta-peserta yang dikasihi sekalian. Bersyukur kita kehadap Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala kerana dapat sama-sama kita berada di Zoom webinar ini, iaitu pemberdayaan pembelajaran digital melalui open and distance learning. Saya bagi pihak JPT ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada MQA kerana sama-sama dapat menganjurkan siri webinar yang saya kira amat penting dalam membudayakan pembelajaran dan pengajaran dan pembelajaran secara dalam talian. Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi mendukung hasrat kerajaan untuk melaksanakan pendidikan terbuka ke arah pendemokrasian pendidikan tertiary ini. Jadi selain daripada pendidikan yang dikendalikan secara konvensional atau proses pengajaran dan pembelajaran secara bersemuka, terdapat juga kaedah PDP yang dijalankan secara berterbuka, contohnya melalui medium elektronik dan juga dalam talian. Dan sama ada tanpa sedar atau tidak, pandemik ini, sepanjang pandemik ini kita pun telah mengendalikan PDP secara dalam talian sepenuhnya bagi kebanyakan program. Dan oleh sebab itulah perlunya kepentingan untuk memahami dan menghayati open and distance learning ini, pengajaran pembelajaran secara dalam talian sepenuhnya melalui webinar siri ini. Dan kementerian sememangnya membenarkan UA dan IPTS mendaftarkan pelajar dan juga meneruskan PDP secara dalam talian tanpa especially kalau macam untuk antarabangsa, mereka tidak perlu berada di tanah air tapi mereka boleh mendaftar contohnya. Dan untuk IPT menawarkan ataupun menambah mood secara ODL ini perlulah memenuhi kopak ODL yang telah dikeluarkan oleh MQA yang kita perlu fahami, hayati melalui webinar ini. Jadi pelbagai kaedah pelaksanaan ODL boleh dilaksanakan untuk kelangsungan pembelajaran dan seperti Prof. Khairul sebut tadi mengenai kaedah synchronous ataupun asynchronous, segera atau tidak segera. Dan saya ingin mengambil peluang ini untuk mengucapkan tahniah kepada peserta-peserta webinar pada hari ini kerana mengambil usaha untuk menyertai webinar ini. Dan saya juga ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada semua urus setia yang bertengkus lumus untuk menjayakan webinar ini. Dan semoga segala usaha kita diberkati dan dilindunginya selalu. sila ambil peluang ini sepenuhnya untuk kita sama-sama memahami, menghayati dan seterusnya dapat mempraktikkan ODL ini dengan dan memastikan pembelajaran dan pengajaran dalam talian itu adalah berkualiti dan berimpak tinggi. Dengan itu saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada yang berbahagia Doktor. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, program akan diteruskan dengan mempersilakan yang berusaha Puan Lilian Kek Suyi, Pengarah Kanan Subsektor Akreditasi Agensi Kelayakan Malaysia MQA untuk menyampaikan pengenalan dan penerangan berkaitan dengan pemakaian standard dan dasar terkini berkaitan dengan ODL. Dipersilakan Puan.
Terima kasih Saudara Imran. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning, distinguished listeners, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat datang and a warm welcome to the webinar series on enculturation of digital learning through open and distance learning ataupun pembudayaan pembelajaran digital melalui open and distance learning. My name is Lilian and I am the Senior Director of Accreditation at the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA. It is my pleasure to be with you this morning in this first session of the webinar to introduce to you ODL. And in my session today, I will split the presentation into 3 sections. We will begin with a very quick refresher on what ODL is all about. There will be a particular emphasis given on standards and policies relating to ODL. And I will also be sharing with you some of the advisory notes on online learning that's issued by MQA during the pandemic. So ladies and gentlemen, one of the new normal that was brought about by the pandemic to the higher education landscape today is the rising trend of conventional higher education institutions offering programs of study through unconventional methods such as the open and distance learning. Where ODL is a norm for open universities, conventional universities are now allowed to offer ODL programs and to incorporate various forms of online learning into the teaching and learning approaches in respective institutions. Let's now begin with a very quick introduction to what open and distance learning is. I am sure many of you all here are pretty much familiar with this term ODL. However, let's have a quick refresher for the benefit of all. So what is actually open and distance learning? Okay, according to the COPA ODL, it is the provision of flexible educational opportunities in terms of access and multiple modes of knowledge acquisition. So when we say flexible, we refer to the availability of choices for learning to happen anywhere, anytime, and anyhow. So access here means that learning opportunity is made available to all learners without the constraints of time and place. While multiple modes here refer to the use of various delivery systems and learning resources to support learning. So when is a program considered to be ODL? In cases where more than 60% of courses offered within a program via ODL, we consider the program to be an ODL program. Meaning to say the program must comprise more than 60% of the courses offered via the ODL mode. And having said that, when is a course considered as an ODL course? So to have a label of an ODL course, there must be at least 80% of the student learning time must be delivered through the ODL mode. So I hope you're all familiar with these terms. And another peculiar question would probably be, how are ODL programs quality assured by MQA? Ladies and gentlemen, on the 26th of November 2019, MQA issued a circular relating to the use of COPA ODL, or Code of Practice for Program Accreditation, Open and Distance Learning. I think we're all familiar with the COPA ODL, and the COPA ODL is used as a guide for higher education institutions who intend to offer new programs or to have an addition of ODL programs to their existing programs. And beginning 1st of July 2020, all applications for programs of ODL at the provisional accreditation as well as full accreditation must adhere to the use of the COPA ODL for submission. And for evaluation purposes, beginning 1st of July as well, all evaluation for ODL programs will be made using the COPA ODL. So I've also attached here the link to the COPA ODL, which can be found on the MQA's website. Okay. Institutions of higher learning who intend to offer ODL as a new program or either as an addition to the existing program must make a new application to MQA for evaluation. That means you need to begin from the provisional accreditation stage, right? Okay, let's move on to the next section. This is where I will highlight on some of the MQA standards and policies relating to open and distance learning. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also share part of my presentation in Bahasa Malaysia for the benefit of the audience here today. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati, MQA telah mengeluarkan beberapa surat makluman berkenaan dengan Open and Distance Learning ataupun ODL. Pada 23 Mei 2014, dalam satu surat pemakluman yang dikeluarkan oleh MQA, PPT yang bukan berstatus terbuka atau PPT konvensional adalah dibenarkan untuk menawarkan program pengajian secara ODL dengan syarat terdapat program yang sama yang ditawarkan secara konvensional dan program konvensional tersebut mestilah mendapat akreditasi penuh. Susulan daripada pemakluman tersebut, pada 7 November 2018, MQA sekali lagi telah mengeluarkan satu surat pemakluman yang memaklumkan bahawa mana-mana PPT yang berhasrat untuk menawarkan program pengajian mestilah memastikan bahawa syarat-syarat akreditasi penuh untuk program konvensional yang diluluskan perlulah dipatuhi dahulu sebelum permohonan akreditasi sementara program ODL dibenarkan. Alright, dan ini adalah termasuk kepatuhan terhadap standard program yang berkaitan. Dengan merujuk kepada situasi pandemik yang telah berlaku di Malaysia, MQA telah mengambil maklum bahawa kebanyakan PPT konvensional di Malaysia telah cuba mengoptimumkan pembelajaran dalam talian ataupun remote learning semasa pandemik dan adaptasi ini berlaku berdasarkan kesesuaian bidang program dan mengambil kira kesediaan PPT yang beralih ke arah remote learning ini, maka pada 29 Disember 2020 MQA sekali lagi telah mengeluarkan satu surat pemakluman bilangan 12/2020 yang menyatakan bahawa PPT konvensional sekarang dibenarkan untuk menawarkan program pengajian ODL tanpa perlu mempunyai program yang sama yang ditawarkan secara konvensional. Ladies and gentlemen, in this surat pemakluman, we meant to say that if you are intending to offer an ODL program, you need not have a conventional program in place. right? You may offer the new program at the provisional level by submitting your application to MQA. All right. And okay, and this is the surat pemakluman that we have issued. I know it's a bit small. I've attached the link here for you. Some of you all may already be am aware about this circulation that has been provided on the website. However, having allowed institutions to offer provisional accreditation for new programs, PPT must take note that the offering of ODL programs by IPTS, conventional IPTS, must not exceed 30% of the overall program of study within the IPTS itself. Ini bermaksud penawaran program pengajian sekiranya IPTS konvensional ingin menawarkan program pengajian secara ODL, penawaran ini tidak boleh melebihi 30% daripada jumlah keseluruhan program pengajian dalam IPTS berkenaan. Dalam pada itu, MQA juga telah menggariskan beberapa kriteria umum yang perlu diambil kira oleh institusi pengajian tinggi yang ingin menawarkan program secara ODL. Terdapat lima penekanan yang perlu diberi fokus semasa permohonan akreditasi sementara dan juga akreditasi penuh. Dan maklumat terperinci boleh didapati di dalam surat pemakluman tersebutlah. Alright. Di sini juga saya ingin berkongsi sedikit sebanyak tentang kesediaan PPT semasa ingin memohon program baru tersebut. And these are some of the features that you must pay attention to when you intend to apply either PA or you have reached FA of a certain programs. So this can be used as a guide. Kita bermula dengan bidang 1 di bawah pembangunan dan penyampaian program. Saya tidak akan pergi secara detail tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kerana maklumat ini boleh didapati dalam Kopa ODL dan juga surat pemakluman MQA. Saya ingin memberi sedikit penekanan di sini berkenaan dengan aspek pembangunan dan penyampaian program, di mana PPT di peringkat akreditasi permohonan akreditasi sementara perlulah memastikan semasa permohonan dikemukakan kepada MQA, reka bentuk program pengajian perlulah memenuhi keperluan ODL. Sebagaimana yang saya telah berkongsi tadi, 80% of the courses must be in ODL, and 60% of the courses must be in ODL, and 80% of the student learning time must be delivered via ODL. Dan at the same time, institutions cannot exceed 30% of these courses offered. Penyediaan electronic learning platform ataupun sistem LMS yang tersendiri yang lengkap mesti disediakan semasa permohonan PA itself, semasa peringkat akreditasi sementara. Okay. Institusi juga perlu mempunyai unit khas yang bekerjasama dengan fakulti untuk membangunkan self-instructional material ataupun SIM. Nah, saya ingin memberikan sedikit penekanan berkenaan dengan SIM semasa MQA membuat penilaian akreditasi sementara dan juga akreditasi penuh. Untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, institusi pengajian tinggi perlulah mempunyai SIM untuk semua kursus semester 1 semasa permohonan akreditasi sementara dikemukakan. You must have the SIM for semester 1 ready during your submission for PA. Alright? Now, as we go through and assess your provisional accreditation, kita juga akan menyatakan bahawa SIM untuk semua kursus tahun 1 perlu disediakan oleh PPT selepas perakuan akreditasi sementara dikeluarkan dan juga kelulusan dikeluarkan. Meaning to say, once you have gotten your provisional accreditation approved, right? And while you are moving towards the approval by the Kementerian, you must have your SIM for year 1 ready. Dan MQA akan masuk untuk membuat pemantauan terhadap syarat yang akan dikemukakan ini. Okay, and of course, menuju ke arah penilaian akreditasi penuh, SIM perlu ada untuk semua kursus. When we come in for your FA, it is not the time that you develop SIM. All your SIMs must be ready during FA. Walaupun saya tick di sini ya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan lihat senarai semak PA dan FA, of course di peringkat PA kita akan lihat kepada penyediaan yang berbentuk dokumentasi dan ada kalanya kita akan minta pembuktian untuk pengemukaan SIM. Di peringkat FA, perkara-perkara ini juga adalah penting, tetapi MQA akan memberi fokus kepada pelaksanaan atau implementasi ODL ini semasa peringkat akreditasi penuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, berikut pula adalah untuk bidang penilaian pelajar, perkhidmatan, pemilihan dan khidmat sokongan pelajar, right? Bidang staf akademik dan sumber pendidikan. Kesemua elemen-elemen ini adalah penting untuk disediakan oleh institusi yang berminat untuk menawarkan program di peringkat PA dan FA secara ODL. Okey, kerana masa juga tidak memihak kepada kita, saya tidak akan pergi secara pendetailan. Of course, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang mempunyai sebarang pertanyaan, bolehlah mengemukakannya di Pigeonhole hari ini, dan sekiranya bukan hari ini juga, bolehlah dikemukakan kepada pihak MQA. Alright. Okey. Seterusnya, untuk sesi yang berikut, saya akan memberi fokus kepada beberapa advisory note yang telah dikeluarkan oleh MQA yang berkenaan dengan online learning semasa pandemik berlaku. Okey. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati, berikut merupakan advisory note yang telah pun dikeluarkan oleh MQA pada tahun 2020. Okey, sebanyak 5 advisory note telah pun dikeluarkan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh merujuk kepada semua advisory note ini di laman web MQA pada pautan link pautan yang saya telah sertakan. Okey, dalam kelima advisory note ini ingin saya maklumkan bahawa terdapat 3 advisory note yang telah dikeluarkan berkenaan dengan panduan pengendalian program pendidikan tinggi semasa Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan COVID-19. Walau bagaimanapun, advisory note bilangan 1 dan 4 ini telah pun dibatalkan dan digantikan dengan satu advisory note yang baru pada tahun 2021. Kita akan rujuk, saya akan memberi sedikit penerangan berkenaan dengan advisory note bilangan 5 yang dikeluarkan oleh MQA pada 28 Julai 2020 berkenaan dengan panduan kaedah alternatif penyampaian program dan penilaian pembelajaran pelajar dalam standard program. Okay. Di dalam advisory note bilangan 5 tahun 2020 tersebut, dinyatakan bahawa PPT diberi flexibility untuk menggunakan kaedah alternatif dalam penyampaian program seperti online synchronous or asynchronous as well as remote learning. Dan advisory note ini merupakan satu panduan yang boleh digunakan oleh pemberi pendidikan tinggi semasa tempoh pandemik lah. Ini bermaksud MQA memberi flexibility kepada institusi untuk menentukan kaedah-kaedah yang akan digunakan bergantung kepada kesesuaian lah. Dan kaedah penilaian pelajar alternatif yang boleh dipertimbangkan, contohnya untuk menggantikan amali semasa pandemik adalah penggunaan kaedah simulasi atau virtual, PPT juga boleh mempertimbangkan penggunaan online assessment or take home exam untuk penilaian pelajar. Dan untuk latihan industri pula, semasa tempoh pandemik ini, PPT boleh mempertimbangkan penggunaan simulasi ataupun kajian industri ataupun projek dalam talian yang diselia oleh pengamal industri lah. Dan kelonggaran juga diberikan kepada program berbentuk penyelidikan di peringkat pasca siswazah di mana remote supervision juga dibenarkan. Dan PPT juga perlu memastikan bahawa mana-mana pelaksanaan yang dilaksanakan yang bersesuaian itu perlulah mengambil kira keperluan bidang pengajian di samping pencapaian hasil pembelajaran pelajar untuk kursus dan program tersebut. Nah, berikut pula merupakan advisory note yang dikeluarkan pada 2021. Terdapat sebanyak 6 advisory note yang telah dikeluarkan, pautan juga saya telah sertakan. Hanya 2 advisory note yang adalah berkait secara langsung dengan flexibility ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh merujuk kepada advisory note bilangan 2 dan juga bilangan 5. Okay, very quickly about the advisory note bilangan 2. Iaitu panduan pengendalian program pendidikan tinggi semasa PKP. Dalam advisory note ini, panduan diberikan kepada PPT di mana PPT diberi fleksibiliti untuk mengendalikan aktiviti pengajaran dan pembelajaran secara dalam talian atau remote. Dan PPT digalakkan untuk mempunyai pelan tindakan yang sesuai. That means have a plan in place dalam keadaan krisis. Kita tak tunggu semasa krisis baru kita nak rancang. So PPT digalakkan untuk membuat perancangan yang bersesuaian. Dan kepelbagaian kaedah pembelajaran dalam talian boleh dilaksanakan mengikut kesesuaian kursus yang dilaksanakan. Dan bagi kursus atau komponen yang tidak dapat dijalankan secara online dan memerlukan pelaksanaan secara bersemuka, pelaksanaannya bolehlah dianjapkan berdasarkan kesesuaian. PPT juga digalakkan untuk memperkenalkan micro credentials mengikut kesesuaian dan kemampuan institusi lah. Latihan industri boleh digantikan dengan alternatif yang lain yang bersesuaian dan boleh digunakan sebagai penggantian penuh. That means you can totally replace the latihan industri ataupun dapat digunakan sebagai pelengkap. Right. Dan PPT bertanggungjawab untuk memastikan pelajar ini tidak kiralah sama ada alternatif yang digunakan itu apa jua cara kaedahnya, PPT perlulah memastikan pelajar mendapat pendedahan industri yang diperlukan. Right. Dan PPT juga dibenarkan membuat penjelarasan dan pengubahsuaian terhadap kaedah penilaian bagi mengukur hasil pembelajaran semasa pandemik ini. Dan mana-mana pengendalian penilaian yang digunakan, pengendalian penilaian atas talian di online exams and all that, perlulah mengutamakan ciri-ciri keselamatan dan integriti supaya penilaian dilaksanakan dengan adil, telus dan sah. Okay, very quickly also about the advisory note bilangan yang kelima. Yang ini juga tambahan kepada flexibility yang diberikan oleh MQA kepada PPT semasa pandemik. Okay, PPT perlulah memastikan penjadualan akademik pelajar adalah sesuai supaya ianya tidak membebankan kepada pelajar. Dalam pada itu di mana mungkin kita gairah dengan penggunaan online teaching and learning pedagogy ini, kita juga perlu memastikanlah bahawa dari aspek penerimaan atau pembelajaran pelajar ini sesuai. We don't want the academics to be hyperactive in introducing so many things during online learning. However, we must also give due consideration to the receiving or the recipient end, which are the students. Alright. Dan subject matter expert ataupun staff akademik digalakkan untuk mempelbagaikan aktiviti PNP mereka so that the student bukan sekadar pandang pada skrin the whole time sahaja. Pembelajaran secara pasif juga adalah digalakkan. Penggunaan bahan pembelajaran juga tidak seharusnya terhad kepada modul khusus, tetapi perlulah melibatkan bahan pembelajaran dalam talian yang pelbagai seperti YouTube, audio recording dan sebagainya. Saya percaya dalam webinar series ini kami telah menjemput beberapa pakar ODL dan juga institusi yang mempunyai pengalaman penawaran program secara ODL untuk berkongsi pengalaman mereka dan juga good practices yang kami dapat perhatikan. Kami berharap perkongsian tu dapatlah diambil kira oleh PPT yang baru ataupun ingin menawarkan ODL ni. Dan mana-mana pengubahsuaian yang dibuat oleh PPT terhadap penilaian khusus adalah dibenarkan. However, please ensure validity, reliability and fairness when you incorporate any forms of changes in your assessment. Penstrukturan semester juga dibenarkan dan PPT perlu memastikan bahawa penawaran khusus secara dalam talian ataupun remote berjalan secara lancar. And having said that, when you're allowed to do adjustments to your semester structure, right, please do consider aspects of your prerequisite and also the complexity of the course. Okay. PPT juga perlu menyediakan hikmat sokongan pelajar dan menggalakkan aktiviti interaksi antara pelajar. Make sure you have the appropriate support mechanism such as probably you want to introduce some academic counselling untuk menyokong pelajar semasa tempoh pandemik ini. Alright. Dan sebarang perubahan yang dibuat oleh PPT perlulah dimaklumkan kepada pelajar bagi membolehkan pelajar membuat perancangan beban semester yang bersesuaian. As much as how important the students are, do not also forget about your academic staff. Staff akademik perlu diberi panduan, bimbingan dan sokongan untuk mengubah teknik pengajaran konvensional kepada pengajaran dalam talian. Do not assume that we are all natural online teachers. Make sure that some form of support is given to your academic staff so that they are better able to deliver your programs through the ODL mode. Dan pengubahsuaian kepada SLT juga dibenarkan bergantung kepada kesesuaian setelah mengambil kira keperluan kredit dan juga body of knowledge khusus tersebut. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, begitulah sedikit sebanyak perkongsian saya tentang dasar dan polisi dan juga advisory note yang berkenaan dengan online learning semasa pandemik. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan boleh merujuk kepada semua rujukan ini di laman web MQA. Dan sekiranya mempunyai mana-mana persoalan, bolehlah dikemukakan dalam pigeonhole ataupun menggunakan sistem pengurusan pertanyaan dan aduan MQA. The link is as stated below. Before I come to the end of my session, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for your time and attention. Do allow me 1 or 2 minutes to have some reminders to you that it is the responsibility and autonomy of the Higher Education Providers Senate or Academic Board to make sure that all the decisions made within the appropriate time frame and based on the constitutional provision as well as the suitability of existing resources and infrastructure. Make sure the internal quality assurance kindly ensure that all documents relating to records of changes are kept well and updated and made available when MQA comes to do their audit. Right? So with that, I bid you farewell. Thank you so much again for your attention. Until we meet again, I hope you will enjoy the rest of the webinar series and make the best out of it. And my best wishes to you, and please stay safe. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Madam Lilian di atas input dan penerangan yang dimaklumkan sebentar tadi ya. Okay, let's take a break for 5 minutes, and after that we'll be handed over to the moderator, Mr. Muhammad Zafir bin Mustafa, Senior Director of Policy and Expertise Subsector MQA, to conduct the plenary session 1. Okay, take a break, 5 minutes.
Pinho tak?
All right, the next section handed over to our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Zafir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam bulan kemerdekaan dan salam bulan sambutan Hari Malaysia. This is September and a very good morning to all. Tuan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang ke sesi pertama webinar MQA JPT, pembudayaan pembelajaran digital melalui ODL. Welcome to MQA JPT webinar series on inculcation of digital education through ODL. And today we are on webinar 1 out of 4 altogether, as mentioned earlier. My name is Muhammad Zafir Mustafa. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Expertise Development of the MQA. I'm truly honored to be the moderator, and this sharing session is on experiences and good practices in conducting ODL or online learning. Joining us this morning, and we are privileged that they are joining us this morning to discuss on this important topic are 3 esteemed speakers. We have Dr. Muhammad Afzan Khan Muhammad Khalil, Director of Appel Center, Open University Malaysia. Dr. Afzan, how are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We have Dr. Nurbiha Abdul Syukur, quite far from here, from Johor, Deputy Director of Center for Academic Leadership, University of Technology Malaysia. Apa khabar?
Oh, baik, Cik Zafir. Good morning.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, good morning. And not far from MQA, our neighbor, in Cyberjaya, we have Professor Technologist Neo Mai Tau, from the Faculty of Creative Multimedia University. Sihat ke, Dr. Mai?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and also it's indeed a great pleasure to have you all. Just a little bit of introduction from my side. I think we have to recognize that a lot have happened since the pandemic hit us last year. And many institutions need to go to the emergency remote teaching. It has been a hard reset on the teaching and learning. There's a unprecedented heavy reliance on the online learning because we need to continue the learning, because that's the national agenda. We need to continue to provide the development of our talent. Recognizing that, we also have to recognize that there's a lot of good things happen. Of course, there's still some more challenges that we need to overcome. And because of that, I think it's good that this time that we can capture, reflect, and learn. And of course, we benefit from this learning and also exchanges. Unfortunately, we cannot have all. So we have these 3. Dr. Afzan will be sharing more on the full-fledged ODL. But of course, when we talk about hybrid and also about this blended learning, is also a good things happen so far. So we have Dr. Nurbiha and also Prof. Mai as online learning and creative multimedia expert. So I would like to stop there and let the speakers to develop further. Only that before we hand it over to the speakers, I would like to invite everybody, our audience. If you have any comment during any time of the presentation, please feel free to jot it down in our pigeonhole. I think our secretary can show the link of the pigeonhole on the screen now. Okay, and also help us to vote whatever the favorite question to the speakers, and we will try to address and also discuss on them, whatever as many as we could at later time of the session. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Afzan Khalil. He is the director of Appel Center of Open University Malaysia since 2017. He plays a strategic role with responsibility in overseeing the implementation of Appel for access, Appel C for accredit transfer, and recently introduced the recently introduced Appel Q for awarding. Okay, his research interests are in the areas of recognition of prior learning and also fraud auditing. He write a lot on and also present in international presentation on ODL as far as I know him. He'll be sharing the ODL arrangement at the OUM Open University Malaysia. Okay, Dr. Afzan, that's your cue.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Tuan Pengerusi Majlis, Encik Imran, also Tuan Moderator, Encik Zafir. My voice is clear, okay?
Yes, perfectly clear.
Okay, thank you also to the management of MQA as well as management of JPT for this great session. Prof. Carol, Dr. Wan, also my fellow colleagues here, many panelists that is here today. I was thinking, to be honest, I woke up 2 o'clock and then I woke up 4 o'clock morning. I was scratching my head. What am I going to say? 1,000 people. It's not going to be easy for me to build reputation or to build a connection with 1,000 people which I cannot see. Alright, so to be honest, I put 5 alarms to make sure that I wake up on time and be here on time. So if you are smiling now, that means we have a little bit of connection already. Alright, so I'm going to share with you on the best practices in operationalizing open and distance learning. My name is Afzan and I'm from OUM. Thank you very much for the introduction, Encik Zafir. Actually, I have a lot more to learn. All right, so whatever you said was nice, but I think I still have a lot more to learn. Basically, when we talk about ODL, first of all, let's go to the barriers to education, because one of the things that we know is lack of prerequisite qualifications to enter program. Now, many people, many potentials out there, they have this issue. They do not have the prerequisite. Because today there is a lot of unconventional learners. Now, who is unconventional learners? These are the people who are working. These are the people who have families. These are the people who have to answer to their bosses. These are the people who have to balance their life. At the same time, they also want to study. So sometimes they may not have the earlier requirements, you see. So nevertheless, we still have Appel to help this out. Later we will discuss on this. One of the other barriers that I would like to talk about is the financial constraint. Based on the Asia Pacific Employment and Social Outlook 2020 survey, 81 million jobs are lost due to COVID in Asia Pacific labour market. Now, this is a very serious issue because we know people have debts, people have family commitments, people have a lot of things in their mind. All right. So one of the reasons people do not continue studying or they take long time is financial constraints. So the ODL system must be able to manage this issue properly. That's the thing. Okay. So some students out there, some prospects out there, they have responsibilities. Like I said, they have families, they have issues at home, they have to answer to their wife, they have to answer to their husband, they have to answer to their boyfriend, they have to answer to their girlfriend, relationship issues, they have working issues as well, a lot of work in office. So these are the things that maybe hinder or slow them down for their admission in the program. So this is another thing we have to understand because it influences how we think and how we connect and how we choose. So ODL system must accommodate for this situation. Psychological factors and academic readiness. We often hear prospects say, saya boleh ke sambung belajar? Saya dah lama tinggal belajar. Dah lama dah tinggal tak pergi sekolah. Last saya pergi form 5. Boleh ke saya buat assignment? Saya kena type. Saya kena pakai Microsoft PowerPoint, Microsoft Word. Boleh ke saya pakai Microsoft Excel? Saya umur saya 60, umur saya 70, boleh ke saya risau saya tak boleh cope dengan pelajaran? Saya risau. So these are also some of the psychological factors in the real world, and ODL institutions must be able to take this into account when designing the programs. All right, let's move forward. Yeah. So enhancing computer literacy and technical skills. These are some of the issues that are related to pandemic. Now, I also would like to share my personal experience. Now, I'm day-to-day teaching my son, all right, because I'm also involved in the teaching and learning process. So I have to know the computer. I have to know the technical skills. I have to know how to join a webinar. So this is another factor that we have to see. This is an issue in pandemic. And now we have Internet of Things. We have a lot of issues on data collection. We have issues on data transfer, analytics, storage, cloud server issues, mobile application issues. Now, this is the requirement of digitalization. In terms of digitalization, if you can look at ODL institutions closely, even the marketing activities are done through digitalization, because when we want to create brand awareness, when we want to create, when we want to let people know about our products, our services, we have to use digitalization, because we can reach a huge amount of people with low cost. Now, this is how the trend of branding is. People create websites, new websites. People create search engines, and people improve on their internal system. Yeah? And you have to understand, improving the Internet of Things is very important, because we are talking about crisis management and business continuity. Because in ODL setting, there is a lot of data. There's a lot of data. So we need to have a crisis management system, and we have to depend on the system. We have to depend on internet. And now we have remote IT work support issues. We have cyber security issues, because human beings, as you know, the Maslow's theory, we want to feel safe. All right. So when we want to feel safe, we have to ensure that the Internet of Things is done in a safe manner. This is also covered in the COPA, because you need to have policies. We need to have safety in terms of your documentation. So the pandemic gives an opportunity for institutions to improve on their curricula, as well as look at the design system. Because when we are doing this, we have to do needs analysis, we have to do strategic planning, we have to have good integration between programs and program delivery team. Because we want to improve our curriculum, it's the time for us to re-look back at the COPA documents, to improvise what we have done before, because we do not live in a perfect world. So this is one of the issues related to pandemic. The pandemic also brought us together. To tell you the truth, it has somehow improved some relationships between people. We are taking care of our health, and we have learned to embrace technology and improve our relationships. All right, coming to the main gist of the presentation. Yeah, so I will be only talking about 3 points. Okay, to summarize the whole thing, I will be talking about 3 points. I'll be talking about flexibility, I will be talking about accessibility, and I will be talking about affordability. Now, these are the 3 main points in democratization of education through ODL in Open University Malaysia. But before that, let's look at the bigger picture. Sustainable Development Goal, a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. Because if we look at goal number 4, it is talking about inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning, to provide equal access to everybody. All right, so that is the global, the big picture. And then we also have to look at MQA's contribution. I have done some search in the MQA website, as well as I've worked very closely with some of the colleagues in MQA. I know they have been working very hard to ensure national competitiveness, to ensure human capital development is done properly, is done efficiently and effectively, to create a knowledge society, and also to ensure quality of the programs, and most importantly, to promote lifelong education and address globalization. Now, this is what's been done. This is the contribution in the big picture. Also, thank you to JPT for also focusing on a nation of lifelong learners, and we want to enhance the globalized online learning, goal number 3 and goal number 9 in the model of JPT. So this is what the big picture is. And talking about OUM, where I come from, I've been working there from 2010. It's been like 11 years already I'm there. It was established in 2000, just a little bit of a brief introduction. The main mission is to widen widen access to quality education through providing lifelong learning opportunities by leveraging on technology, adopting flexible mode, and providing a conducive learning environment with affordable costs. The three keywords here again would be flexibility, accessibility, and affordability. For your information, we have 35 learning centers scattered around Malaysia. We have 54 programs. We have 85,000 graduates under the ODL system. I repeat, we have 85,000 graduates as well as 180,000 learners. Sounds a bit blagala, but sorry, but this is the fact. All right, this is the fact of Open University Malaysia because we have been practicing ODL for a long time. In terms of first point, let's go to the first point, which is flexibility. We talk about entry requirements. All right, when we talk about entry requirements, we know we have normal entry requirements and we have APL access entry requirements, APLA. Now, if anyone, most of the ODL institutions are moving towards the trend of flexible education pathways, and we believe that APLA is a very important thing. So just to give you a recap, to enroll in a diploma program, you need to be 20 years old, you need to have experiential learning, and you need to pass the APL assessment. To enroll in a degree program, you need to be 21 years old, you need to have experiential learning, and you need to pass the APL assessment. To enroll in a master's program, you need to be 30 years old, you need to have experiential learning, you need to have level 4, which is an STPM or a recognized diploma, and you need to pass the APL assessment. Sementara jual ODL, kita juga jual APL bersama-sama ODL. Very important. APL is very, very important. Okay, so this because APL provides a lot of opportunity to people to continue studying, and that is the trend of the ODL operationalization. Now, if you want more information, you can always Google and look at APL and look at MQA's website because there's a lot of information on APLA, APLC, as well as APLQ, and a lot of institutions are moving towards this trend. Okay, so the second point here would be appropriate orientation and remedial support. Now, under the ODL system, we have to provide appropriate orientation. Means to say, from the point that the student come in the system, we need to give them briefing, we need to give them orientation. It can be on the weekends, we need to be active on the email replies, we need to have a ECRM system, we need to also have a bridging program, such as improving their English or improving their mathematical skills. Now, this is some of the ways how we operational ODL. OUM is also geographically dispersed, right? Because we have learning centers in the Klang Valley, Bangi, PJ, Sri Rampai, Kelana Jaya. I'm talking from Kelana Jaya. All right, we have friends in the northern as well. Northern, we have Seberang, we have one in Penang, we have Sungai Petani, we have in Taiping, we have in Ipoh. In terms of southern, we have in Batu Pahat, JB, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan. In terms of eastern, we have in Kota Baru, Kuala Terengganu, and as well as in Sabah and Sarawak. We have a lot in Bintulu, we have in Sibu and KK and Kuching. There are a lot. So I hope I did not miss anything. It's very difficult to come up with all the 35 learning centers in this 1 minute, but I've given you the big picture. So if you want to implement ODL, try to work on having centers all over the place, because of course, even ODL is very online based, is very system based, is beyond time and place, but sometimes some human beings, they have to manage because they want to meet you, they want to have a tangible building, they want to see that. So that is one of the good things that you have to understand about operationalizing open and distance learning. All right, so that is the thing. The fourth point here is academic schedule and student time management. So when we are operationalizing ODL, you have to understand most of the ODL system works based on January, May, and September semester, and we can generalize that there's 17 weeks. So in terms of the payment, you also have to be a bit flexible, whereby week 1, you don't have to force the student to pay everything in week number 1 or week number 2, but you can allow them 14 weeks to pay. And you have to understand, we do not live in a perfect world. There will be some students who want to defer probably because of company duties, defer because of medical reasons, defer because of emergency situation, and the system must allow for that because we are dealing with working adults in ODL setting. All right, in terms of continuous support services, We have counseling. We must have an academic affair department who is overlooking at the whole system, as well as we have a licensed counselor to advise the student. We have an ECRM system to answer questions from the students, because we have to work with adults. All right, so it is we have to apply the andragogy theory here. Students with different learning style, yes, ODL is suitable, because under the VAK model, we have three types of people in this world. People who learn through visual, people who learn through auditory, people who learn through kinesthetic. All right, so if you are a visual learner, then we have illustrations, we have PowerPoint slides, we have videos, we have articles in ODL setting. So if you're auditory style, you want to listen, of course, the provision must allow for group discussion in the forum, or maybe presentations or videos in the system. Kinesthetic, hands-on, taking notes during lecture session. Yes, that is also always very common in ODL setting. So the different learning style is suitable for ODL setting. Yeah. So in terms of assessment, there is also a variety of assessment. We have some examples: MCQ, final exam, essay, reflective reports, assignments, essay writing, portfolio, very popular for Apple. So these are some of the assessment methods. It must be also flexible. And the last point on the flexibility, we have to understand that nowadays, learning adults who come to the system, they want recognition for their working experience. So we have FLC. Just now I spoke a little bit about FLA. Now I speak a little bit about FLC. Now under FLC, Apple for Credit Award is 30% of the total program. Students can get credit award about maximum of 30% from the total program structure. This is in addition to the normal credit transfer policy. All right, so this is the benefit. So if you are talking about degree, 120 credit hours, generally speaking, 30 credits is like 36 credit hours. Under ODL, that is like 36 credit hours is 12 subjects. 12 subjects is 1 year of education journey. You can cut down by 1 year. Okay, that is for a degree program. But for a master's program, is generally speaking 40 credit hours. 40 credit hours, 30% is 12 credit hours. 12 credit hours is 1 semester, 1.5 semester in an ODL setting. So these are some of the benefits that we can show to learners out there, how FLC can reduce their graduation time, how FLC can reduce the cost of the learners. So if you are planning to enroll to get your university in an ODL mode, you also have to look at FLA and FLC operationalization and take interest in that, because that would be beneficial to your university. And I don't know, because there's 1,000 people here, there may be some prospects out there, all right? There may be someone who want to learn, want to enroll. So if you want to enroll in a university or in an ODL university, do not be afraid, because ODL is recognized by MQA, and you can always think about joining. I know I sound like a salesman, but sorry, I'm here to sell ODL. All right, so, okay, accessibility. Let's move on to the next part of my presentation, which is accessibility. Now, one of the major elements, I think Puan Lilian spoke about this earlier. Yeah? She spoke about LMS, Learning Management System, to facilitate delivery. Now, this is a very important requirement under the COPA, because if you want to develop a good LMS, you must have provision for course announcements. You want to announce to the student, you must have provision to keep your e-modules in the LMS system. Your assignment can be downloaded from the system, can be uploaded again, can be submitted, and it is linked to your assessment system. You need to have e-forum, for example, a platform where students can communicate with students, students can communicate with the tutors, right? So this is another provision. Virtual classroom, we have video lectures can be embedded in LMS. We have self-quiz, self-test. We also can have student advisors incorporated in the LMS system. You can have some section on frequently asked questions. You can have useful resources embedded in the LMS system. Now, if you're planning to go to ODL, make sure you develop a good LMS system. Now, why do I say this? Is because LMS market is huge out there. For your information, I've done some search on Ken Fox website. Google processes over 40,000 search queries every second. Now, this is how important information system is today. And because of that, we need to have a good LMS system. And we need, I think just now, Puan Lilian also mentioned about the section must be devoted to SIM, right? Self-instructional materials must be designed by a department. Means you need to have a department or section. In OUM, we call it CIDT. All right, so we have graphic designers, we have editors, we have language editors, and for your information, we even have studio. All right, I did a lecture, and this is back in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. And do you believe it? They did make up me before the lecture session. Means to say that it is so seriously taken that they want me to look nice. Today there's no makeup, no problem. Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say. So when we are doing SIM, we have to be serious. We have to make it very nice. We have to ensure that there is control, there is good content, it is been moderated, is valid, is reliable, it is quality assured, and after that only we show it to the submission to the what do you call that, necessary parties. So in terms of ODL self-managed study, we have e-modules. Some students, they like to study themselves. All right, they may not even attend classes, for your information, but they will read through the modules. You'll be surprised because they can score better than the people who attend the classes. Because why? They are self-managed study students. They like to study by themselves. All right, so this is also a provision under ODL. We have, like I said, we have online forums where we participate with the tutors. Students talk to students, and there are like more than 5,000 e-tutors in Open University Malaysia who come from various institutions. And also we conduct face-to-face tutorials. Normally we can have it during the nights or the weekends, but it's pre-arranged between the student and the lecturers in the LMS system. And for your information, these face-to-face tutorials are recorded. All right, so if the student missed the live session, no problem. Like what Prof. Khairul said, no problem, because why? It will be recorded and it will be kept back in the system. The student can come back tomorrow and look at it again and again. So that is one part of ODL setting which is beautiful. You can provide avenue for people to learn, and also at the same time under the COPA requirement, you have to pantau. All right, we have to pantau. Of course, we have to look at the capability of our manpower. For example, maybe you have a requirement for the tutor to at least come 3 times, at least minimum 3 times in the forum to reply. Okay, 10 hours of face-to-face tutorials. These are some of the examples. Of course, the operationalization between one institution and another institution may be different a bit lah. All right, but basically the bottom line is you can use Zoom, Google Meet, Skype, Teams, or any cloud platform for video, audio conferencing. All right, so in terms of accessibility, is very important. And one more point that I would like to share here is on the digital library. For your information, we have about ebook database of 190,000 titles. We have e-journal database about 55,000 titles, and thesis, 3.83 million thesis. So when you are buying a system or you are collaborating with others, you have to also ensure that you have a good digital library, because there are a lot of students, even I myself, when I was a student, I depend a lot on digital library, because this is where we download all the materials, we can do our literature review, we can put it in a software. All right, and then we also have digital library policies. We have librarians, ensure that you have good librarians, good support staff in library, a library community. Not to forget, under ODL settings, we also can implement mobile application. Now, some of the things that we can put in a mobile application is announcement, course information, even exam results can be obtained via mobile apps. Account information, how much is the due student have to pay back, convocation information, when is the student supposed to go for convocation. For your information, these apps can also be automated to give birthday wishes to the student. I mean, you want to make the students feel good. Okay, on their birthday, they can get happy birthday wishes. And it can facilitate an online registration, and it is available on Apple Store and Google Play. Of course, there are two different kind of people, Apple and Google. All right, so it's available. And for your information, access to program leaders are given. Learning center admins are also working very closely with the students, and handbooks are provided, because in our university we have different clusters. We have business, we have education, we have social sciences. So program leaders, ataupun we call it as coordinator ataupun penyelaras ODL, So these are the people. You need to ensure that your penyelaras ODL, your coordinator is well chosen, must have the proper requirements, must have the experience, must have the qualification, must be well versed with the IT system, must be well versed with support system. So he or she must be able to manage the students well, as well as understand the COPA well. Because why? You want to develop the content, you want to develop the quality assurance documents, as well as the handbooks. The handbooks are also accessible to the students out there. In terms of record keeping, student performance, progression, attrition, graduation must be kept very carefully and properly, because there are requirements, okay, by the authorities. And from time to time, they will ask for the data. So the registry system, the administration system, admission system must be interrelated. Yeah, when you are organizing or you are operationalizing on ODL, the admission, the registry, as well as the quality assurance system must be integrated so that we can find the data easily when requested by the authorities. Because these types of data are very important, because it can the further studies can be made, quality improvement initiatives can be made, suggestions can be given to improve the system from the findings of a general picture. Affordability, our motto is unity for all, definitely. So in terms of operationalizing ODL, of course, one of the requirements of COPA is also to ensure that the vision, mission, and goal must be aligned to the needs of ODL. So when we want to design ODL system, we must cater for everyone. So we have seen all types of people, females, males, single mothers, single father, people on the wheelchair, people who are above 70 years old going to take their scroll. So in terms of operationalizing ODL, it doesn't matter who you are, what is your social background, as long as you fit the entry requirement, you can fulfill the requirements of the program, you deserve to be graduated, all right, under the system. And financial viability. HEPs must demonstrate financial viability. Now, this is also given in Area 5 in the COPA, because institutions, before operationalizing ODL, they must show commitment. They must show that they have done the needs analysis. They must show that they have a program development committee. They must show that they are willing to invest in infrastructure, invest in resources, deliberate at top management level, allocate budget for certain departments so that the quality can be assured. Even we have flexibility, we have accessibility, we accommodate for the mass market, but we must not forget that we are responsible to provide good quality programs, and therefore financial viability is needed to implement ODL. And we have to also be fair in our fee setting. Have to do a proper study. If you look at some of the websites who are doing ODL, there is always a payment plan, there is flexibility, there is sometimes discounts and offer rebates and discounts offered to alumni or probably new student, discounts for senior citizen, discounts for differently able student, EPF, bank loans, and so on. So these are some of the provisions that is also must be taken into account when we design the fees, when we decide on the fees of the ODL program. All right, so one thing that was mentioned earlier just now was on micro-credentials. So, of course, micro-credential is a very big story. All right, it's a very big story and it's something very new. However, when we talk about micro-credential, it is, to summarize the whole thing, it is a small set of courses. I noticed one of the participants also provided something in the chat box just now. Boleh terangkan lanjut tak tentang micro-credential? So, to give you the big picture, it is a small set of courses in design, okay, because we want to recognize the non-formal learning. It is outcome-based, it is goal-oriented, it is personalized as well as industry-driven. When we design, you have to understand, not all students want to sit in the system for 3 to 5 years. Not all students or not all prospects are the same. So there are some people in this world who said, saya hanya nak belajar marketing saja. So marketing ni 3 bulan saja, saya nak enhance digital marketing skills, saya nak enhance selling skills. Saya tak perlu lalu 4 tahun, 5 tahun punya degree program untuk buat BBA. So there are people like this in the real world. So for people like this, to explain clearly, we offer micro-credential. Now in ODL setting, this is one of the new trends, right? To offer short courses. And affordability is very important, because under affordability, our cost structure has changed in the pandemic, yeah, because the tutor cost, the rental cost, the program development cost, question bank, online, no printing, supervision costs have all changed. And because of this cost saving during the pandemic, it can be pumped back to the profit. All right, and the profit can be used for quality assurance. And under ODL, ensure that your programs even is affordable, but it must go through a proper accredited process, because under accreditation requirement, you have to have quality assurance, internal as well as external. You need to have an IQM department, internal quality department, and not to forget, like what MQA said, akan dipantau. Okay, we know what happened before MQA auditors come. We know a lot of work must be done. We prepare. Semua datang tolong and make sure that everything is in order. That is how it is in the real world. So quality assurance is not something that we can joke about. It is a very serious thing and we have to take into account.
Dr. Afzan?
Yes, my last slide.
Just to remind you, ada 2 minit lagi.
My last slide. Slide. I ngam-ngam 30 minit, jangan risau. Okay, so significance of ODL in the global perspective. In terms of the sustainable development goal, like I shared earlier, we need to take care of the big picture, provide lifelong learning opportunities. In terms of the national perspective, kita nak memperkasakan lifelong learning. In terms of the institutional perspective, we want to run programs, we want to also be sustainable at the same time, as well as following the requirements. In terms of the workforce requirement, workforce also wants universities to train their people. Under the tech jury statistic that I referred to, 42% of organization experience income increment after implementing e-learning at workplace. Statista 2019. Okay, the e-learning market is 101 billion and is expected to be $370 billion in 2026. ODL provides a lot of benefits to the learners, especially economy benefits, health benefits, sense of accomplishment, realization of passion, as well as a greater discipline. So with that, thank you very much.
Terima kasih Dr. Afzan. Banyak yang diperkatakan. There's a lot of things that you have said and shared. Many important things. I think saya nak connect your whatever that the 30 minutes that you've shared. I think there's in the chat, Mr. Kuldip Singh. The later part of his writing is basically he said that lifelong learning is the superpower which will give people the competitive edge in the future world of AI and robots. I think more or less benda tu dia capture what we have said for about 30 minutes. I just want to maybe select some sentiment that you raised. I think you managed to emphasize various digital intervention. Basically, I think more or less to empower personalized learning, and I think you also raise the emphasis of embracing asynchronous and synchronous, because if you don't have synchronous and synchronous, it might be not possible to intensify personalized learning. And I also like what you said in the very beginning that semasa pandemik kita sebagai parent juga sebagai guru di rumah, dan saya rasa kalau bukan sebagai guru, at least kita sebagai digital technician lah, bantu anak-anak untuk sediakan ni. Okay, continue to post your question in the pigeonhole, and also I think there's some question about the slide. The secretariat I think informed me that they are providing link, a Google Drive. All the slide will be shared there for you to access later. And I think that's all. I think we can proceed to our next speaker. Okay, Dr. Nurbiha Abdul Syukur. Minta maaf saya bagi just a very small biography of you. Panjang sebenarnya.
No problem.
Semua speaker kita panjang-panjang, so saya minta maaf. I know I'm not that tak adil lah. I'm untuk bagi, tapi this is what I think I need to do to make it short. Kalau tak saya ambil banyak masa. Dr. Nurbiha Abdul Syukur is currently the Deputy Director of Center for Academic Leadership, University Technology Mara. Beyond her university role, she is the Chair for Malaysian E-Learning Council for Public University. Kita panggil dia timang-timang dia MIPTA lah. And dari segi rekod Mipta, she is the youngest to be appointed as the chair. Okay, she was also the chair of Science Education Working Group, Young Scientist Network, Akademi Sains Malaysia untuk tahun 2020. A senior lecturer at the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, UTM, with various role and active involvement in the design, coordination, and guide formulation of online learning, the university there, at her university, as well as national and also international. Okay, I think I capture a few of your involvement at the level of Commonwealth of Learning and also UNESCO. So let's listen from our online learning expert. Dr. Nobiha, you may start your presentation, please. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all. Thank you MQA and GPT for having me here today. Thank you Cik Zafir for your kind introduction. Please allow me to share my slide. Okay. I don't think, first of all, I'm going to be as extensive as Dr. Afzan, but I will be maybe sharing a little bit about how we implement ODL at UTM. I initially thought that the sharing is about online learning itself, and I actually have a greater person in mind to discuss about ODL. But it seems like it's too late for me to hand over the session to Dr. Hazarina. But I will have her name in my slide because she is one of our staff that has put a lot of effort in making sure ODL is a success at UTM. So maybe I will cover. So because this is about how UTM carry out or implement open and distance learning. So I will cover a little bit facts and figures about ODL. And how we operate ODL at UTM, and maybe some best practices. I put that as a question mark because I do not know whether this is best practices or not. But I think the things that I'm going to share later on best practices is maybe the things that is not covered in COPA. So I think that this is, you know, not compulsory, but instead we have it at UTM for ODL. So this is, as I said, our one-stop center for ODL students, that is at odl.utm.my, and we have to applaud the work and effort done by the chair, School of Postgraduate Studies, and her team, who is Associate Professor Dr. Hazarina Hashim, as well with her, they have their own associate chair in charge of managing ODL at UTM. That is Dr. Nur Aliani binti Alias, and also the system for ODL for students to learn online is took care of by Dr. Norah binti Makno, who is the Associate Chair for System and Professional Development. So if you go to odl.utm.my, you can see what are the programs offered, how many students are there, and what is the learning platform, what kind of learner support that you can get, as well as the help desk for whatever questions that you have about ODL. So this is a little bit about UTM ODL facts and figures. When Puan Lilian mentioned just now that an ODL program, the mode of learning is that at least 60% of the program has to be carried out in the ODL mode. So our way in doing it in UTM is that our ODL program is 100% entirely online. So it is not 60%, it's not 80%, but it is 100% entirely online. So these are, we have 3 programs currently offered through ODL mode, which is Master of Business Administration offered by Azman Hashim Business School. We have Master of Education in Educational Technology offered by School of Education, Master of Forensic Engineering offered by School of Civil Engineering UTM. So we have until April 2021, we have 169 students enrolled in this program, and if you can see, they come from different parts of the world, and of course we never met them physically, in fact, because it is conducted entirely online. So this is the first cohort of the students. We are opening the second cohort. I think we have opened the second cohort in February 2021, and we are going to open another cohort in September later on. So these are some of the figures that we have. I'm going to explain a little bit lengthy about this one. So this is how we operate ODL at UTM. For recruitment, this recruitment is carried out online through various channels such as social media. We also make full use of our student recruitment unit, of course. We gave out flyers and then we also hosted like FB ads for ODL to encourage or to attract students to enroll in our ODL program. So this is, I show here some of our posters about when we were marketing our program. And upon enrollment, the students will be equipped with an online and distance learning handbook. So this handbook is very important. It contains all of the, for example, preparation that the students need to have for them to learn online. Where can they get their support? What kind of support is being given? How can they pay their fees? Where should they go to pay fees? And what is what is the mode of learning, as in how they are going to meet their lecturers later on, what are the platforms and things like that is covered in this handbook, and this is disseminated to students upon enrollment in our program. Now, next, we also have been we were explained just now the importance of having learning management system for the students to carry out teaching and learning online. So we have our system here, our learning management system. We set up a dedicated learning management system for ODL students, meaning to say that this platform is not the same as the one used by our Perdana students. So by our conventional program. So we have this dedicated platform for our ODL students. And then for teaching and learning, we train our staff before the lecturers have to teach or a school have to offer a program in ODL mode. The lecturers have to go through 3 types of training. Number 1, designing distance learning lesson. Number 2, delivery of distance learning lesson. And number 3, assessing distance learning lessons. So,
dengan pembintangan saya yang mana saya akan membentangkan petunjuk prestasi utama KPI penjawat pengurusan tertinggi perkhidmatan awam PPA tier 1 bagi tempoh
the participant to
bagi tempoh sehingga 30 Jun 2021. Pembintangan saya akan terdiri dari tujuan
Dr. Wan,
pendahuluan yang terdiri dari latar belakang
Dr. Wan Zuhanis boleh mohon. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Biha, you good to go?
Okay. All right.
To proceed, thank you.
So our lecturers were trained in these 3 types of training, and we carried out this training 2 times. So we have 2 series of training. So overall we have 6 training. So if the lecturer missed the first training, and then they can attend the second training. However, they have to complete all of these 3 training before they can teach in an ODL program. So this is what we make compulsory for our lecturers to make sure that they know what to expect and they know how to handle teaching and learning entirely online. And we also have the Kod Amalan Program Pengajian Terbuka dan Jarak Jauh Pasca Siswaza. So this is prepared again by School of Graduate Studies. This somehow explain the responsibilities of lecturers, the responsibility of the students when they were learning, when they are teaching and learning in ODL program. So this is what happened during teaching and learning. I will later show you a demonstration of our learning management system and the self-instructional materials that we prepare for our students. And then finally, it is a time for graduation. Of course, we have not yet have our student graduated, have our ODL students graduated yet. So I think the first cohort is currently in the final semester. They are doing their dissertation. So none of them has graduated yet, but these are some of the testimonials that we get from our current students. I think this one is from School of Civil Engineering and one of them is from School of Education. Allow me to share my, this is the learning platform. So, so as I said just now, we have a dedicated learning platform for our ODL students. So this is one of our lecturers' learning environment. So they have all the materials in this learning environment. This is a basic Moodle platform that we set up, and then they have to prepare their own self-instructional materials in various format. Also, they have to meet their students compulsory synchronously. So here are some of the recorded meetings that they had with their students, and the lecturers prepare as well. For example, here, this is the video, the tutorial video prepared by their lecturers. So this is not a YouTube video, but this is prepared by our lecturers themselves. Okay.
Untuk Nubiha, saya rasa video tu tak terpancar dekat skrin. It's not on the screen.
I see. Okay.
You may try again.
I think I just want to share the I don't think there's a need for it to be running. So I'll just share. This is how it looks like. Okay. Oh, sorry, it is not playing, is it? It's not still showing. Okay, so this is the platform just now, as I said. Okay, so the lecturers prepare the learning materials, and then they prepare that in various format. So here is, as I said just now, the recorded meetings, the compulsory meeting that they have to carry out synchronously with their students, at least 6 hours in one semester. So they usually divide that 2 hours, 2 hours, and 2 hours, and they do that 3 times, meeting synchronously. But this lecturer apparently meet more than that, I think 4 or 5 times. And then this is the example of the self-developed materials. I think, where was it just now? Okay, this one. So this is not a video from YouTube, but this is prepared by the lecturers themselves. So this is about using Adobe Flash for subject authoring. Okay, and finally, I think we also have the final examination here. So they have a special block for final examination, and most of the examination in ODL program is in the form of project or authentic assessment. But as you see here, there's also assessment, conventional assessment that is, it's not paper and pencil, but question and answer that has to be carried out by the students. So we have it here, and we also have in this system as well our ProctorU, that is a proctoring system, so that we can identify students' identity and when they are sitting for the examination. So this is also embedded in the system to maintain or to uphold the integrity of the assessment. Other than that, they also have the kind of project being submitted in the system. So this is more or less one of an example of courses in our ODL. And I would like to show, okay, hold on. So that is the platform for learning, our learning management system platform. Am I sharing the right screen? Okay. So finally, a little bit about the best practices, which I'm not sure whether it is the best practices, but I'll just share that maybe this is a little bit different than other universities. So at the end of every semester, we have students evaluation. So students evaluation about their learning experience in ODL. We set up the evaluation rubric kind of different than the one that we have in the Perdana program. So students have to rate their experience learning online, learning entirely online, and the lecturer will be able to see whether what is the level of student satisfaction about the course that they are currently conducting. So we have 3 levels, whether level 1, S1 is very not satisfied, level S2 is moderately satisfied, level S3 is very satisfied. So this evaluation is based on students' level of satisfaction about the course and not about students judging the lecturer. So I think this is very important for us to highlight. We have this evaluation being set up, and we make it entirely different than the one that we have, evaluation of course, than the one that we have in the Perdana program. And we also have the active ODL certificate. This is quite recent. So we established the active ODL certificate to appreciate and to recognize lecturers who go beyond the minimum requirement in conducting teaching and learning entirely online. So we set up some criteria. So if these students, if this lecturer meet this criteria, then they are given a certificate, to indicate that they have carried out active open distance learning course. So they can, we have a dedicated system for that. And then they can see whether they can comply, whether which of their subject that they offer, that they are currently conducting, comply to the requirement that we have set for their ODL, and then they can download their e-certificate, and then we hope that somehow this can be a form of incentive for them for their annual annual evaluation of their teaching and learning. So we recently have this approved, and then we have started to give out this e-certificate for last semester as well as for the last 2 semesters. And the upcoming semesters, we are also using this method. So this is also quite new, I think, for our ODL lecturers. Finally, a little bit about issues and challenges. Maybe I would like to highlight, maybe as a heads up for any of the institution who would like to have an ODL program at their institution. Number one, I would say among the students, we always have to get the students to be committed to learning, because we do not meet them physically. So a sense of belonging has to be created entirely online. So it is the lecture plays a very big role in making students feel like they have the sense of belonging to the institution. So this is very important. They have to maintain a very rigorous connection, interaction with their students, so that to make sure that these students reach the finishing line of it, because the minimum, at least they have to spend entirely online is about 2 years. So this has to be established. And among the lecturers, because it is compulsory for the lecturers to meet their students, I think about 6 hours for every semester minimum, in a synchronous mode. So if you see just now, we have students from different parts of the world, so time zone difference is quite an issue. However, this has to be established and discussed with the students to accommodate all of these barriers in meeting synchronously online. And finally, maybe a little bit about administration part. Because designing a whole academic program for ODL, some of the subjects or some of the courses came from is a service subject from other faculties. So when you want to have a program academic offered entirely ODL, you have to get the buy-in from other related faculties as well. Let's say, for example, we have just now master in forensic engineering. So it is actually hosted by School of Engineering, Civil Engineering, of course. However, some of the subject, macam subjek umum, for example, is offered by other schools as well. So School of Engineering, for example, School of Civil Engineering have to get the buy-in as well, and the effort has to be spent by lecturers from School of Education, for example, who offer subjek umum ni, okay, because the entire program is being carried out online, as in UTM, because we offer 100% online. So this program design demand cross faculties effort, so we have to get everybody on board to have ODL program, and then maintaining the infrastructure for conducive online learning environment. I would not say it is an issue, but it is a challenge to maintain the infrastructure, because the learning management system, the place where these students learn and meet their lecturers, is the heart of the program. So it is like the virtual campus that they have. So it is very important for us to make sure that this infrastructure is in place and it is being well maintained by both the lecturers and as well as the universities. I think other than that is much more or less not very much different from the way we carried out academic program in a conventional way. And all of our 3 programs are ODL programs, are programs that also existing as also exist as a conventional program. So we have not really major problem in producing, I think, SIM or things like that, because some of the materials are there and it just has to be polished up and developed in an interactive way for online learning. So I think that's all from me. I think I will take more questions later related to how we run ODL at UTM. I think thank you very much.
Terima kasih Dr. Biha. I think banyak yang dikongsi pada saya perspektif, even though you try to your sharing is more on the ODL full-fledged program, tapi if I can share, I think it can also be applied as looking at online learning at the subject level. Dr. Biha banyak menekankan tentang ODL as a discipline. That mean you need to have the right intervention on the full cycle from the recruitment to graduation tadi. So the intervention tu banyak dan saya rasa looking to the bigger system itu yang dilaksanakan. Jadi kalau sebagai seorang lecturer handle satu online learning lah, online learning, walaupun dia adalah satu set daripada program yang besar yang bukan ODL, tetapi kita nak buat dia secara online learning secara subject level, dia punya disiplin tu perlu ada lah. Dan saya capture elemen-elemen yang patut ada. Pertamanya, cabaran yang ada adalah on the authentication of learning and learners, dan at the same time cabaran to keep on motivating the student to learn. Dan saya rasa di LMS tu tadi menunjukkan macam mana benda tu dapat dilaksanakan, dan cabaran different time zone tu of course lah satu cabaran, and that's why saya rasa the asynchronous part will be important untuk yang berkaitan to support the different time zone of the student. Dan saya berminatlah dengan your emphasis on the training lah. Full package on the design, delivery and assessment, and of course saya rasa elemen review pun samalah ya. So thank you very much Dr. Biha. I think the audience can continue to masukkan apa saja that you think in our pigeonhole. We have some related to MQA punya policy, some also related to the ODL itself. Some also related to online learning, but also I hope that everybody can look into two perspectives. Even though we are talking about ODL, it does not only refer to the whole full package of a program. Kita also need to look into at the subject level, of which this will be helpful to our institution and lecturers yang bukan menawarkan ODL secara original. Dia ada program konvensional yang adapted to ODL because of the pandemic. So I hope that that can be also looked into that perspective. Dr. Mai nampak sudah ready. Dia pun sudah senyum. Thank you Dr. Biha. So we move to Dr. Neo Maitao. Okay. Professor Neo Maita is professor in the Faculty of Creative Multimedia, specializing in e-learning and digital curriculum, and the former director for academic development for excellence in program and teaching, shortly ADEP. Prof. Mai is director of the award-winning My Research Lab and founding chairperson for Camelot. It is short form for Center for Adaptive Multimedia Education and Learning Content Technologies Research Center. Okay, and managing director for International Journal of Creative Multimedia (IJCM). Prof. Mai's research interests are in the design of constructivist learning environment. Payah juga nak sebut ni. Micro learning, team-based learning and web-based education. She was the recipient of many awards, medal and research grant at university, national and international level. So other than online learning expert, I think you are the expert in creative multimedia. I think this is very important because saya rasa dalam bidang education ni, saya rasa creative multimedia will play an important part. Just to digress a bit, we are reviewing our creative multimedia standard, and we are emphasizing also on educational technology as part of one specialization in creative multimedia. Okay, sorry to digress that on that. With that note, Professor Mai, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen? It's okay?
Your screen is fine.
Thank you. Good morning still. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you to JBT and MQA for inviting me. I'm honored to be part of the panelists, and I wish everybody a good morning and hope everybody's staying safe. My presentation today is MMU's journey on online learning, how we started and how we prepared and how we adapted with online learning in our curriculum and also with the coming pandemic. So I'll be sharing some of the best practices or our actual online e-learning journey. So in terms of online learning in MMU, we've actually been having online learning as a practice since the early days when we first started out in Cyberjaya. When MIT started putting their courses online, we created our own in-house learning management system. We call that the Multimedia Learning System, MMLS for short. And it's a web-based course delivery engine. So in here, this is where our lecturers would put up courses and announcements and things that students can access online. So we've been having that since 2000, and it's still continuing in its adapted form and updated form until today. In 2003, we developed, I think, probably one of the first masters in e-learning. We called it the Masters of Multimedia with E-Learning Technologies. And this was a degree that allowed students to learn about creative multimedia design, as well as development of courseware and management of interactive multimedia applications. So because there was a call for more e-learning developers and graduates at the nation level, so MMU created this Masters of Multimedia. Now we have revamped it and updated it, and we're offering it as Masters of Digital Learning beginning this year. So with that, then come 2014, when the Malaysian Blueprint started, asking for more technology to be used in the classrooms. MMU sort of embarked on their new initiative, MMU transformation, with the iUniversity plan moving towards more blended learning. So as part of that initiative, they came up with the Blend initiative. And that was where we were looking at putting online courses, online components in our courses. So we were moving very slowly from, at that time, face-to-face into becoming a little bit more hybrid, with about 30% of our curriculum using blended learning tools, looking towards more student-centered, constructivist types of approaches to our teaching and learning, and hopefully trying to move a little bit away from more of the exam-based teaching and learning approaches. So during that time, we embarked on an initiative with training of the lecturers to incorporate a little bit more technology into the classroom, developing more blended learning applications. As you can see, there were some who actually went and created platforms for their students, which were then later on incorporated into our LMS system, where we allowed more online dissemination of information and more project-based types of assessments. So during that time, between 2016 to 2019, it was pretty much our blended learning era. We had a blended learning strategy, or a framework, which we introduced to the university called the EQuad framework, especially talking about 4 E's, where we would engage our students, we would enhance their learning, empower them with skills, and creating an enjoyable learning platform within the classroom environment, as well as within the online environment. So our slogan was teach smarter, learn better. And by teaching smarter, we were introducing the idea of using more technology and blended learning tools to be able to help with some of the workload that the lecturers were probably having, as well as to try to create a more conducive and motivating and more dynamic type of environment for our students, who were then already very hardwired into using technology. The learn better part was, while we were doing that, we were looking towards enhancing the learning experiences now. So we weren't looking so much as delivering the content to the students or using tools, but to use them in a more conducive way that makes the learning experience more enjoyable to the students. So following these 4 E's of the blended learning strategy framework, we introduced a bit more project-based, more collaborative type learning strategies. We wanted more critical thinking, more reflection, evaluation, as well as more technology in the classrooms. Then moving on, the next phase was the establishment of the Office of Academic Development. It's a very long name, but we call it ADAPT for short. I do have to say we always were confused with ACAP by just one alphabet, but we were ADAPT, so we were for the Development of Excellence in Programs and Teaching in 2016, and it was tasked to drive the blended learning initiative and more online learning approaches in the classroom. So to do that, we formed the teaching and learning agents. These were staff members who became what we call talents for the university. They would be the support, the staff support in terms of helping staff prepare courses, prepare their curriculum, using tools, perhaps giving more pedagogical support, and helping them redesign their courses to move towards more, to have more online learning components. So the formation of talents was to help us help the university plan, organize, and have the teaching workshops across all faculties. I was also to help drive the use of blended learning tools. So we did a study in 2017 on blended learning awareness and what was it that the staff really wanted if they were going to go ahead and use tools and create online learning strategies. And the results came back saying that they wanted more, they wanted to use the tools that were easy, and the learning curve was not so high. It was useful as well, it was easy to use. So that was what we in ADAPT developed all right, to be able to help staff achieve these competencies. So then we created the MMU Teaching and Learning Framework, where there were two folds to this framework. We wanted to give certain competencies to the staff in order to prepare them for both enhancing their classroom teaching, as well as creating engaging online learning activities and content delivery. So in terms of creating support and training for them, we had workshops in blended learning and learning environment design. We had knowledge and pedagogy training, as well as curriculum development, or OBE. And we would be preparing them to reach these kinds of outcomes. We wanted our lecturers and our staff not to just remain as lecturers who can just deliver content with technology, but to aspire to do more research in teaching and learning, to have more leadership and recognition, and to have innovation. So we gave them the option to, if they wanted to create courseware, if they wanted to create their own MOOCs, anything to make the teaching and learning strategies not just more technology-based and pedagogically based, but to be more creative-based. So every lecturer would have a different skill set or different style of presenting their content. And, that we didn't want to pigeonhole them into one cookie cutter type of academic and lecturer and teaching style. So we didn't want that. So with that, I'm sorry, hold on. All right, with that, we will continue with that with a 30% in inclusion of these blended learning tools until COVID-19 hit. So there's nothing better than a pandemic to make everybody go online. So with that, we became a disruptor in our education, right? So that with when global pandemic of COVID-19 hit, we had the MCO in March 18, 2020. All classrooms had to convert into online. So we were very much taken by surprise. We were 2 weeks into the new trimester coming. So in 2 weeks, we had to prepare everybody to create their teaching plans and their curriculum online. Now, luckily for us, we already had about 3 or 4 years of blended learning at 30% of their curriculum. But, there was still the need to urgently transform it all into 100% to be able to cope with the pandemic. So we faced the urgent transformation to suddenly adapt to a fully online and changing all our curriculum into online materials. We needed to provide increased e-learning supports and tools. Now, even though there was not the need for alternative assessments, because you couldn't go to classes physically to take your exams, there was a need to create more online activities, throughout the trimester. So whatever they were already doing before that, now we had a need to intensify it and to create more ways to be able to sustain it throughout the trimester of 14 to 15 weeks. So they needed increased support and improved support, both at the technical and the pedagogical level. So how MMU prepared for that was we quickly created the virtual classroom learning model. We called it the VCM, both for the staff and the students, because not only were we needing to prepare our staff to teach online, we also needed to suddenly address the students' needs and expectations of what it is to learn online. And to make sure that they know what was expected of them and what they expected from this new platform. So we created guidelines and we created the toolkits for our lecturers and our staff and our students. So these included blended learning and Web 2.0 tools. And then, as I said, we were 2 weeks into going to the next trimester. So the university came up and did all these immersion programs to be able to address students' needs. So we had a live session with the students to introduce them to online learning, to tell them as to what is it that they were to expect, what were the LMSs to use, how to go on Google Workspace. In MMU, although we have MMLS as our official platform, we are also a Google university, Google Education University. So we were using Google Workspace as well in tandem with our MMLS, working together to deliver all our online content and our collaborations with our students. So this is the model. We created this model to sort of equip lecturers. We had one for students and one for lecturers as well. So we created this model to show the student, to show lecturers what to do before the trimester, how to actually prepare and prepare the technical part and also the material part before they started classes, and how to plan their teaching plans of their classes, and then what to do during their trimester. There were many upheavals in terms of workload, but they also now had to manage all the technical parts of online learning. So we provided this model to tell them what to expect, but we also provided what kinds of tools that they needed to do to use in order to be able to manage and deliver the content in class. So it was more of now implementing everything that they had learned when they went to the training classes that they did on blended learning years before. They had to now implement it full force. All right, so obviously this would create a little bit more of a confusion, and also maybe some of them were not very confident in doing it. We had a lot of people, lecturers coming to us and asking us, how to do this. Even though they knew how to do it, there was a lot of lack of confidence among the lecturers, as to how to prepare and how to maintain it throughout the trimester. So in order to help address that, we gave a lot of training. We did an intense course of training 1 week. In 1 week, we did 25 online workshops to 85% of our staff, technical and non-technical staff. All right, so we did that for 1 week because we were going to start the week after. So we didn't really have a choice. We had to do it all in 1 week. We trained 85% of them. We used all the tools that we told them, that they can use to be able to teach class online for 14 weeks. We use everything in Google Workspace together with our LMS, as well as third-party blended learning tools. What they had done as small activities, now they were using it as major components of their classes. Okay, so this is just one of the videos. We did it for every faculty throughout the 3 campuses. Virtually, all right, in MMU. All right, so aside from the online learning, because we were able to record, we also wanted to target, some of them who wanted to revisit it, and of course, we had to support them throughout the 14 weeks. So we had our online platform, which is called Elite Online. Here we uploaded all the training modules, the videos, more resources for the staff, and they could access this 24/7, revisit it. We had tips and tricks that we put inside that they could access as well. We also created a Google Classroom hub for all the staff that went for the training. So it was by faculty, and these were managed by our talents. So in this particular Google Classroom hub, those who attended the workshop would join it as students or participants, and inside there, our lecturers or our talents would help support them throughout the trimester by answering their questions. Perhaps if they had some queries about what tools they needed to use for a certain kind of alternative assessments, then our talents would provide short answers to that, and probably help them to set up. We also trained our faculty technicians in all the Google Workspace skills, because we were all Google certified as well. We're Google certified trainers. And so we did the training for the non-academic staff. So they would also provide that kind of support. So pedagogically, we would use our talents, and then technically we would use the faculty technicians. During this time, a lot of things were also had to change. We had to look at alternative assessments. So we moved a lot towards student-centered type of assessments, constructivist types, more project-based, moving away from exam-based classrooms, or teaching. So after the trimester was over, we also wanted to find out, how were they prepared, or we wanted to get some feedback from them. So we administered a technology acceptance model survey to gauge their readiness, or just get their feedback. And we looked at these factors on platform, content, ease of use, usefulness, their attitudes, and an intention to use, because at that time we did not know how long the pandemic was going to last, or how long online learning was going to last. Would we be going back, or would we be going forward? All right, so we went from MCO to RMCO back to MCO. There's so many of that happening last year. So we wanted to find out, how would they feel if we were to go on, or how did they feel, doing this 100% during the trimester. So we were happy to see that a lot of our staff said that, they were able to provide the learning activities. They were able to create their own content. They were able to provide alternative assessments. Many of them switched to project-based, as I said, more student-centered types of assessments. They were better able to manage their content. They were able to gauge, do question and answers online, thanks to the training on Google, engage with their students. And after one trimester, they became more confident in their abilities, like all the training that they had, suddenly they realized that they can actually perform in their classes. So we also asked comments from both staff and students. Our staff really liked so far, being able to have their class with their students. They didn't have any constraints on place and time. The ability to record their classes was a big help for those students who couldn't join. And they found out that their students were more communicative. So those who were usually quiet in conventional classes, face-to-face, they became a bit more communicative in the chat box. And very interestingly enough, classes that started at 8 a.m. had 100% attendance. And this was to us, it was very interesting, it was very surprising, and we actually liked it. So when we asked our students why, and they were saying, they had nothing to do. They came at 8 o'clock and their parents were standing behind, making sure that they were actually in class. So that bode very well for our attendance sheets. Sharing materials was now easier. There was no need to photocopy and hand out, and any of the issues of things being lost and not received were no longer of issue. It also allowed them to solve classes, not being able to go to physical classes during the MCO, and also meet the challenges of this pandemic. Now, for our students, they found out that, they can rearrange their schedules. If they were not able to attend class, they can go back and look at the recordings. They were able to ask questions, and they found that the lecturers were more attentive because they couldn't go anywhere but in front. They had to look at the screens, so they had to be more attentive to them. A lot of them found it to be time saving, and of course cost saving, because they didn't have to wake up early and travel to class. A lot also said that they were able to concentrate better because there's no distraction around by other students. Sometimes in classes, some students will be playing, some students will be sort of interrupting the classes. But in this one, you are one-to-one with the class, so they were able to concentrate. They liked that they were able to use a lot of tools. Of course, these are these are the tech generation, so using the different tools in the classes was very helpful to them. It made it more stimulating and more fun. They found themselves more relaxed, and at that time they found that the lecturers interacted with them more, as opposed to walking around and just giving passive lectures. So a lot of them said that they did enjoy the virtual classroom, and they were more motivated to learn. So that to us was very encouraging, using the VCLM, because that very systematic structure, gave the lecturers a very organized way to prepare their classes. But we also had some challenges. Now, the staff reported that although it was good for them to teach online, like we didn't face major hiccups during that trimester. It was pretty much a smooth sailing for us. because we had built those underlying infrastructures with the Google Classroom support from our talents and also from the technician and the trainings that we were giving. But then there were still challenges, of course, with virtual learning, right? They still lacked some ways to interact with their students. Lecturers found that it was still hard. Those were really, really quiet. Some of them still stayed quiet because, the dynamics of class, especially in a big class, you would only get the ones who were more boisterous, to speak up more. The really quiet ones, it was really hard to get at them. You couldn't walk up to them and ask them the questions. Then lecturers are then also looking, because they were getting more confident, they wanted more activities and how to engage students in collaboration. So for the following trimester in 2020, to be able to address these challenges and requests from the lecturers, we introduced team-based learning. So team-based learning is a teaching strategy or pedagogy that comes from cooperative learning or constructivist learning, and it's based in the US. And we introduced it first with the trainings coming in the following trimester. But before that, we did a webinar with them to show them some of the best practices of some of our staff who were already practicing it. So we exposed them first to what TBL was, and then we offered the training. So during that specific team-based learning training, we trained 50% of our staff, and throughout the year 2020, it was implemented in about 251 courses. So some of the staff were sharing, these are some of the ways that they adopted team-based learning into their classes. And, it was adapted, there was and modified according to how they thought was best. They either used the conventional flow of team-based learning, or they modified it according to how they feel would fit their classes. So this time, when we finished the trimester, we asked students what they thought of team-based learning inside. And here we got some really good feedback saying that, it was easier for them to divide their tasks. They actually found that they can communicate more with each other, because prior to that, students were lamenting that they never got to meet their friends. It was very difficult to talk to them. They felt a little lonely. But with introducing TBL, they found that they were able to communicate better. The fact that it was a collaborative and group-based learning situation, they were able to increase their understanding. Whatever mistakes they thought whatever they thought they knew, or mistakes that they made, they were able to correct it based on group discussions. They can engage with their peers. They like that, with group-based learning, of course, the group always works together for the common goal. They felt like, understanding the lectures were better, was more efficient and was better for them. And the fact that team-based learning practices flipped classroom, they were able to prepare themselves before the class starts, making them more active participants during the classes. So in terms of ADAPT support or MMU support to help throughout the year 2020, we did the training on the virtual classes, and then we supplemented it with team-based learning and more Google technical trainings. So we did 43 workshops in 2020 of over 820 individual participants. We only have about 860 staff, all right? We had a team-based learning webinar, and the one that I showed earlier. And we also have an annual elite virtual event where we invited prominent speakers to talk about online learning and coping with pandemics, and how to teach better online. Right. So, and also with our Elite Online, we had a lot of these modules that the staff, and this is only accessible by staff, but we put in these different modules here that they can enroll, and they can actually go through them themselves. So, because to actually schedule training classes or for them to attend workshops and all, it can be a little bit daunting for them to pick a time that was suitable for them. So we put everything online for them to learn. So they were learning online about how to teach online. We gave them badges and certificates and training hours. So the staff's professional development was also being addressed throughout this pandemic time, and it's still continuing till today. So in terms of reflection, we found that the virtual classroom learning model was helpful and effective for helping the lecturers prepare online. The fact that we had been doing online learning maybe in pockets, since 2000, moving up to 30% in the classroom, and then suddenly 100%. We had been practicing it already. So the move towards fully online learning during the pandemic was not as rough, suffice to say, knock on wood, we did not have major issues in terms of that transition. And the support that we got from our IT services department in terms of the MMLS, the learning management, and also the Google Workspace platforms, being able to use both to support the delivery of content as well as the pedagogical support from ADAPT and the talents, it actually helps staff build confidence in teaching online. So as of now, the online teaching has become quite pervasive. It's quite natural now for a lot of the staff to prepare, and some of them are moving forward towards maybe building their own interactive courseware. So with that fundamental level of confidence already, we found that the staff can actually move on to the next level. So what would be post-pandemic, perhaps, for us? So I probably think that we're going to continue with online learning, but perhaps, when we are able to return, hybrid learning will be the next step, and also flexible learning with personal learning spaces, more collaborative spaces, continuing from that whole base of online learning on its own. Perhaps more increased experiential learning now using mixed reality tools like virtual reality, augmented reality, and perhaps artificial intelligence like chatbots to help the learning process. And of course, now with more postgraduate degrees looking into this direction, we have the Masters of Digital Learning available, so that our students who join this postgrad degree can come in and learn about more of digital learning, and also disseminating the idea of online learning in their career. So with that, I think that's all I have. All right, so thank you very much. All right, so these are some of the items, that the staff feedback to us as an appendix. All right, so they did score pretty well on that. And with that, I will stop my presentation. Thank you, everybody. And I will take the questions later during the Q&A time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mai. Refreshing. And of course, very insightful. I think I captured the sentiment that I think there has been a journey, adoption and adaptation at the MMU. And I think, but also I think you also shared challenges of adaptation for the new normal. But of course, I also capture a sentiment that's a lot of opportunity for improvement in the future. I think you also emphasize on there's a need of immersion of the online learning in the overall framework, academic framework of the university. And I think you also shared that because of the pandemic, many things need to be intensified. I think you stress on there should be guideline to staff, the short intervention, immediate intervention that you have implemented, and also I think the follow up when you say that you have these dedicated resources and whatsoever. And I think you also emphasize on the need of having the toolkit for the students. I think I received sharing from many of our colleagues. These two guidelines to staff and also toolkit to students have been implemented by many of our universities. And I think I would like to focus more. I think this is one might be interesting to be pondered by all of our audience, is your sharing on team-based learning, where you emphasize on collaborative work. You can be physically at a distance, but of course your mind and also your interaction can always be as close as it could be. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mai. I hope that our audience can reflect further of whatever has been shared by all of our three panels. I think it's time for our Q&A. I would like to invite all our panel to be panelists to be on the screen. Dr. Afzan, are you there? Dr. Novia is already here. Okay, kita akan ke Q&A. Boleh tak sekretariat untuk paparkan di pigeonhole? Okey, yang ni soalan pertama. Saya rasa yang ni lebih kepada untuk MQA jawab lah. Tapi saya jawab secara ringkas dan kalau boleh mungkin rakan-rakan saya untuk beri jawapan secara bertulis. Saya rasa ini with regard to MQA Guideline of Curriculum Foundation yang published in 2019. There's I think a component of basic ICT and I think the exploration of whatever that you need to put there will be will need to be maksudnya based on the creativity of the institution lah ya. Itu kalau boleh saya nyatakan di situ. So short answer from me. So can we move to other questions? Okay. Alright. Okay, yang ni saya rasa dia capture daripada Dr. Dorwiha punya practice di UTM. They will have an award to the good kira macam excellent practitioner of ODL ataupun online learning. I think yang ni kita boleh ni lah, boleh consider untuk MQA atau JPT.
Universiti Cik Zafir, dia nak level MQA pula.
Okay, level national level lah, bukan MQA.
National level. Yes.
Kami bincang dengan JPT on this. Amin. So next. Okay. Is the attendance compulsory for ODL program? Okay. Ataupun online learning lah. For kalau kau tengok at the level of subject. Kita bagi Dr. Afzan dulu lah.
Alright, thank you, Tuan Zafir. Okay, we look back at the question again. Thank you, Dr. Hugh, for asking this question. Is the attendance compulsory for the ODL program? Alright, to be honest, the answer is no. Right, the answer is no. I can answer in one word, no. But let me explain again why. Because there's a why behind it. Because when we are designing or implementing ODL programs, remember it is beyond space and time. That is the main concept. It is beyond space and time. Therefore, we have e-forums that I give you an example, a practical example. I have a question. All right. So what is the definition of management? I will ask the tutor now. The tutor may not reply me immediately. The tutor may reply me tonight or maybe tomorrow morning via the forum. That is one example. So it does not happen in real time. Number two, the second example I can give you. So I'm having a class now with you directly. I'm having a teaching and learning session. You may not attend, but I'm recording this session. Eventually, I will put it back in the system, LMS system, and you can look at it again tomorrow. So we have physical face-to-face, we have online face-to-face synchronous, and we have non-face-to-face synchronous. Remember, the definition of ODL. The definition of ODL is 80% of the SLT must be delivered via ODL, which means to say 80% of the SLT must be delivered via online face-to-face synchronous and non-face-to-face asynchronous. So we try to minimize physical face-to-face in ODL. So the answer is again no. Attendance is not compulsory. It's not real time. It's not. It's beyond space, and time.
So yeah, basically it's about the completion of learning kan, and attainment of because because you complete the whatever that is being specified asynchronous and synchronous. So sekarang ni for MQA we already I think since 2019 we already recognize that ODL can be 100% online. No need for physical face-to-face engagement. But of course, it's up to the institution, a strategy of the institution to how to design best based on their requirement. Dr. Norbiha nak tambah ke?
Saya rasa dah extensive dah tu.
Okay. Kalau macam tu kita go for the next question. Okay. Yang ni memang dia tanya terus dekat Dr. Norbiha.
Okay. How long basically did it take for UTM to design and prepare all the self-instructed material before launching? I would say 1.5 years macam tu. Tapi with very rigorous effort, with very rigorous series of workshop for preparation. Jadi workshop ni, development workshop ni, kita akan panggil lah pensyarah-pensyarah yang terlibat untuk buat selain daripada dia pergi training, other than they went to training. Training tu sebenarnya untuk give them awareness that they have to teach differently, not so much on developing SIM itself. Sebab SIM itself ni kita buat workshop lain yang memang untuk minta mereka buat SIM other than dia kena buat sendirilah masing-masing. Tapi workshopnya untuk develop material tu pun kita buat juga. That is aside than training, 6 training just now. So I would say about 1.5 years macam tu.
Untuk full package of a program lah kan? Kalau you go for course level tak adalah because the way that I expect that some of the subject already existing subject. When you have a new program, might be 30% or 30% already an existing subject that you need. You just add on another whatever that you need to.
And again because yang ODL program ni dia punya it is not open to public. Like we are concerned about, for example, copyright issues in the notes that the lecturers develop. We are aware of that. We have that concern. However, because it is in a closed environment, kita taklah run turning in for all of the notes that lecturers develop. So as long as the materials are there, and the important thing is that yang SIM tu adalah self-develop. Itu je. Kalau macam resources lain tu, kita tak check lah for example dia punya authenticity and copyright issues lah. Kalau macam YouTube videos biasanya kita tak adalah check sampai level kalau mereka nak letakkan pautan YouTube videos lain, kita tak adalah check sama ada is it shareable or not, because this is a very closed system. We don't go to that extent lah, as long as the SIM is there, macam tu.
Prof Mai, I think extending to Dr. Norbiha's sharing on because I think you shared that you also leverage on this Google, Kahoot and whatsoever. Would you have any problem macam yang Dr. Biha cerita on the IP, intellectual copyright dan sebagainya? How you deal with that on your maksudnya on your content lah, digital content?
For ours, since ours is internal, Google is only accessible to those who have an MMU email, so it's all internal. But if they were to create anything for outside, then yes, it will have to go through either the committee to check, the legal committee to check for copyrights.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, shall we proceed to the next question? Okay, yang ni saya rasa is a favorite question. There's two parts of digital learning. Biasanya, it can be a totally substitution to the conventional learning. Dia ada juga di mana dia tak boleh substitute 100%. It cannot substitute 100%. Dia jadi support saja. That means you still need to do ni. So basically untuk practical, clinical is still ni. Just sharing our advisory note December 2020, we have outlined a remote and virtual latihan industry for early childhood and early childhood education lah. So I think we describe it intensively how it can be done remotely for latihan industry. So mungkin yang ni kita bagi kepada tiga-tiga panel lah. I think yang ni boleh saya rasa because saya rasa way to go pada masa akan datang. Many of these lab, practical, it can go to simulation, augmented reality dan sebagainya. Since we have this creative multimedia expert, mungkin Prof Mai.
I think they were having the same problem as to how they were going to do lab sessions. I think the engineering and the IT department came up with one of the apps that they were able to do. And also, I think in terms of what the lab, what they did was they asked the students to turn on the computer and then do the session right in front of the lecturer. So sort of like how we do psychomotor observable behavior. So that's how they would carry out the lab sessions during the pandemic time. Now I think they're trying, now it's a bit hybrid already, but during the 100% online, when we had to adapt very quickly, that's what we did. We asked the students to come at the same time, turn on the computer, and then carry out the lab in front of the lecturer.
Okay, if that, so that means most of the time it's need a synchronous virtual.
Yes,
okay.
But I think to be fair, I think some of the lecturers may have found on their own some of the more sophisticated apps that allow them to do the labs a bit more virtually.
Dr. Nurbiha?
We do not have specific guideline for carrying out lab session. But the one example that I showed just now is actually a subject that requires lab session. It deals with, for example, software that students have to access to. For example, they have to have access to Adobe Flash software, and all this software is usually installed in computer labs at the university in campus. However, we have to work on this, for example, licensing. We have to work out with our digital team. How can our students have access to a software remotely? And as you see just now, our lecturers demonstrate how can the lesson, how to use the software, how to create things in software. So it's actually additional effort that has to be spent and workload actually to lecturers in preparing this kind of hands-on related subject. So I would say for now, we have them in the form of recorded videos that is being demonstrated and prepared by our lecturers, and the students have access to the software as well, and we provide these licenses to the students lah.
So basically, the opportunity yang Dr. Nurbiha shared is partially it can be done asynchronous. Nilah, okay, all right. That's opportunity lah. As I look into it, and becoming more personalized lah for the student. Okay, can we go to the next? I think I remember OUM also have this distant learning for nursing program. If you want to share on this part.
Boleh, Tuan Zafir. I think I will take the second. I think the first portion was very well explained by Prof. New and Dr. Nurbiha, but I'll take the second part of the question. Most universities lack the infrastructure to fully cater to this. So I will take that part of the question. You see, when we implement ODL, we have to look at 5 years, 10 years punya strategic planning, whereby the tutor cost will be reduced, the operational cost will be definitely reduced. What you call that, the day-to-day assessment cost, maybe you have question bank, we have banyak system kan. So more and more students will be coming in, more and more revenue will be coming in. So the golden rule is, before making more money, we have to spend a little bit money first.
But also from your sharing, I think you emphasize that whenever that you want to venture on this, you have to look into a total substitution of the ni. Kalau kita bagi co-insight, supporting, dia jadi double work untuk the student and also lah. Maybe macam tu kot maybe ya. Alright, thank you very much of the three speakers. Saya rasa we can go to the next question. It's from Zach. Okay. What is your view on setting up centralized platform like Coursera or edX combining all ODL offering for universities in Malaysia? What is your? I think yang ni opportunity. When we go online, we can innovate. Apa saja platform, we can pecah, we can introduce many packages lah. Dr. Nabiha nak start dulu kah? Sila Dr. Nabiha, you are muted. Ya, Dr. Nabiha dia publish MOOC. Dr. Nabiha, you are muted.
Yes. I would say if we combine all ODL offerings for universities in Malaysia, we need a body or maybe a centralized unit that has to oversee and monitor and maintain most of all. Because this is not easy to maintain, I think. If you want to have all of the, however, if you want to have a specific only landing page that display, you know, you can click this one and then it point us to specific institution. We have another ODL course and then point that to the specific institution. I think that is fine. I think even maybe at GPT level can do that to have a landing page and then that students can click on. However, if all of the maintenance and students enrollment is to be centralized, that will be a little bit challenging. But to have maybe a landing page that display all of the ODL programs offered in Malaysia, I think that is possible. That can be done, I think. Maybe even MQA themselves maybe can have a simple landing page that can point all of this hyperlink of program to the specific university for them to enroll later on. I think that can be done.
I think our MQR boleh buat satu section of ODL. Malaysian Question Register. Prof Mai?
I agree. I think it'll be good. I was just going to share that during the pandemic, Coursera actually offered MMU and other impacted universities free licenses for about the whole time to take their classes. And that actually helped some of our lecturers, especially the ones in the technical courses, to give online activities. So they gave us all these free licenses up to August. So if we were to have something like that as well, I think it would work really well.
I think untuk this perspective bukan saja on the program itself, because I think you can have the option of having a platform which enlisted at the subject level. That means at individual subject level. I don't want to take the whole package of this introduction to might be computer science or whatever, tapi bachelor in computer science, tapi I just want to take 1 or 2 modules from that is on modular basis. Dr. Afzan?
Yes, Tuan Zafi, I think I agree completely with you. This is somewhere we have already started, yeah? We have already started because if we look at it from a different angle, we can start taking courses in ODL institutions through micro-credential. Maybe not combining all the ODL offerings in Malaysia, but there are places that you can take micro-credentials. You can, there are 3 ways to obtain a degree now. There are 3 ways. Either you take micro-credential courses from one university, either you take micro-credential from various universities and go to one final university and to get your degree, or either you take standalone courses through micro-credential and then sooner or later convert that into credits via FSC in a university. So we have started somewhere on this. I think MQA has done a good job in implementing micro-credential. The guidelines is also available. I think you guys can look at the micro-credential guidelines 2020. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the details are in there. Maybe not offering the total programs via ODL like what you suggested, but maybe like what Encik Zafi said, look at it from a subject point of view rather than a program point of view.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, can we go to the next question? Got some problem ke? Okay, all right. Ini question for all speaker. For new opening of ODL program, are there any expected matters to expect from your experience when the session begins? Okay, yang ni kita bagi Dr. Afzan dululah.
Okay, memang when we want to implement ODL macam-macam lah. I won't lie to you lah. Memang macam-macam matters I expected from our experience. First of all, of course, the SIM. One of the main issue is the SIM. To develop the SIM, like what Dr. Nobi has said tadi, it may take 1 year. Yeah, it may take 1 year because you want to convert the SIM. You want to create a good conversion. It must be conversation style writing. Right, it must be conversation style writing. It must be friendly. There must be self-test question. There must be interesting question, and it must be broken down into chunks. So one answer is yes from the SIM perspective. Another answer will be from the LMS perspective. Yeah, you want to design a system. You want to integrate the LMS with your admission system, with your library, with the email of the student. That is another point of view. In terms of support system, once you implement this, the next problem or the next challenge would be to make people understand. One thing is how to use the LMS, how to use the digital library to make them understand on the requirements of the program, the requirements of the technological needs. So that is another issue that you have to look into, and also not only that, the internal staff, yeah, capacity building for the internal staff. If you are conventional, you want to move to ODL, of course they must be trained first. You have to look at those things because you want to ensure that your staff are well equipped, they are able to answer questions related to ODL. And one of the major elements is you have to be always prepared for audit lah, which means quality assurance sooner or later. These are some of the things that you have to have your IQM team working together with your registry, with the faculty members. You have to buy in the faculty member support as well, because it is a change. As we know, when the faculty members are required to do ODL, they have to get new skills. They have to maybe change their style of teaching. All right. So these are some of the things from my experience.
Okay. Dr. Biha nak add?
I think Dr. Afzan has I think that is the same. It's not the same hiccups that we experience, but some of them includes at UTM, for example, setting up infrastructure, because we believe that infrastructure is the heart of this ODL. It has to be a very tip-top in very tip-top condition. So we did before apply for additional funding to set this up, and then when we set this up and we apply for funding, and then we have to of course pay back the money in terms of recruitment and enrollment. And I think initially we thought that not many will enroll in this program, but apparently there are received more and more students. I think in the second cohort we have more than the ones in the first cohort. So I think it also scares us a little bit to meet the demand of this increasing number of students enrolling in ODL programs. And of course, we also have new schools wanting to offer ODL programs, and I think they seem to be familiarized now with the way teaching entirely online. So somehow the issue about how do I teach online is not so much an issue just now. It's not so much an issue already because they are a little bit used to it by now. So we have to bear in mind at the very beginning of our offering, we have to meet our students' expectation. That is, I think, the most challenging part, because they expect more. Because in UTM, for example, the fees, I'm not sure how it is comparable to conventional program, but they want the services that they paid for. So we have to really give out our all to meet our students' demand. I think that is the most challenging part in offering this ODL program.
Prof. Mai, you want to add?
Yeah, I'm going to come from the other side. I think that one of the things that we really need to address is preparing our lecturers. Because ODL is a different kettle of fish in the sense that you've got your sims and all that. When you prepare them, the lecturers may be good lecturers in conventional sense. They may be able to teach online, but are they good for ODL in the sense that can they handle the workload? Can they handle the presentation? because you need a certain kind of lecturer to speak, to do the proper sims, to convey, because it's a lot of audio. There's going to be a lot of audio in what they're doing because the lecture may not be there. So that the person who is going to take this class has to be somebody who is properly trained to handle the not just the infrastructure, but the delivery of these programs. So I believe that training of the lecturers specifically for the demands of ODL is going to be something that needs to be taken into account, because we cannot just assume because you've been able to teach in a class or you've been able to have online classes, you will be able to do ODL as well. I think it would be a bit superficial or maybe too presumptive of us to assume that that's a natural progression. There must be a specific training for ODL.
Yeah, I must agree with that. From MQ perspective, we also experience differences of a newly institution first time applying ODL with institution which already have a good platform on ODL. So normally we would expect quite a smooth kind of application if it is already an established ODL intervention at the university. But of course, it's a journey that every institution need to take whenever they decide to get involved in an ODL. If we can go to the next questions. I think this one has been answered. Can we pass this? Okay. Yeah, this one I think has been touched a bit by Dr. Afzan. And I think also by Dr. Norbiha and Prof. Mai in the presentation, but as very specific on the psychology has been mentioned by Dr. Afzan. Okay. Dr. Afzan.
All right.
Dealing with adult students.
Please make this training mandatory for ODL lecturers. Basic psychology in dealing with adult students. All right, I believe there is, like what Prof. Mai said, we cannot assume, we cannot assume. We have to make sure that the lecturers are ready to teach ODL, especially because we are dealing with adult students. But there is a requirement in COPA for capacity building. I think the right terminology here is capacity building for lecturers. And the COPA requirement is very general about it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Capacity building can also be, you go for OBE classes, or you go for APAD classes, or you go for how to teach biotechnology classes, or you go for basic psychology classes. I mean, when you are going for this, it depends on the institutional needs. If your institution feels that you want to have or enhance the basic psychology skills of the adult students, I'm sure you can implement some trainings on basic psychology, basic personality, working with different personality. I agree, I completely agree with you that this is a very important skill that lecturers must have to teach the adults. However, the terminology used is capacity building. So I think this is from institution to institution, you can implement this. It's a good practice. It's definitely a good practice, because in our place, we also have trainings. Before teaching ODL, we have to go through 11 courses. You know, how to write, how to develop SIM, how to prepare for accreditation documents, how to work with different personalities, how to provide support system. There is a training program, definitely, but to be the word mandatory is very heavy for me, and I don't think so. I have the power to say yes here. So it is a good practice, definitely. It is a good practice.
I think this one would be up to the institution how to design the capacity building. Because of the pandemic, I think the ODL needs to be stretched not only for adult learner. I think now the school leaver, whenever that they go to the institution, they cannot go to the campus. They need to go for online learning also. I think generally it need to have a, a good way of capacity in dealing with students, whatever profile they are. Okay, can we go to the next question? Okey, yang ini mungkin kita akan bincang nanti pada sesi keempat, that we have a sharing. I think some professional body already terima on ODL. I think luar negara pun sama. Yang ni cuma kita tidak very specific lah. Ada setengah tu masih, ada setengah tu, and then ada setengah tu bukan fully, ada setengah tu masih lagi hybrid dan sebagainya. Yang ini tak ada direct jawapan lah on this lah, ya. Yeah. So next. Okay. Yang ni even though kepada Dr. Nurbiha, I hope that other two panels can also share their insight on this.
Okay. Make sure CLO can be successfully achieved for engineering or any science and technology program. Okay, so for now we have master in forensic engineering, as in engineering program, and our master in educational technology, although it is a social science subject, social science program, it deals a lot with science and technology as well. I would say we carried out that not as per normal, but the resources and the way we teach have to be more extensive from usual, because they don't meet us regularly. We only have a minimum 6 hours. There are also lecturers who carried out more. Minimum 6 hours of synchronous online learning session. And if you look at the example of our learning management system, one of the subject that is one technical subject just now, there are a lot of resources being provided and a lot of SIM being developed to serve the students in the course. So I would say that it relies heavily on the resources and the assistance and the presence that we provide to our students by our lecturers, because that is the main communication mode for them to reach out to their lecturers. So the learning environment has to be extensively provided with resources that they need. Other than, of course, you have to clearly align all of your assessment activities and deliveries with the CLO. The resources has to be more than usual. And the SIM being developed also has to be extensive than usual. And I think most of our lecturers, they did when they carried out this synchronous session, they do it in such a in a flip classroom way. So before they meet synchronously online, they have the resources before and then have them discuss before, and then they meet online, so that the moment they meet online synchronously is more fruitful and more meaningful, rather than just delivering content or say how are you today. So I think that is the least that what we are currently doing in our program related to hands-on subject or courses. I think this authoring subject that we have just now is example of a subject that requires a lot of hands-on because they have to master a specific software in the subject.
So, good question. This is a very good question. In terms of answering this question, I think there are 3 examples that I would like to give. All right, in terms of operationalizing ODL. To answer this question, number 1 is the way we develop our SIM will make a very big difference, because in our SIM, it is recommended to develop our SIM in small chunks, covering each and every CLO, yeah? So rather than putting a big picture, you want to divide your program into subjects, you want to divide your subjects into topics, you want to divide your topics into subtopics, and each subtopics ada dia punya self-assessment, each subtopic ada dia punya self-test question. So that is the first. The first one is the way we design our SIM makes a big difference in achieving the CLO. The second method is, of course, OBE, outcome-based education. We must tie the assessment directly to the outcomes. All right, we must tie the assessment directly to the outcomes, especially the assignment and the final exam question, or any practical assignment that you have. It must be directly tied to the PLO and CLOs, the outcomes. So that is the second one. Even if we look at FLC, yeah, Apple for Credit Awards, we do not design the questions by topics or by the book directly. We design the questions of Apple credits by the outcomes, the course learning outcomes. So if you are able to achieve the course learning outcomes, the credits will be granted to you. Right, so it is not by topic so much. However, of course, we will have the table lah. We will have table on the side, table specification and so on. The details will be deliberated on the side. But the big picture is the assessment to be tied up with the outcomes. So that is the second method. And the third method, of course, from day-to-day teaching, yeah, day-to-day teaching is your tutors, your e-tutors must be well equipped with this information, which means before every semester start, you have to do a briefing with your e-tutors. You have to remind them, you know, when you teach, you must be outcome-based. The way you teach, it must be outcome-based style, and you have to give your tutors training from time to time, because when you're doing ODL, you may not only depend on your internal lecturers. You may also outsource, you may get outside tutors to work with you. So all the teaching staff must be well aware of this. It must be incorporated in the teaching and learning skills, day-to-day activities. So to sum up, one is to design the learning materials by chunks, two, to ensure the assessment is tied with the outcomes, and three, to make sure your e-tutors are well prepared.
Prof. Mai?
Okay, so for what I would recommend, I'm looking at maybe a couple of suggestions. If you're saying that some of these classes need hands-on and they need to use expensive equipment, what we have explored in MMU is if they can't come to campus to use the equipment, we will collaborate with companies where they're located and use their equipment there, and then have them maybe do the assessment. Perhaps, you know, we could do that kind of collaboration. And so that way we kind of kill two birds. We have collaboration with the companies locally at the students' location, and as well the students can achieve that. There are some courses that have changed their maybe remodified their CLOs, maybe from the psychomotor, maybe to more affective, then they can present more of the videos, you know, more asynchronous kind of thing. Of course, we're using also the synchronous video, watching the students doing the practical hands-on. But we're also now looking at using mixed reality. We're looking at creating virtual labs where we take the content and we create virtual reality experiential learning during that particular session. Okay, that will be one. We also are looking at micro-learning, not micro-credential, micro-learning modules where these practical skills can be done in small chunks, and then small chunks, and also the content can be chunked up slowly so that they can build up that practical skills, you know, over time. So
would you say that micro-learning strategy would make the learning more personalized?
It is personalized. It's also suitable for our generation now, whose attention span, you know, they're only going to pay attention to things that are relevant. They're not going to, like for us, who can read the whole chapter to find out one point. They just want to read that one point.
Okay.
Sure. So micro-learning, small chunks of that will really help. And how it's disseminated, then of course you're going to have to use perhaps more mixed reality types of technologies.
Yeah, I gather that there's a lot of opportunity to innovate because of this challenge of physical learning.
Yeah.
I think we are good for another at least 2 questions. Must apologize to, I think there are many questions. There are many good questions actually. If we can address all of them, but of course we have limited time. Okay, I think this one need to be answered by me. Okay. If you are IPTS, Institute of Private Higher Education, it is part of the requirement under the Akta 555. You need to be accredited as to maintain your approval. But also if you are also IPTA, also there's a ketetapan from the ministry that all program must be accredited by MQA. So the accreditation and approval of a program to be offered, dia datang parallel lah. So more or less like that lah, ya. So ketetapan itu meminta accreditation itu dilaksanakan kepada semua universiti. And of course, from my experience, accreditation also give you a kind of a trust for the international community. We've been inquired by many organization outside our country saying asking about program accredited by local institution. Okay, that is basically my short answer for this. Okay, next question, the last 2 lah. ODL can only succeed with a stable ICT infrastructure and change of mindset of all stakeholders. Should we form a national consultative council task to lobby the government? I'm not sure whether this is the, but of course, might be before we open to our panel if they have any opinion on this. But I think more importantly, I would like to ask. This is from me. I think Dr. Prof. Mai indicate that in the future there will be more and more augmented and virtual reality kind of ODL to support. The question is basically, can we get it affordable platform now, or is it going to be very expensive now to venture into that?
It's yes and no, I suppose. To create it, I think top management will have to support and provide the money, and then perhaps subsidize the delivery of it to the students.
Okay.
I think that would be one way. But you know, over time it will get cheaper. I mean, you know, internet was so expensive when I was growing up, and now it's, you know, so free. But I see this over time to become more and more affordable. So I don't see that. I see that maybe now, if it is not affordable, it's still time to prepare. Because once it becomes affordable, we need to have all these available. We can't just develop only when it's affordable. We have to do that structure. We have to do all the preparations now, because we should be doing it 5 years before it becomes affordable.
You hit, I think you hit, I mean, the right aspect, but of course I won't ask you on that. I will give it to the other 2 panels. The opportunity for students to co-curate the learning content. Would you see that an opportunity?
I mean, for UTM, I mean, co-creating
The learning content.
The learning content itself, we do now currently do that in the form of activities. But again, when we are co-creating content, there is also a need for evaluating the quality of it. If we want to make full use of it for other future use, there is it is not wrong to have them co-creating something to trigger their engagement and interaction. But if we would like to reuse that for other purposes, I think there should be a quality measurement in place to evaluate whether this co-creation of product or learning resources from the students can be reusable. I think it has to be done. If we want to do that, then we have to have that mechanism in place.
Walaupun tak adil untuk Dr. Afzan, daripada apa yang kita tanya dengan the two panel, the interaction through the online channel ni will make the traffic tinggi ya. So we need a stable ICT infrastructure as Albert Lim posted here. So walaupun tak ada lah, I give this question for you to answer.
I think Cik Zafir, we need to deliberate this question further lah.
Okay lah. Not at this platform
No.
But this is basically a good suggestion also. All right, okay, shall we go to the last question? Boleh kita pergi ke last question?
Sekejap ya.
Can we go to ada tentang proctoring tu? From I think anonymous. Okay. Ini from Dr. Mim. Dia tak ada. Dr. Mim and anonymous also ask about the same question, I think, on proctoring. Okay, even though it's to Dr. Norbiha, I think it should be open to all because I think the biggest question, the biggest traditional I think skepticism about ODL and distance learning is about authentication of learning achievement of the students itself. Kita dapat the product, whether yang buat itu orang yang the real person, the real person yang sepatutnya ni lah, authentication of the learning achievement and the learners itself. So saya serahkan kreatif, mungkin waktu sekarang ni dia banyak creativity because of the pandemic, ada banyak cara. Saya bagi pada Dr. Norbiha sebab dia nama dia disebut di situ.
Okay. So for our ODL system, we do have a proctoring system, and as I shown just now, we do in fact have the not paper and pencil punya exam, but the conventional traditional exam, which students have to answer multiple choice questions, structured questions. So we do have that kind of exam in our learning management system, but most of them are open book exam. However, although it is an open book exam, because it has to be open book because the notes are, you know, if it is a closed book, then kita kena tutup pula semua nota-nota yang ada kat dalam learning management system tu, because we did not set up a specific examination hall, a virtual specific examination hall for them to answer question. So because the exam question is within the same LMS, so it is an open book final examination session, but it is being proctored because we want to authenticate the identity and the learning environment. But they can of course open book and open websites that is allowable website. So we do have certain websites that we ban that the proctoring system will capture and record the screen of the students while examination takes place. So to answer this question, yes, we do allocate money to have a proctoring system installed in our learning management system so that we can have this proctored examination. And for the traditional way of examination, also although we have authentic assessment as well, for traditional way of examination, it is mostly in the form of open book exam, but it is also proctored.
Okay, I think bagi institution yang established, yang ada proctoring system, mungkin dia memudahkan pada lecturer. Kalau boleh mungkin Prof Mai and also Dr. Afzan boleh share, ada tak proctoring system yang boleh tenaga pengajar engage terus, yang mana still credible.
I think there are two parts of this question. There are two
Yeah.
parts here. Number one, I agree with Dr. Norbiha lah. Memang ada open book final exam whereby the way we design the question, at the same time, we must authenticate the identity of the person. So the way we design the question, so there must be a system proper for this lah. Number one. So number two, the other method is I give you a real life example whereby sometimes we have to amend or tweak the assessment strategy. Alright, we have to tweak the assessment strategy. I give you a real life example. So previously, before 2019, for APLC, APL Credit Award, we used to do challenge tests most of the time lah. Alright, so the dominant exam was challenge test, more of essay writing, sometimes demonstration of skill which requires the person to come or to participate or to write. But now we have it in portfolio submission. So FLC is done in portfolio submission during the pandemic. So sometimes we have to tweak the assessment strategy a little bit, or maybe we design a good Moodle system and put a lot of questions there. We can have a question bank system, randomly moving, so that but that is MCQ again. So there must be some tweaking done there. All right. So it is not a perfect work, but we have to work around the system.
We need to best effort that we can do at that moment, and of course we can certainly improve. Prof Mai, you want to add on that?
Okay, yeah, so for ours, we had earlier we had the Masters of E-Learning, which we had the exams, but now with our Masters of Digital Learning, what we did was we converted everything into 100% cost base, because FCM is very much project based, very much project based, and also very much 100% coursework. So we are looking at students' ability to create outcomes rather than to take exams already. So in the Masters of Digital Learning, everything is 100% coursework, and the final assessment for that would be a project. So
okay, thank you.
Because it was too expensive to get a proctoring system.
Alright, but saya rasa institution pun ada yang quite creative, of which the student need to be on camera depan, so yang tu quite cheaper one might be. Okay, with that note, thank you very much. I think was the last question. I trust the sharing and exchanges of this session has provided with new might be refresh insight lah kan. Before this mungkin kita ada some perspective, and then sekarang ni kita ada add-on perspective. And terima kasih. Saya rasa if you go through our chat, ada banyak lagi tambahan perspektif daripada rakan-rakan kita to save you, like macam Mr. Kuldeep Singh, ada juga Prof Madya, Dr. Aniza dan sebagainya yang ada banyak komen, dan banyak lagi yang saya minta maaf tak dapat nak sebut. Please continue to reflect. Petang nanti akan ada session on from auditors punya view. I hope that but some of your question will be answered by them, or some of your question will be answered later during the second, third and fourth session. But of course, di pihak saya, please continue to reflect whatever has been shared this morning. And saya, with that note, I would like to thank to everyone who have joined and stayed till the end of the session. Kita ada 1 jam dah kita berbual. And thank you to Dr. Afzan, thank you to Dr. Norbiha, thank you to Professor Mai for sharing your insight and expertise. Enjoy the discourse and discussion. And till we meet again in another occasion, you have a nice day, stay safe, stay healthy, and goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Mr. Imran.
All right, thank you, Mr. Muhammad Zafir bin Mustafa as our moderator, and we appreciated to our panelists have provided various inputs in their sharing just now. Okay, we take a break for a while before we continue at 2 p.m. All right, and the next session will be conducted by Mr. Kamal Bakri Abdul Aziz, Director of Standard Division MPA, as our moderator in plenary session 2. Okay, for this afternoon. All right, we take a break for a while, 1 hour.
Thank you, everybody. Nice job.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Have a good lunch. Assalamualaikum.
Macam Encik Aziz tadi dia juga training hari ni kebanyakan staff company tu daripada Ibrahim. Daripadanya tidak daripada Ibrahim. Orang lagi dia mula interpretation Dr. Hafiz tu, Dr. Ismail tu. Dia tak munculkanlah diri dia sebab tu.
All right, we continue our session. Next, I hand over to Mr. Kamarul Bakri as moderator of plenary session 2. Kamarul Bakri.
Okay, terima kasih Tuan Imran sebagai pengurusi untuk sesi pada petang ini. Saya akan bertindak sebagai moderator. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Very good afternoon everyone. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian, pertama-tamanya saya mengucapkan syukur kehadrat ilahi di atas keizinannya untuk kita sama-sama dapat menyertai siri webinar program pembudayaan pembelajaran digital melalui Open and Distance Learning ODL yang dianjurkan bersama antara pihak MQA dan juga pihak KPT iaitu di bawah Jabatan Pendidikan Tinggi. Baiklah, pada petang yang berbahagia ini kita akan menyambung sesi plenary yang kedua dengan tema Designing ODL Program. Kalau pada sesi pagi tadi kita telah didedahkan dengan polisi dan pelaksanaan ODL di beberapa IPT, maka pada sesi petang ini kita akan memfokus kepada tema Designing ODL Programs. Sebagaimana kita maklum bahawa pelaksanaan webinar ini antara lain bertujuan agar pihak yang berkepentingan khususnya pihak pemberi pendidikan tinggi dapat mengukuhkan pembudayaan digital dalam pelaksanaan kaedah ODL dan juga meningkatkan pengetahuan melalui perkongsian pelaksanaan ODL di PPT yang lain dan seterusnya dapat meningkatkan penambahbaikan sistem ODL sedia ada selain daripada kita mendapat pendedahan berkaitan polisi ODL yang telah dibangunkan oleh pihak MQA dan secara umumnya sama ada pihak KPT maupun MQA telah membangunkan pelbagai inisiatif bagi menekankan aspek pembudayaan digital khususnya dalam pengajaran dan pembelajaran di semua PPT sama ada awam maupun swasta. Dan inisiatif tersebut adalah selari dengan situasi semasa pandemik COVID-19 bagi membolehkan PPT melaksanakan kaedah PDP dengan lebih fleksibel. Dan pasca pandemik COVID-19 pastinya memerlukan PPT lebih berinovasi dan melaksanakan kaedah pembelajaran yang lebih efektif bersesuaian dengan norma baru kehidupan. Sehubungan itu, bagi merealisasikan hasrat tersebut, MQA dengan kerjasama bahagian kecemerlangan akademik JPT telah berbesar hati menganjurkan program perkongsian berbentuk webinar ini yang berfokus kepada kaedah pelaksanaan program pengajian melalui ODL. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, sambil kita menunggu lebih ramai hadirin yang hadir, di kesempatan ini saya terlebih dahulu mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada panel pembentang yang hadir pada petang ini iaitu Prof. Dr. Andy Liu, Timbalan Naib Chancellor The University Health. Apa khabar Prof? Kita Prof. Dr. Andy ada ya? Sebab kita pastikan dulu bahawa panel kita dalam keadaan ready dan siap sedia untuk kita memulakan webinar ini. Okey, apa khabar Prof. Dr. Andy? Boleh tunjuk muka ada? Kita tak dengar suara Prof. Andy.
Cik KB boleh perkenalkan penceramah kedua dulu?
Okey. Okey, kita tunggu mungkin kita memang ada masalah dan sebagainya sementara menunggu Prof. Dr. Andy dalam keadaan siap sedia untuk berwebinar dan seterusnya adalah Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah binti Abu Zidin dari Pusat Pengajian Ilmu Pendidikan University Sains Malaysia. Apa khabar Prof?
Alhamdulillah.
Okey, alhamdulillah. Sebab saya dapat khabar sehari dua ni Prof dalam keadaan baru recover kan. So jadi alhamdulillah.
Istirahat, alhamdulillah.
Ya. Itulah yang berita yang kita mau dengar ya. Jadi kita dapat bersama dengan Prof Madya Dr. Azidah untuk kita bersama-sama berwebinar pada petang ini dan sekali lagi saya ulang balik Prof Dr. Andy Liu ada ya? Boleh dengar suara saya? Oh, belum dapat lagi, tak apa.
Boleh kita introduce dulu panel kedua?
Boleh, saya akan teruskan. Saya sementara Prof Dr. Andy mungkin ada masalah teknikal. Jadi saya mengucapkan walau bagaimanapun saya mengucapkan selamat datang ya kepada Prof Andy dan juga Prof Madya Dr. Azidah ke sesi ini. Saya juga mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang meluangkan masa sebagai peserta pada petang ini bagi mendapatkan kupasan yang tuntas berkaitan tema Designing ODL Programs dengan tajuk Conceptualizing and Designing ODL and Auditors Perspective. Sebenarnya bukan auditors perspektif saja, expert punya perspektif pun kita akan dapat, iaitu diwakili oleh Prof. Dr. Andy. Jadi justru itu pastilah pengamal ODL atau yang ingin mereka bentuk ODL tidak sabar-sabar lagi untuk mengikuti kupasan detail yang secara khusus akan memfokus kepada konsep dan reka bentuk ODL dari perspektif panel pakar ODL yang akan diwakili oleh Prof. Dr. Andy dan juga sebagai auditor bagi program ODL yang akan diwakili oleh Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah. Jadi kita akan mendapat pengalaman langsung panel pakar dan juga panel auditor ODL yang kita akan sama-sama berkongsi pada petang ini. Jadi untuk agenda pada petang ini, selepas saya Kamarul Bakri daripada bahagian standard atau boleh panggil saya KB pun boleh. Selepas ucapan saya sebagai moderator, kita akan mula dengan panelis yang pertama. Kita akan bagi dalam 35 ke 40 minit bagi setiap panel dan kita jangkakan dalam 3-40 minit ke atau 3-45 kita boleh mulakan sesi Q&A. Bagi sesi Q&A, pihak Rusia memohon supaya soalan dapat dimajukan melalui pigeonhole yang akan disediakan dan soalan akan dibaca. Okey, ini dia pigeonhole yang ditunjukkan oleh pihak Rusia. Jadi pihak Rusia mohon supaya soalan dapat dimajukan di sinilah dan soalan akan dibaca pada akhir sesi nanti. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, sebelum saya menyerahkan sesi webinar ini kepada panel jemputan, izinkan saya memperkenalkan secara ringkas latar belakang mengenai panelis webinar pada petang ini. Panelis kita yang pertama adalah Prof. Dr. Andy Liu. Beliau merupakan timbalan Naib Chancellor di University Health yang bertugas memantau operasi pengajaran dan pembelajaran dalam talian serta jaminan kualiti universiti. Beliau pernah menjawat jawatan kanan pentadbiran di beberapa institusi konvensional dan ODL selama lebih daripada 1/4 dekad dalam bidang akademik. Minat dan pengkhususan Prof. Andy meliputi bidang yang luas dan pelbagai, mulai daripada jaminan kualiti dalam pendidikan tinggi, perancangan strategik universiti, pengajaran dan pembelajaran dalam talian, sumber pendidikan terbuka OER, akreditasi iaitu APEL, sehinggalah dalam bidang pembiakan dan pengklonan tumbuh-tumbuhan. Prof. Andy juga adalah resource person dan dilantik sebagai panel penilai serta subject matter expert untuk agensi Kelaikan Malaysia dan juga Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. Beliau, untuk makluman semua, merupakan pengurusi yang dilantik oleh MQA bagi membangunkan Good Lines to Good Practices, GGP untuk APEL C, iaitu untuk transfer kredit by cost, dan APEL Q untuk mendapat kelayakan akademik yang baru, GGP yang baru dibina oleh pihak MQA, serta kod amalan yang kita sebut COPA ODL. Jadi ketiga-tiga dokumen jaminan kualiti ini telah dibangun dan dipengurusikan oleh Prof. Dr. Andy. Jadi melalui penglibatan beliau di pelbagai organisasi dan kolaborasi peringkat antarabangsa, beliau telah membina hubungan yang luas dengan institusi ODL terkenal merentasi Asia dan juga termasuk dengan pihak UNESCO Bangkok. Beliau turut berperanan sebagai Secretary General for ASEAN Association of Open Universities pada tahun 2010 hingga 2012 dengan keanggotaan lebih daripada 60 universiti atau institusi terkemuka di rantau Asia. Dan minat dan pelibatan Prof. Andy sekarang ini beliau lebih berminat kepada transformasi digital institusi pendidikan tinggi, jaminan kualiti pembelajaran dalam talian, APEL dan juga change management. Itulah sekelumit daripada banyak sumbangan Prof. Andy dalam bidang akademik. Seterusnya saya memperkenalkan dahulu panelis yang kedua, Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah binti Abu Zidin. Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah Abu Zidin adalah pensyarah kanan di Pusat Pengajian Ilmu Pendidikan USM dan kini merupakan timbalan pengarah Pusat Pembangunan Kecemerlangan Akademik USN. Bidang kepakaran beliau juga adalah pelbagai, merangkumi reka bentuk pengajaran khususnya berkaitan dengan persekitaran e-pembelajaran, teknologi pendidikan, blended learning, multimedia dan juga mobile learning. Jadi sangat sesuailah pada petang ini kita berkongsi ilmu dan pengalaman dengan beliau. Selain itu beliau merupakan seorang pakar yang aktif menyumbang misalnya sebagai master trainer bagi e-pembelajaran di USM dan di Malaysia secara amnya. Beliau telah menjalankan pelbagai latihan bengkel dan perkongsian di seluruh negara merangkumi universiti awam, universiti swasta, politeknik, kolej komuniti, badan-badan berkanun kerajaan dan sebagainya lah. Dan disebabkan sumbangan dan kepakaran dalam pengajaran, beliau telah menerima anugerah akademik negara pada tahun 2017 dalam kategori anugerah pengajaran. Beliau juga merupakan panel agensi kelayakan Malaysia sejak tahun 2011 sehinggalah kini. Jadi saya telah memperkenalkan dua orang panelis yang akan bersama dengan kita pada petang ini yang sama-sama hebat, berdiri sama tinggi dan duduk sama rendah. Prof. Andy mewakili panel expert dan manakala Prof. Madia Dr. Azidah mewakili auditors bagi program ODL. Saya okey, apa khabar Prof. Dr. Andy? Dah boleh bersiaran ya?
Ya, dapat dengar.
Okey, dengar.
Okay.
Tepat pada masanya kerana yang ditunggu-tunggu telah tiba ya. Jadi seperti yang kita telah tunggu-tunggu bagi menjelaskan maklumat lanjut ya tentang conceptualizing and designing ODL dari perspektif panel pakar ODL. Kita akan mulakan dengan Prof. Dr. Andy Liu, kompang bergema pusaka bangsa, dipaluk oleh si anak muda. Hadir tuan meriah suasana. Dipersilakan memulai acara. Silakan Prof.
Okey, terima kasih terima kasih Tuan Moderator Encik Kamarul Bakri atas madamu yang indah sekali. And have a very good afternoon and salam petang to all colleagues from near and far. And definitely saya berasa amat bersyukur kerana dapat bertemu dengan rakan-rakan lama. As I see in the participants name list, there are old friends that I have known them for years, and juga kenalan baru melalui persada maya ini. Moga sesi petang ini diberkati dan dirahmati selalu. Now, izinkan saya lafazkan serangkap pantun untuk merangsang minda dan musik jiwamu sebelum kita memulakan sesi perkongsian petang ini. Gunting diasah, benang disemat. Kata diolah, janji diikat. ODL diseru, webinar terpahat. Kita berhimpun bertukar pendapat. Nah, selanjutnya saya ingin memohon kebenaran untuk meneruskan majlis ini dalam adunan bahasa Malaysia dan juga bahasa Inggeris. Now, I hope by the end of this session, you will return with some useful insights on how to enhance the design of ODL programs and operationalizing it at your institution. Now, most of us that are present this afternoon would have followed the rich discussion that had taken place this morning. Now, things that me and my colleague Dr. Azida will share shortly will in some way resonate with what my colleagues had shared for the past 3 hours or so this morning. Now, every one of us in this virtual platform has our own individual stories to relate. And my story today, ladies and gentlemen, covers 4 broad aspects. Number 1, looking at a quick overview of ODL. Now here, I would like to remind colleagues that the O here in its right essence is actually referring to open. But somehow or rather, people use it interchangeably, saying ODL is actually online distance learning. But the original O here refers to open. And with this overview, we hope we will all be on the same platform to begin with. Now B, or rather the second part would be on the factors that we need to consider when implementing an ODL program. So this is looking at the design, looking at the delivery aspects. The third and the fourth areas will focus briefly on the planning, development, and delivery of the ODL program. As you can see in this slide, there are many commonly used terms which are associated to open distance learning. From a glance, you will see distance, you will see learning, e-learning, you will see methodology, you will see online, and so on and so forth. But again, we would like to share or to remind colleagues, there is no one definition of ODL. Rather, there are many approaches to defining the term. Now, what I have extracted are some of the common terminologies under the umbrella of ODL in this slide. Now, let me draw your attention to this flower petals E. Look at flower petals E, which is the almost like a purplish blue color. It is stating that the terminology that is usually used here is technology-based or mediated education or e-learning or online learning, or even in this century, we are beginning to hear things like mobile learning, M-learning. So the purpose of us gathering here this afternoon and this morning is actually to look at online per se. Now, regardless of the size of the program, unit or institution undertaking the development and implementation of ODL system, we all recognize that ODL contributes immensely to the following factors, meaning ODL is actually the vehicle for basic education, teachers training, university level education, the non-formal, the TVET, and so on and so forth. But our focus primarily today would be on the university level education, whether we are looking at a ODL program as a whole or just an ODL course embedded in the traditional conventional learning. Now here, as we have stated, there is no unique definition of ODL. However, ladies and gentlemen, most definitions, if you were to analyze or filter any definitions related to open distance learning or any terminologies as we have shared in earlier slides, you will notice that these three characteristics will surface. They will surface regardless of which terminologies are given. Number one, there is always a separation. Now this usually is about physical separation. And when we talk about this physical separation, whether it is most of the time or throughout the entire learning process, just like what Dr. Beha has mentioned, the ODL programs that they are conducting in UTM is 100% online. So meaning it is total separation between the learner and the teacher in the physical space. Hence, learning can occur at anywhere and any time. Now, secondly, it is about widening access. ODL helps to provide opportunities, broader opportunities to quality higher education. And how is this so? And this is done through various flexible features embedded in the learning journey of the student. When I say flexible features in the learning journey, meaning it covers from the point they register for the program, they go through the entire delivery process that are offered by the institution to the assessment until the point where they graduate. So these are looking at the flexibility features all across this whole suite of learning support services. Now, thirdly, is definitely about the learning content. And when we look at the learning content, it is delivered through various, many multiple modes. And when we talk about this delivery mode, it is always about the provision of two-way communications between the student and the student and the teacher themselves. So what we would like to remind colleagues that regardless of which terminology that you will be confronted with, always remember these are the three very glaring characteristics that separate traditional and ODL teaching and learning. Now, I'm going to bring you to this very important aspect because from here, we would like you to take or rather pause for a moment and look at what are the general perceptions of learners. This is actually from the perspective of the learner on ODL. And some of which of these perceptions are actually the misconceptions of the learners. Now, these misconceptions are very critical information that we can leverage on, that we can use it to better design and develop the ODL programs. Now, let me share with you, these are the common misconceptions that some learners would have with regard to ODL delivery. Now, to some learners, they have this idea that online classes or ODL classes are usually easier and it takes less time than traditional classes. So this is why you see when they jump into this bandwagon of ODL programs, you will realize a lot of dropouts. The attrition rates in ODL programs are very high because they have this wrong perception. They have this misconception. So when they come in, the expectations and the reality does not meet, which is why they will drift away. So how do we make sure that they don't drift away? This is where we need to look at how to enhance the delivery and the learning support services. Now, the third aspect on the misconception is that these learners, some learners may even think they can work entirely at their own pace. And the worst scenario is that they have this perception that they won't get to know the other students or learners very well. Now, another misconception is that they even think that they won't get individual attention from the teacher. And the tip of the iceberg would be they won't learn as much in an online course compared to the conventional course or program. So by knowing the misconceptions from the perspective of the learner, this is where in our planning processes or in our design of ODL program, whether it is at the operational level or whether it is at the delivery level, we must make sure all these misconceptions will be overcome. All these challenges will be overcome with proper measures. So let me bring you to this second part of my sharing session today is if an institution decides to offer an ODL program or even an ODL course embedded in a conventional program, I believe we need to look at this 5 operational matters because these will confront all ODL providers. Then under this, we can cluster them in areas like staffing, adoption of relevant media, how to manage the project teams, and looking at systems thinking, how to decentralize a process which is embedded within the centralization modality. So everything is about wrapping around the entire suite of focus around the learner. So the learner is the center of the universe here. So let me bring you or run through each of this in my next few slides, so that you will have an idea if you are an institution that is beginning or have begun. These are the things probably we need to look at to enhance, or to look at areas that we can improve on. Now, the first one is the staffing. Now, the personnel involved in an ODL program basically comprises a mixture. And the mixture, as stated in number 1 and number 2. The educational staff include people like the subject specialists, the experts, or the specialists on tutoring and counseling, which means we are talking about the part-time tutors, or the broadcasting producers, people involved in the broadcasting of your program, or development of your program using various multimedia. Now, the important point here, which has been emphasized in this morning session again and again, is all about capacity building. Capacity building plays a very critical role as always. Therefore, the training of staff must be done on the job, whether it is through short courses at the institution or by sending them for appropriate training programs, or etc. So these would be one of the major operational matters that the institution must focus on when it comes to staffing, because the other staffing may probably come from the shared services like the registry, the finance, the library. But these two important category, the educational and the materials production staff, is actually differentiate between the conventional and the ODL track. Now, the second aspect is about how to integrate this various multimedias that are available out there. So there are two quite different levels of decision making that will govern the institution in the selection and use of media and technologies. Number 1, ask ourselves this question. When I set up a program based on certain technologies, do I have what it takes for that to be offered as an ODL program? Number 2, I will need to make the most appropriate use of the media and technologies available to roll out any ODL program. So meaning we are relying on whatever that is available at this point of time. So when we select media, look at the 4 important points that I highlight or that I capture within the screen of this laptop. Accessibility. Questions that we need to ask ourselves. Is the equipment your program requires available to the learners? Where will they be learning? Where will the learners be learning? At home, at their workplace, or at the learning center? So this is a point on accessibility. Second, cost. Are the costs of production, delivery, and maintenance using this technology, I highlight the word here, I emphasize the word here, affordable. Is this technology affordable? Are the costs appropriate to the number of learners who will be enrolled? Thirdly, is the technology that I'm going to introduce user-friendly? Can it convey adequate and timely feedback to the learner? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves before we jump into or making decisions about offering an ODL program. Speed. Again, reflect on these questions. How fast can our program or your program implement this technology? How much training the staff and learners? I repeat here, I'm emphasizing the word staff and learners because you may have the best technology rollout, but if the learners do not know how to use it, then they will never be able to harvest, to enjoy the benefit of the labor that you have put in. So again, how much training do staff and learners need in order to be able to use the technology or the new media that you have infused in the planning? Will its use enable you to revise your learning materials as quickly as you need to in future? So meaning whatever that we are implementing now, let's say 3 months down the road, you need to make changes. Will it enable you to revise your learning materials as quickly as you need to, or it will consume a lot of your time? So those are the soul-searching questions we need to ask ourselves with reference to this point number 2 here. Now, the second one is about, the third one rather, is about how do we manage this project team? And why I'm raising this because when we talk about delivery of ODL or designing of ODL, much of the work is carried out in teams. It involves time, resources, and personnel. Resources here can be your infrastructure, can be your infrastructure. Your personnel here could be personnel involved in the development and production of course. For example, in your development and production of course, it will involve subject matter experts, your instructional designers, your visual designer, your editors, and a variety of support services people, including your librarians, your LMS specialists, and so on. Likewise, the delivery of a course would also require the collaboration of tutors, counselors, registry personnel, and LMS system support. So in short, what we are trying to say here is for ODL, we need to look at how to manage a team comprising different stakeholders, where they may have different kinds of demands on the ODL itself. Now, the fourth part here is about systems thinking. Now, to conduct an ODL program, it requires thinking of the various tasks and sets of tasks involved in bringing the different components of the system together. As you can see, I've listed 5 components here, from cost specification right up to the support services. So the way in which decisions are made and tasks are carried out in any one of the components, let's say I'm looking at component 1, it has corresponding effects on all the other components in some way or another. So in a nutshell, the variety of tasks encompasses cost specifications, staffing needs, materials production, delivery, and learning support services, as well as assessment. So the person who is overseeing this operational matters must have this systems thinking to bring all these different corresponding factors and amalgamate them under one particular house. Because you cannot say this course is going to stand by itself, this staff is going to stand by itself. No, they are in some way affecting each other's roles and responsibilities. Now, the fifth one under the operational matters that an institution have to look at would be how do we examine, or rather to examine how within the centralization modality, how do we embed decentralizing the processes here? Now, in many ODL programs, whether it is locally in Malaysia or abroad in Asia or in the globe, the delivery of learning support services is always provided through a series of regional or learning centers. Now, these regional learning centers of this kind afford a number of advantages. They are like, let me give you a simple analogy. They are like the connecting point between the learners at the local level with the main campus. Let's say, for example, we are planning to offer ODL in Mauritius. We will probably need to look at having a learning center in Mauritius as a connecting point, because these will provide localized, personalized services to learners. You may say, Andy, we are now on the online mode. Yes, but at the end of the day, they are still human. They are people with souls, with heart. So they want to feel the presence of the universities or institution at the local level. So this is where we look at regional networks. Now, apart from that, it also helps to strengthen the local identity of the program or the institution. And lastly, definitely, if you're a marketing person, this is a very important marketing tool. Now, having looked at all the various operational methods that the institution need to look at in the design of an ODL program or rollout of an ODL program, the second thing would be looking at the course planning and development. The course planning and development, it is also very, very important, because when we look at the planning and development, we must focus on these four broad areas, as you can see clearly highlighted in this slide. There must be, number one, if you look at this number one on the far left, it's about the creation, adoption, or adaptation of the course materials. And these course materials, I'm very sure all of us are very familiar with the terminology now, SIM, self-instructional materials. Now, when we say self-instructional material, meaning we are sharing this from the perspective of the institution, because we design it. So we say it's instructional material. From the perspective of the learner, sometimes people will refer that to as self-learning materials, because those are the materials that the students use in the absence of the cikgu or the teacher to learn, to guide them along the way. So that is self-learning materials. So they are the same interchangeably. It can be SIM, it can be SLM. So my coming back to this discussion point, there must be an institutional policy to guide the development of these learning materials. Whether you want to create your own original materials or you want to adopt by licensing those materials from, let's say, from open universities, whether it is local or abroad, or whether you would like to adapt materials that are available in the open educational resources. Remember this morning we had questions like, can we look at something like a repository where we share those ODL SIM and people can actually go in and use it to deliver the courses in the respective programs. Perhaps it's time that Malaysia may now look at setting up an open educational resources repository where we can share these courses. And by sharing, let me remind you that there will be some Creative Commons license tag to it. That means you will know who are the original developer of these materials. And sharing of these resources will be very, very helpful because it promotes collaborative learning. If you share with me, I will improve on it, then these materials will be better. We are bringing this material to a higher level. Then when it is used by another institution, it is again adapted to a more enhanced version. So do you see along the time, we are seeing a lot of these subject matter experts coming together to improve the entire content of the learning materials. So it is best not to give into the, what they would say, not invented here syndrome. We have to really move away from here. And also another aspect we need to pay very special focus or attention to is the intellectual property. When we create SIM, make sure the IP aspect, the copyright, has to be really, really scrutinized. Because otherwise, can you imagine infringing the copyright it could be copyright of somebody we are using and we did not make any reference, and it will be very bad for the reputation of the institution. So this is on the creating, adopting. On the second track here, a typical procedure before the commencement of any course materials development is a drafting of a course planning document. And this course planning document would usually be referred to as a course blueprint. And there are many information that has to be embedded in the course blueprint, because this information helps us to make a major commitment of financial and human resources, especially when we are rolling out a program as an ODL or rolling out a course as an ODL course. Now, the third aspect is about a systematic approach, which is referring to instructional design, to developing materials that facilitate learning. Now, the materials that we design for ODL will be completely different from the conventional notes or PowerPoint slides that you share in your conventional program. Because in here, in this particular aspect, we identify the purpose of the learning, especially the learning outcomes. We develop the required learning experiences and make sure it is followed through the entire preparation of the self-instructional material. So in ODL, thorough pre-planning is essential. I repeat, thorough pre-planning is essential. How to teach becomes crucial to the success of the entire system. Learning materials are prepared in advance in ODL. Media to support these materials are pre-selected, and changes to these materials cannot be conveniently incorporated mid-session of the semester. So everything has to be very, very, how to say, it must be thought through. It must have a thorough pre-planning. And the last aspect to the course planning and development, of course, is all about assessment. And this assessment always asks ourselves this question: who, when, and how to assess. So when we do this course blueprint in number 2, the who, when, and how to assess are also embedded in the course blueprint. So when you design an ODL program, let me urge you to really consider this course blueprint as your mantra to move you forward in the whole chain of the development process. Now, the other thing would be the delivery and learning support services. Now, remember, we have looked at the operational matters. We have looked at how to plan the planning stage, and now looking at the delivery and learning support services. Now, to ensure learners are able to benefit from the learning materials that you or we have carefully designed, the delivery and learning support services are very critical. And this, as you can see, are numbered A, B, C, D in the slide here. Now, instructional support will cover things like how do we deliver tutorials, how do we provide academic advice. Now, one of the things that are usually forgotten is part B, the non-instructional support. Now, though this is less visible than instructional support and less central, I'm not saying less important, I'm saying less central to the actual process of learning, but it is very vital to the smooth operation of ODL delivery. And it must be integrated with the instructional support. Then here you go, you may be asking, Andy, what are the non-instructional support that you're referring to? This is actually referring to admission, registration, enrollment, counseling services, administrative support, help desk, things related to the financial or finance of their studies. So these are clustered under the non-instructional support. Now, in the third circle, we have to manage the requirements of the support system well. And when we manage this, we have to take into consideration the synchronous and asynchronous teaching and learning activities. We have to see how the interaction between the teachers and the learners are conducted. And the aspects of accessibility and training must be infused in this third circle. And of course, the last circle is all about monitoring and review. It is the backbone of any QA processes, which is actually the continuous quality improvement. Now, finally, the provision of support services must be able to cater for the need of the learners in the 4 major phases of the learners in the learning cycle. As you can see, in circle numbered 1 to 4. So because we do not have the luxury of time, we can only highlight the salient points. So just to recap, for the past 30 minutes or so, we have shared with you things that we need to look at when designing an ODL program. For those who have rolled out the ODL program, you may take this as an enhancement opportunity. Look at the operational matters. Look at the course planning. Look at the delivery and learning support services. All right. So with that, let me leave you with these 3 simple words. Humanize online courses. Humanize online courses. Remember that although we are teaching online, we are still teaching and interacting with real people. I repeat, real people with hearts and souls. Therefore, do not forget to engage with them in your learning journey. Engagement. Put names to their faces whenever you can, because otherwise, if you don't do this point, you will find there will be a lot of dropouts, higher attrition rate in the ODL arena compared to your conventional students recruitment. So with that, thank you very much, colleagues. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay connected. Over to you, Tuan Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Andy, atas penyampaian beliau tadi yang bersahaja, namun kita dapat information yang lengkap ya berkaitan dengan operational matters yang disebutkan tadi. Misalnya ada 5 perkara yang disebut dari segi staffing, integrating media, managing project teams, system thinking ya, dan juga decentralizing ya. So perkara-perkara penting yang perlu dibincangkan nantilah kalau ada persoalan, dan juga beliau turut menyentuh berkaitan dengan cost planning and development dari segi kepentingan SIM ya, yang selalu disebutlah, yang selalu juga ditanya oleh pihak IPT tentang proses pembentukan SIM itu macam mana, dan juga berkaitan dengan delivery and learner support service. Itu hal yang penting lah yang beliau sebutkan, yang secara tidak langsung boleh menjawab misconception ya terhadap ODL yang juga diterangkan oleh Prof. Andy. Tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian pasti mempunyai persoalan ya terhadap penyampaian Prof. Andy tadi, sabar dulu, kita akan bersama beliau lagi dalam sesi Q&A. Buat masa ini seterusnya kita tanpa melengahkan masa, saya mempersilakan pula Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah bagi meneruskan sesi webinar kita, juga bagi mendapatkan kupasan lanjut berkaitan dengan konsep dan reka bentuk ODL dari perspektif atau angle sebagai auditor bagi program ODL. So dipersilakan Prof.
Okey, boleh dengar saya?
Boleh.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon everybody. Alhamdulillah, saya menyambung sesi kita pada petang ini. Terima kasih Tuan KB, moderator kita pada petang ini. So, jadi saya akan campur-campur lah ya, bahasa Inggeris dan bahasa Melayu. Today I'm going to share with you all how to conceptualize and design ODL from the auditor's perspective. I've been auditing ODLs for many years, but for your information, I think after PKP 1, there are many applications for ODL. Okay, and then we see growing numbers of application to MQA on ODLs. Okay, saya rasa macam tak cukup tangan untuk menerima menerima untuk audit lah. Okay, ODL bagi pihak MQA. So today I'm going to share with you all my experience in auditing ODL. Yeah. Alright. So ODL, yeah, I think that Prof. Andy already shared with us the main component of ODL and the important measures in embarking on ODL that institution need to actually know and implement in ODL. All right, so today I'm going to share my experience here before pandemic. All right, during pandemic. Number 3 will be post-pandemic, and where next, all right? Because I think that this is crucial when the institution would like to embark on ODL, all right? It is not only online learning, but it is the whole system that we need to look at. So what happened before pandemic, all right? So as an auditor, all right, during before pandemic, we can see that ODL were mostly covered by ODL institution, all right? So there are few ODL institution in Malaysia, and then some non-ODL institution with part-time programs are offering ODL programs. However, mostly for ODL, we are looking at ODL institution before pandemic. So the ODL institution, they are prepared. All right, they are prepared in offering ODL programs, and they are well versed in offering ODL program because they have the experience, they have they actually really go in depth on ODL. All right, okay, so and in the ODL institution, all right, when we audit the ODL institution before pandemic, we can see that SIM, self-instructional material or self-learning material, were mostly prepared using PDF, yeah. Okay, we can see that when they submitted their PA or FA, we can see that there are many PDF text-based SIM, yeah. So at that time it was okay, because they were well versed, they prepared, they assigned writers to develop the SIM, whereby the SIMs are very comprehensive in terms of the content, the activities, self-evaluation, and so on. So it was really comprehensive before pandemic. The text-based SIM, all right, and then some of the ODL institution, not some lah, mostly all, they have students meet weekends sometimes, right? In learning centers, they have their lectures, their tutorials in learning centers, whereby sometimes when we went for audit, we have to actually look at the we have to audit during weekends, yeah, because the tutorials, the lectures were conducted during weekends. Okay, so we can see that happened before the pandemic. All right, so and then if the lectures, okay, were conducted online, we have to go and audit and watch how the lecturers conduct the synchronous session online. We can see that, you know, they prepared and then watch the online session during our audit and so on. All right, it was using video conference, real time, right? And then we did not see actually much Zoom or WebEx or Microsoft Teams at that time. All right, it was video session whereby there will be no interaction within the students and the lecturers, only the lecturers giving lecture, all right, during class time. This was what happened before pandemic, all right? And April 2020, suddenly almost everyone, every institutions embark on online learning, right? Because of the pandemic. So we can see that everybody use WebEx, using Zoom and so on, and everybody think that they have been actually well-versed on online learning. Okay, we could see that during the first MCO 2020, most of the lecturers were struggling. Okay, they were struggling. They were like, okay, they were not well versed in doing online learning. And then after PKP MCO1, MCO2, they were like managing. And after 3 semesters, I think they were all like, okay, this is a new normal for us. And then we are okay with online learning. Okay, the lecturers are okay. The students seems to be okay. And yeah, we are all good with online learning, okay? And then we can see number 3, post-pandemic. I put the post in the inverted commas because I think that we are not in the post-pandemic yet, all right? We are still in the pandemic era. And then, however, because various HEPs, okay, HEIs already experience online learning environment during our MCOs. Okay, until now we are still having classes online. Many of the non-ODL HEIs are embarking on ODL. Okay, and we can see that the number is growing. Okay, the number is growing. Okay, and why is this happen? All right, I think that, okay, in my opinion, during the pandemic, the higher educational institution, they found that ODL is convenient. All right, we have flexible schedule, we can teach online. All right, and I think that many of the institution, university awam, university swasta, we found that, okay, we can do this. Okay, teaching online, everybody has actually embark on online teaching and learning. Okay, there are some problems, but we are managing all these online teaching and learning. All right, and then they might see, the HEPs might see, wow, this program has potential to be offered in ODL. Okay, and then they think that, wow, for example, in USM, we have many international students. They are now in their home countries, and we see that, wow, we don't have problems actually. They can actually attend the classes, synchronous classes, and then they can manage. They can actually attend the exams online and so on. So most of the HEIs found that ODL is convenient. All right. We can also provide flexible schedule to ODL. And then in ODL, students can learn at their own pace, all right? So we can allow students to learn at their own pace. actually in ODL, the attendance is not compulsory. Okay, attendance is not compulsory. So you can actually provide a synchronous learning to your students, so they can learn at their own pace. So I think that's why, that is the reason why the numbers are growing in ODL. All right. And then we have multiple ways to communicate. Lecturers and students, they can communicate in multiple ways. All right, WhatsApp, Telegram, the e-learning platform. All right, and then Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and whatever. There are multiple ways to communicate. And then students can review course materials repeatedly. Okay, so we can see that it is convenient for students, especially adult students who are working. They can actually look at the course materials at their convenient time, whereby this can actually reduce tension, stress to the students, because it is flexible. So why not? They don't have to actually participate in synchronous class. Okay, it is not compulsory. I repeat so many times. I will repeat again and again that synchronous class is not necessary. Why? Later on, I'll actually describe about this. But yes, synchronous class is not compulsory. Okay, so then after the post-pandemic, okay, now where next? All right, so as I mentioned earlier, we can see that there are many higher education providers who are embarking on open distance learning. However, okay, the most important thing, when the institution would like to embark on ODL, okay, like Prof. Andy mentioned earlier, the mindsets, all right? The mindsets of everybody in the institution need to be changed, all right? So change the mindset first, then everything can actually go smoothly, all right? So the main two points that I would like to highlight is the HEIs need to know about, need to know about how to implement ODL. It is not because you have actually experienced ODL during the pandemic that you think you are ready. All right, so you need to know how to implement ODL, then you can embark. If you don't know, you are not well versed in the COPA ODL, you need to actually look at COPA ODL, then you can actually embark on ODL. I would like to stress this because during audit, we can see that the institution think that they are ready, but they are not ready. Okay, so the readiness to embark on ODL is crucial. Okay, readiness for the higher institution providers, okay, is crucial to embark on ODL. You just don't embark on ODL because you have actually experienced online learning during the pandemic. All right, so when I say about ODL, okay, as an auditor, when I audit the ODL program, I am going to look at the readiness to embark on ODL, all right, at the moment, because we have so many HEIs that are embarking on ODL. So we are looking at the readiness of the program, okay, how the program is ready to embark on ODL, how the academic staff are ready to embark on ODL, and then how do you ready your students, make your students ready to be embarked on ODL, as well as the support system, the support staff, the system, everything, all right, the counseling and everything are ready for ODL. Okay, these are the 4 main things that is important when the HEI is going to embark on ODL. Okay. So now I'm going to discuss some issues here, some issues that we encountered during ODL. All right. So when we are looking at ODL, all right, SLT, okay, student learning time can be supported through synchronous and asynchronous activities. I think that this is well known by the institution, by the lecturers, okay, and then you need to
Kamaru, can you hear Dr. Azida's
Voice breaking.
audio?
Audio should be okay, God. Maybe Prof. Azida punya connection. Okay, we lost her. Maybe we need to wait for her to. KKB. Prof. Azida dah terkeluar. Kita tunggu dia masuk balik lah.
Okay. Kita tunggu dalam 1 minit tak boleh dapat connection balik atau tidak. Mungkin urus dia boleh hubungi.
Mungkin masa tunggu ni, masa menunggu, boleh tak kita lihat the pigeon box?
Ya boleh. Itulah mungkin kita minta apa ni, urus dia hubungi dulu Prof. Azidah, dan kita go through question Q&A. Untuk Q&A, okay, cuba kita lihat. Okay, kalau based on vote, yang ni daripada Tuan Fuad ni, could you please elaborate more regarding the steps and procedures to create and develop an ODL program?
Okay.
Boleh dah ni. Ini daripada step ni panjang dia nak cerita ni, Prof.
Panjang nak cerita. That's why mungkin Encik Fuad, boleh tak kamu refer to the slide yang tadi saya dah kongsi dalam Google Drive tu, to offer and develop an ODL program. Kita nak lihat the operational matters dari segi staffing, ingat tak about systems thinking, about integrating the media. That is one part, the operational matters. Then the second part is how are we going to deliver the delivery and the learning support services. I think semua tu memang ada dalam slide. Slide cuma memaparkan ringkasan saja, tetapi the detail one I think you can find it in the COPA.
Yeah.
Alright. So that would be the answer. Otherwise, as you said, Tuan Moderator, memang ini memerlukan jawapan yang amat panjang, but secara ringkasnya termaktub dalam slide tadi yang kita kongsi.
Ya, kalau untuk lebih detail lanjut boleh go untuk kita punya latihan lah. MQATC pun ada anjurkan kita punya training untuk kita lebih detail tentang ODL program.
Ya, baik.
Okay, so next questions. Okay, ODL attendance is not compulsory, so there is no need to record any attendance analysis for MQA document. Will I clarify? Okay, ini Prof boleh.
I can take this answer. Now, as we know, number one, we have to look at who are our target students in ODL setup. When you register, or when a learner registers for an ODL program, most likely they are working adult learners. So let me take, for example, you and me can be the ODL learners. So when we are the ODL learners, imagine how many commitment that we have to tanggung. We have our work commitment, we have our study commitment, we have our family commitment, and we have our own personal commitment. So if we were to make this compulsory, that means we have lost the flexibility features that I mentioned just now, number one. So which is why we do not make attendance as compulsory, okay? Number two, even though they are not present, but we are also making sure that we pace the learning of the students. So how do we pace the learning of the students? We have all these support materials like the self-instructional materials, and we have all this LMS, the online discussion forum. We have the synchronous activity, asynchronous activity, the recorded videos that the lecturers have done. So this is where even if you do not attend the tutorial, you will still be able to follow through those classes. But we will always mention this point to the ODL learners. Attendance may not become compulsory, but you are highly encouraged to attend. And you can even provide them some data indicating whoever that comes for the tutorial, because tutorial is actually meant to facilitate learning. So when you come, I'm not lecturing you. I'm engaging with you. I'm interacting with you. I'm facilitating the learning process. So if you're present, then your chances of success will be better. All right. And this is where attendance is not compulsory. But the attendance analysis can actually be not attendance per se on the tutorial attendance, but their participation in the LMS. And you know everything is about data-driven nowadays, data analytics. So you can harvest a lot of data in your LMS. You can see where are the parts that the learners spend a lot of time in reading certain materials that you have uploaded. So if many learners are taking a lot of time in comprehending or in working out the assignments of that particular question in your LMS, that means there's something not quite right. Whether the design is too high a level or whether the categories of learners would require some prerequisite knowledge. So this is where you look at improving your delivery, improving the content. So this is where the analysis part of the data is important. All right. And some institutions, I could say open universities in Malaysia, they have done some attendance analysis, and they found out that if you attend, your chances of so-called quote within inverted commas survival will be much higher. That is all that they can actually indicate. But not attending doesn't mean that you won't be able to go through smoothly in the journey, because you have all the required learning support services. Remember, right from the beginning, we talk about separation of cikgu and pelajar. This separation is real. All right. Okay. That's it for this question, Tuan Moderator.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Andy.
Yes,
Kita boleh kita dah apa ni? Prof. Dia dah hadir balik.
Okay, baik.
Okay, so kita boleh teruskan pembentangan daripada Prof. Madia Dr. Azidah.
Okay, mohon maaf tadi ke problem Unify selalu macam ni, tiba-tiba hilang di tengah jalan. Alright, anyway, saya pun tak tahu sekat mana saya berhenti tadi. Tiba-tiba macam shock sendiri bercakap. Alright, so anyway, I'll just continue.
Kat sini.
Kat sini ya? Alright.
Ya, kat sini.
Okay, saya pun rasa di sini. Okay. Alright, so yeah. We are looking at too much synchronization. Ya, waktu audit dia, kita melihat terlalu banyak synchronization. Actually, sometimes like every week, the program of memang ada jadual ya. There are timetables for synchronous. When we ask them why tak buat asynchronous saja, dia kata nanti tak mengajar. Alright, nanti dikatakan pensyarah tidak mengajar. That's actually the most common answers from the lecturers ya. Bila kita tanya, cakap nanti tak mengajar. I don't think that is the point. Alright, that is the change of mindsets actually. Mengajar is not actually you have to mengajar di depan komputer seperti WebEx, synchronous dan sebagainya. Mengajar is kalau kita bercakap tentang what is teaching, dan ada berbagai apa orang kata kaedah pengajaran yang boleh dilakukan. Alright, so sebenarnya jawapan yang diberi semasa oleh Prof. Andy just now, okay, kalau saya jawab, bagi saya synchronous is not compulsory, okay, and how do we actually tahu? We know that the participants involved in the actively involved in the class, okay. Sebenarnya the platform that you provide should be able to catch or simpan the data analytics for the students' participation. For example, if you put your self-instructional materials in your e-learning platform, then whenever the students review or view the content and then do the self-study, self-learning and self-evaluation, the platform should be able to capture what they are doing in the system. Alright, so kalau for example you are using Moodle, for example, you can actually manage it with completion of the activity. Kan ada function of completion of activity, so when they view the video, the system will automatically detect that they have actually watched the video. If they have done the self-learning activity, the system will capture that they have done that, as well as the self-evaluation. So no need too much synchronous session. Synchronous session will actually, like Prof. Andy mentioned just now, to support the asynchronous activity. So it will be done using synchronous lah, tutorial dalam synchronous. Okay, all the other activities using SIM. Alright. However, using SIM, the problem is that we can see SIMs are not ready, and then the SIM readiness is not only SIMs are not ready, but the content of the SIMs are not actually comprehensive enough to be offered as a synchronous activity. Sometimes they put too much content, all right, and then what we found that some of the institution, they just put the 2-hour synchronous session as the content in the SIM. All right, that is not actually good, not actually acceptable lah, not good, but it is actually not acceptable. When you are developing SIM, you need to put micro videos. Okay, if you are using content, videos as the content, please do put micro videos, which is like 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, or maximum 15 minutes. You don't put 2 hours of your synchronous session and you put in the SIM, and then you expect your students, your ODL student to watch the 2 hours. So it cannot, you cannot actually include all the captured synchronous session in SIM. Okay, you can put it in the platform but not in the SIM. All right, maybe as a support, if they would like to actually watch the videos, that is okay. But in SIM, you are going to put interactive content, video, micro video content, and so on. I think in our series 4 later on, you can see, you can have a look on how to develop SIMs. All right, and then we are going to look at lecturers readiness. Okay, so when HEIs are embarking on ODL, you need to actually expose the lecturers to ODL system. Although they have been actually doing the online learning during pandemic, they are not necessarily ready for ODL, okay, because ODL is student-centered. Student-centered meaning that you are looking at the students, what they need and so on, and it is not about the lecturers. Okay, when I say lecturers are not ready to are not exposed to ODL system, the higher education institution need to actually train the lecturers about the ODL system. All right, what is ODL, what they should do in ODL, how to prepare their SIMs. If you have instructional designers, they can actually help to prepare your SIM, but the content will be prepared by the lecturers, and they need to actually know how to develop the SIM. Okay, so, and if the lecturers, they don't know how to prepare the content, they actually are not ready to teach in ODL. That's why they keep on wanting to do the synchronous session. Okay, and then the students orientation. All right. So students orientation, it is not actually similar to what the students orientation in conventional programs. Okay. So when we talk about students orientation, it needs to be well prepared. You are preparing your students for self-directed learners. Okay, they don't expect to be taught by lecturers regularly. Okay, SIM is their main point of learning. Okay, so they need to prepare to manage their time. They need to be prepared to actually know when to be ready for their course, when to, if let's say they are a very busy person, okay, how to give time for the SIM. That's why the SIM is important. You know, SIM is like one topic with less than 2 hours, so that, you know, students can actually finish the SIM when they sit in front of their computers, and then they can really learn from the SIM at one time, and then they evaluate themselves, and then they are ready for that particular topic. Micro learning. Okay, so in the students orientation, you need to prepare them for that. Okay, so, and then face-to-face session, you don't necessarily give lectures. Okay, you can also do a virtual or physical. For example, this morning we have many questions about labs and so on. If you cannot deliver your lab session through online, you can actually provide some learning time for students to do it physically. Like Prof. Bai mentioned, you can actually do some collaboration with other institutions, so that the students can go to the institution to actually conduct their learning, as well as examination. All right. For example, if you think that there is a need for face-to-face examination, you need to prepare for, you know, to collaborate with other institutions, so that the students will be able to go and do the exams in other institutions. Remember, there are 20% of the student learning time can be done face-to-face. Okay, but if you can do it 100%, it is okay, it is good. Okay, and then, okay, what happened during audit? All right, so when I did the auditing, all right, we found that usually the institutions are ready with the platform. Okay, and then we can see that many of the institutions, they have actually prepared, appoint their ODL coordinators, but sometimes they don't actually consider the background and experience for the coordinators. We once found that, you know, the ODL coordinators are not from academic background. Okay, they are technical staff, which is not relevant, because, you know, the ODL coordinators will actually help the lecturers to conduct ODL teaching and learning. If the ODL coordinators is not an academic staff, they don't know about pedagogy, andragogy, and so on. So it is about online pedagogy, online andragogy, that that technical staff won't be able to actually support the academic staff. All right. And then trainings to lecturers and instructors on ODL. Sometimes the trainings are too limited, meaning that not enough trainings to the lecturers on ODL. Okay, they have 1 or 2 trainings, and that is not enough for the lecturers or instructors. Okay, and then we are looking at unit to support in developing SEED. I think that most of the institution are providing, are equipped with this unit. Okay, we are also looking at instructors' readiness. Okay, so the training on ODL is crucial. Okay, we need to see that the instructors are ready on ODL. Mostly if you would like to actually embark on ODL, please have the lecturers or instructors look at the COPA ODL. Maybe you can actually look at certain points in COPA ODLs for the instructors to be ready. Okay, just ambil sikit mana yang penting untuk instructors to be ready lah to conduct ODL. And then they should know what are the requirements of ODL. And then incentive. Okay, kadang-kadang institution are not ready to give incentive to the instructors that teach ODL. Insentif ini tidak semestinya, it is not necessarily insentif kewangan lah. You might give them some time off ke whatever lah yang sesuai dengan teaching ODL. Okay, maybe kurangkan masa and whatever lah. Alright, so maybe incentive in terms of ads. For example, give some ads for the lecturers to prepare their SIM. Okay, sometimes they have to use their own money to actually develop content. So why not give some incentive in terms of subscribing individual ads for the instructors to develop their SIM. Okay. All right, and then this one, the question I mentioned just now, attendance versus participation. We don't require attendance, but we are looking at participation. So the lecturer's task is to look at student participation. So if let's say they don't attend synchronous class, but you can actually see their participation in the e-learning platform. So that is okay. So as long as you see that they participate in the SIM, they are viewing the content, they are doing the self-learning, and then they were doing the self-evaluation, self-assessment, then that is good. Maybe sometimes you need to contact them, ask their well-being and so on, but attendance is not compulsory. And then synchronous versus asynchronous. So please make sure that synchronous, don't overdo with synchronous. Okay, not necessary every week you have synchronous. At least 5 times per semester should be okay, and during synchronous you do the tutorial or support on whatever the students don't understand in the SIM. And then self-directed learners versus instructor-directed learners. So we are looking at self-directed learners. Jadi pensyarah please be much more flexible. We don't teach. Okay, we provide support to our learners. We providing them with the SIM, all right, and then we support whatever they have learned in the SIM. So let them be independent learners. Okay, and then SIM versus resources. What we found that you provide resources. Okay, letak video, letak material. Okay, sometimes ada video, tak ada material. Sometimes ada materials, letak PDF, ada sampai 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But, okay, students don't know how to actually, what are the instructions to be actually done with the materials. So, SIM will provide content, if you have some supporting materials, but please do put proper instruction for the students, all right? And then self-learning activities, all right? What happened, I think a few weeks ago when I audit an institution, all right? All the activities were forum. Every week, forum for 10 weeks. So when I asked them, why every week forum? What the answer was, because in table 4, they put forum. Okay, they put forum. So I said, no, this in SIM, it is not based on table 4. You are looking at student independent learning. They are evaluating themselves. You don't have to take marks. Okay, for their independent learning, we only need to know whether they cover the topic learning outcomes. All right, whatever you have in table 4 for the assessment, you might have assignment, you might have forum. Okay, it can be actually embedded within the SIM, but in the SIM itself, you have self-learning and then self-assessment, which might not be included in the overall marks for the course. Contohnya macam ni lah, if you are teaching in the classroom, okay, and then you ask question, you do some activity in your lecture hall, in your tutorial room, and then you ask question to your student. Okay, Azidah, okay, cuba jawab soalan ni. You give a question, then si Azidah ni akan jawab. Okay, so do you give marks to Azidah? No, you don't give marks. You just would like to know her understanding of that particular topic. Jadi dalam SIP itu, aktiviti itu tidak perlu diberi markah. It is for the students and the understanding. We know that she or he actually reach the achieve the learning outcome. Okay, through self-learning and self-assessment. So in the ODL system, we are looking at the readiness of the whole system. All right. So design and development. Usually we have the online platform ready, develop and establish. You have your IT support and so on. All right. And then mode of interaction. Mostly actually in ODL, we focus on asynchronous. Remember, because your students might be in different time zone. All right. If you put, for example, if they are in the Middle East, if your class is at 9 a.m., it is around 3 or 4 a.m. in their country. Okay. And then it is not suitable for them to attend the synchronous class, or if you do it in the afternoon, they might be working during the day. So that's why we encourage asynchronous. And if, let's say, the night time, you are doing the synchronous at the night time, so if you are doing it every week, then it will actually burden the lecturers, yourself, the lecturers. So need to consider this when you design the mode of interaction for ODL, as well as self-instructional material. This is crucial. I would like to advise institutions to actually look at how to design and develop the self-instructional material. Get some experts to help you with designing and developing the self-instructional material, how you prepare the content, the videos, the interactive content, the self-learning and the self-evaluation. It is important that the self-instructional materials will be the main asynchronous interaction, mode of interaction for your students. All right. And then when you prepare the scene, please consider copyright, like Prof. Andy mentioned earlier, because it is important that you copyrighted all your scene, and then the videos produced by the lecturers can be copyrighted. What I suggest, if let's say you have one course, in one course you have 10 individual scene, copyright all, okay, so that the lecturers will get copyright KPI and so on, you know. So copyright a scene is like, to MyPo is only like 60 ringgit per copyright, so it is not that much. All right. And then system support and training. So please do give trainings, okay, for academic staff as well as students, as well as the supporting staff, okay, as well as the counselor, yeah, because counseling, the counselors, they are not prepared to do online counseling. So how do you prepare your counselors to do online training, okay? And then things to highlight, okay? So please provide academic staff and support staff continuous professional development program for ODL for them to be current in their knowledge and skill. Okay, both in their chosen discipline, all right, their program, their expertise, as well as in their pedagogical, andragogical, and technical skills related to ODL. This is crucial, okay, for them to teach ODL. And then HEP must offer appropriate orientation, development, and remedial support to assist all ODL students. So you must prepare. You don't know what happened behind the computer or at home for your ODL students. So you must actually prepare to know their well-being. Okay, this is included, including new students, incoming transfer students, or students with special needs. We found one institution, they don't provide this, yeah, student with special needs to do ODL, which is actually sepatutnya consider student with special needs lah, because it is ODL is, you know, flexible. Okay, ada institusi yang tak consider student with special needs for their ODL program. And then also things to highlight, SIM preparation. So the lecturers need to be aware of the function of the SIM. Okay, kalau dia tak aware, then they think that SIM is to support their teaching. Now it is the other way around. You are supporting the SIM, okay, not SIM supporting you, the lecturers. It is the other way around. Okay, the awareness need to be actually highlighted to all the lecturers that teach ODL. All right. And then recorded synchronous session, please edit it before it is to be included as a component in SIM. Okay, jangan letak 2 jam tu. Alright, we need to actually edit it before it becomes a component in SIM. And encourage innovation in teaching and learning as well as assessment. Sebab I think the assessment, sometimes the lecturers are lack of online assessment methodologies, and they think that only they can do limited methods of online assessment. So please expose and encourage the lecturers to do innovation in teaching, learning, and assessment. Okay, and then teach them how to monitor analytics. Some of the lecturers, they don't know how to view, to monitor their student learning activities in the online learning platform. So you actually need to teach your lecturers on how to see, how to monitor what the students are doing online. Okay, that's when they can capture their participation in online or ODL. All right, so these are the ODL system. We have actually the academic staff, we have the students. All right, main thing is, all right, so your access, actually all this is the institution need to first make sure that everything is ready for the academic staff and the students, and the academic staff need actually to change their mindsets. Okay, ODL is different, it is much more flexible. Okay, memang tak jumpa student selalu. Okay, and the students, they need to be actually trained to be self-directed learners. It is very important that they will be self-directed learners. If not, akan jadi masalah bila dia sentiasa berharap ada pensyarah selalu berada di samping mereka. So with that, thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and saya kembalikan kepada Tuan KB.
Okay, thank you. Terima kasih Prof. Mahdia Dr. Azidah di atas penerangan yang jelas dan meyakinkan. Beliau telah mengupas isu-isu pelaksanaan program ODL ni, aspek reka bentuk dan sebagainya dengan boleh kita katakanlah pengalaman langsung lah, sebab beliau sebagai auditors dan beliau telah menyebutkan dengan jelas lah isu-isu yang berkaitan yang boleh kita ringkaskan bahawa isu ni bersama ada berkait dengan pelajar, berkait dengan resources, berkait dengan institusi sendiri, staff akademik, dan sama ada semua ini telah well prepared atau take in place dan sebagainya. Jadi isu-isu yang beliau sebutkan tadi boleh menjadi panduan lah, sebab beliau juga bukan saja mengemukakan isu tetapi how to overcome lah setiap isu yang ada. So saya ingat kita terus kepada sesi Q&A bagi menjimatkan masa dan minta Urustia untuk paparkan persoalan supaya kita tiba masa untuk kita bincangkan soalan dan setiap persoalan akan dijawablah oleh kedua panelis kita. Okey, saya terus kepada persoalan yang berikutnya. Any platform or training, tak nampak. Okay, any platforms or training atau sources that can be used for the lecturer to be well prepared on ODL, especially on developing the contents. Developing the contents, saya minta Prof. Andy dulu.
Okay, terima kasih Tuan KB. Now, I think developing the content on the pedagogical aspect, definitely kita kena fall back to the subject matter expert. But how to infuse that with the instructional design elements dan juga having a house style ataupun template for your sim, I believe you need to go through some form of training by the MQA TC.
Ya. Ya, betul. Sebab kita untuk mereka bentuk konten ni dia tak boleh diandai-andaikan sajalah.
Correct.
So kena ada involvement from subject matter expert dan kita alu-alukan supaya melalui training lah kalau bagi institusi yang baru nak berjinak-jinak dengan ODL. So itu lebih selamat lah supaya tidak timbul isu seperti yang dinyatakan oleh auditors Prof. Maria Dr. Azidah tadi lah.
Yeah,
so ingat kita ringkaskan yang itu, kita boleh pergi kepada next persoalan. What are the requirements of setting up a regional center outside of Malaysia? How do we register it with MQA or department?
It's actually JPT.
Yeah, okay.
Department of Higher Education.
Yeah.
For this, Tuan KB, Puan Nurul, you have to go to the JPT website and download the Borang Pendaftaran Pusat Wilayah. And that is going through directly melalui MOHC and not through MQA.
Yeah.
And there is a payment to it. So when they assess the suitability of the learning centers, usually they'll be looking at some of the learning center itu mempunyai kemudahan-kemudahan asas untuk pengajaran dan pembelajaran. That is the point yang dia akan emphasize. And also about the tenaga pengajar, whether it is tutors yang kita lantik daripada local level ataupun tutors daripada main campus ke yang akan memberi sokongan melalui sokongan dalam talian.
Okay, thank you Prof. Andy. So direct kepada JPT, boleh download borang dan isi je lah requirement yang diperlukan.
And they will perform a site audit visit, selalunya macam tu.
Okay. Okay, next. Should micro-credential considered as part of ODL, as micro-credential can be done without the practices of MQA? Ni Prof. Andy lagi lah, pasal kita pun sedang bincang ke isu micro-credential.
Yeah, the latest GGP daripada MQA and micro-credential, if they remember, especially Encik or Puan Anonymous kat sini, the micro-credential allows institution to unbundle the program. Maksudnya, if you have 12 courses in a master program, you can offer individual courses sebagai single certified micro-credential. And from what Puan Lilian has shared this morning, the institution is also allowed to offer these courses now through online during the pandemic as micro-credential, and subsequently transfer the credits and the grades into the program proper melalui credit transfer. So if you say whether this is part of ODL, I would say ODL is actually a delivery system. A micro-credential is also a delivery system. So when you deliver the micro-credential, you are using the features in the ODL program. So it's like anak kepada ibu macam tu, which they are all in satu bumbung yang sama. Not in terms of program, but in terms of the delivery mode.
Yeah.
Boleh saya tambah tentang micro-credential.
Sila, bro.
Okay, sebab when we talk about SIM ya, bila kita bercakap tentang self-instructional material dan juga micro-credential, actually the component of micro-credential, each of the micro modules dalam micro-credential can also be considered as SIM. Okay, in terms of cost level. Jadi sekiranya ada dalam kalangan pensyarah yang membangunkan micro-credential based on dia punya cost, that particular micro module in micro-credential can actually be considered as SIM as well. Jadi contohnya lah ya, if let's say your institution is offering micro-credential in terms of a program ke, a course ke, whatever, so your course is selected as a micro-credential punya, in a micro-credential programs, and the course is actually also offered as part of ODL program. So keduanya boleh digunakan perkara yang sama lah, meaning that your micro-credential can be also seen as SIM. Sebab a component in micro-credential modules also consists of content, self-learning, as well as self-evaluation, self-assessment. So kalau dia boleh katakan two-in-one lah sebenarnya in terms of content. It is not the program, but it is in terms of cost level. Okay, dalam cost level. Jadi kalau you dah buat micro-credential punya modules, it can be also used as SIM for ODL for your course. Okay, kalau isi kandungan, the content is similar lah, then it can be used as well.
Yeah, clear.
Just to add on what Prof. Azida has mentioned, if the program originally is an ODL program, you can unbundle to have your micro-credential using the SIM. Yes, but if your original program is not an ODL program, but it is a conventional program, then you can offer as micro-credential too. But there is no requirement saying that you cannot add a SIM in this conventional unbundling. So you have to ask yourself this question, Mr. Anonymous or Puan Anonymous, whether your unbundling here is unbundling as part of your ODL or non-part of your ODL program.
Yeah. Okay, clear. So tengok status asal program ya, sama ada conventional atau ODL, dan dia punya mood penyampaian tu kita lebih open lah. Okay, next question. ODL is very much about Uberization of education. However, how ODL option can support students with disabilities who need specialized instruction, related service and other supports. Ini mungkin kita lihatlah amalan di IPT ataupun semasa Prof Azidah buat audit, ada tak timbul isu yang sedemikian?
Setakat ni tak ada lah isu yang tentang bagaimana nak support, which is kita sebenarnya we are encouraging the institution to actually support student with disabilities, but the disabilities pun boleh ada pelbagai jenis disabilities lah. If they are, for example, physical disabilities, then I don't think there is a problem in ODL because we are looking at distance learning, so they can learn from home, they don't have to travel. But if let's say they have like mungkin ada pelajar yang rabun tetapi sangat dia punya rabun tu sangat severe, meaning that they have to have materials that dibesarkan dan sebagainya. So maybe the institution need to actually interview first and see whether they suit to to learn in the ODL environment. If let's say you can accept, then maybe you need to provide translation ke ataupun whatever video punya, because video students with rabun yang sangat teruk ini boleh dengar. Okay, they can even listen, but the materials need to be, you need to know what are the supports needed for the students lah. Okay, jadi the definition of disabilities ada sangat banyak. So if let's say you cannot support, then when during the entry you need to actually look at what types of disability that you are going to support. Then you need to be clear there lah. Okay, tak adalah kita kata requirement that you need to actually cover all the disabilities. Mungkin ada yang kita tak mampu buat. So then it is up to the institution lah to actually ready for the student with disability. However, it is up to them on what measures they are going to accept the students with disability.
Yeah.
Tuan KB, can I also share some views here?
Yeah, boleh.
Because the question by this person, either Tuan Anonymous or Puan Anonymous, is about how does ODL support this category of learners? So as what Prof. Zida has mentioned, we need to look at what kind of these special learning disabilities that we are referring to. If there is difficulties in reading, writing, and information processing, then we'll probably look at how they can benefit from video clips, audio recordings, or screencast enhanced system. If you're talking about physical disability and they need to be on-site on campus, or physical disabilities in terms of the jari, the tangan, we can look at alternative keyboard and mouse. We can look at speech recognition software, speech input punya tools in order to access internet-based sources. And as in relation to the physical access to buildings, we can look at how to make it more physically friendly for these disabled people. Provision of foldable wheelchairs, height adjustable tables, ergonomic furniture, ramps, elevators. Even for exam services, we can give them extended time. We can have them in a separate room, or we can even provide scribe support, meaning you have somebody there and these students, the learners, would then use the services of this scribe support to type or to write whatever things related to the answers to the exam. So it's the form of learning support services that you want to cater for. Whether you want to have it in all your learning centers in your main campus, or you want to only cater for specific group. So this is what we really have to do, a proper planning process. So it goes back to the operational matters that we shared just now. When you design an ODL program, you have to take into consideration whether you are going into this territory of provision to people with special disabilities to pursue ODL programs.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Para panelis. Saya ingat dengan itu kita clear lah macam mana untuk support kalau student yang macam tu, sebab kita tak boleh jangka jenis disabilities yang ada lah. Okay, so soalan berikutnya, any issues with integrity atau cheating on ODL assessment, how best to tackle this? Okay, kita mulakan dengan Prof. Azidah.
Okay, so integrity issue and cheating ni tidak berlaku hanya pada ODL lah. We are not looking at ODL semata-mata, but during this online learning, we are looking at cheating, integrity in online assessment lah. Alright, so I think that the issue is not only I think that before pandemic, when we audit the ODL institution, we all actually found that, you know, cheatings, for example, if let's say it is a master's program, for example, and we actually found that there are some of, you know, when we check the thesis and so on, we can see plagiarism happen, yeah. That was before pandemic, and we can see many things happen lah in ODL in regards to integrity and cheating. All right, and this happened also during this pandemic, whereby when all the higher HEIs is doing online teaching and learning. Okay, so how best to tackle this? I think that most of the institutions are struggling with this, because we provide 13 in, for example, and then if let's say we are doing the proctoring exam with proctoring, okay, we cannot actually monitor. Although with proctoring, for example, in USM we have this proctoring system, online exam for online exam, and then this semester our PJJ, School of Distance Education, started using the e-proctoring for their online exam. Okay, but the problem is some of the students, they don't have a reliable internet connection because of we are doing it to the normal conventional students, right? So then we have to off the camera. They are just doing the lockdown browser and so on. So, and we still found that there are many integrity issues, and then we found students are also cheating using lockdown browser because they have their handphones with them. So they can actually Google using their handphones, and then they type in the computer, right? So I think that the best thing to tackle as an educator lah, okay, because when we found that the students answer exactly the answers for the, for example, the questions come from your subjects, and then they can actually answer what sama sajalah according to your notes. Okay, we cannot accuse them. Okay, we cannot accuse them to be actually cheating. Kalau kita dulu jawab peperiksaan face to face di Dewan Peperiksaan, kalau kita hafal, kita boleh jawab juga sebiji-sebiji macam tu kan. So kita tak boleh terus accuse them to be cheating in ODL sebab mungkin dia hafal. Okay, ataupun memang dia faham dan dia boleh jawab sebiji-sebiji. Kalau dia hafal, dia memang kerja dia menghafal 2-3 hari sebelum exam, then that will happen as well. Jadi tak boleh cakap in ODL kita cheating. Kalau face to face dia boleh jawab sama juga sebab dia hafal. So I think the best way to tackle this is for the lecturers to give higher order questions, all right, whereby they have to apply. Okay, they cannot Google the answers, all right. If let's say you give something that you know they can Google, of course you can assume that they can Google lah, cari-cari tengok sama. Kadang-kadang what happened was when we look at the questions by the lecturer, memang soalan tu boleh di Google, ada di Google soalan tu. So if they can Google, they can actually type in back. So give higher order thinking skill punya questions so that they can apply what they have learned. And then I think during the orientation, in the ODL orientation, the institution also need to highlight about integrity and learn how teach students how to be, you know, honest. Okay, they are here to learn. Okay, they are not here for, you know, sometimes we are looking at our rezeki and so on. So I think that during the orientation is very important for us to actually educate our students, okay, to not cheat. Okay, if you can educate them, then that is the best way. Okay, but we still have to do the measures lah, letak e-proctoring and so on. Okay, higher order thinking questions for the students, right, during exam and during your whatever assessment that you have. Okay, other than that, we are still learning as well. Okay, all right, I think that's my answer.
Yeah. Friday, ada nak tambah ke di peringkat institusi ke, ada polisi, clear policy about that?
I think Azida covered most of it. It's just that just to remind ourselves when it comes to assessment, always fall back to your two assessment principles, the validity and reliability. And when we look at these two assessment principles, then we have to go back to the part where it involves the development of the questions, which Prof. Azila has mentioned clearly just now, to look at questions that probably evaluate them on a higher order thinking skills. It's not merely churning, regurgitating the facts directly. And of course, if you want to avoid all these cheating cases, you have a lot of proctoring system yang guna banyak ciri-ciri AI. The higher AI punya features yang you subscribe, the more expensive it would be. The AI could be a 360 degrees monitoring around the room, just macam a physical on-site invigilator. The AI can be also recognizing the dilation of your pupil to know whether you are in the act of cheating or you are trying to communicate with someone else. So banyak jenis AI features yang telah dibina sekarang oleh this AI proctoring provider, or rather online proctoring exam provider. And this morning, they have also mentioned from our colleagues, if I'm not mistaken, it was MMU, they are looking at setting open book exam questions, which is something like a take-home exam. It's not like you have to be there in front of the computer for a scheduled exam, like right now, 2 to 4:30 exam, no more. It's like I would probably give you like within 3 days that you got to submit these case studies into the system. So those are the alternative assessment methods that I think institution would need to look at. And in the recent revision of that, or review of the business studies program standards, final exam is no longer a mandatory component in your final assessment, right? There are a lot of ways that they have proposed that you can do your final assessment. So I think it's time for us to evolve to see what is the best way to evaluate the learning outcomes of the course through various assessment methodologies.
Okay, thank you. Kita cuba lagi dalam dua soalan sebab kita sudah pukul 4. Peserta masih ramai, 800 lebih lagi. So untuk meraihkan peserta, kita ambil lagi dalam 2 soalan ke 3 soalan sebelum kita mengakhiri session. So kalau peserta masih setia, kita pun setia panel.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay, berikutnya materials that we share with our students. Does it must be made by us, lecturer only? Can it be the shared link using videos from YouTube, etc. Okay.
Okay, so for
okay,
this,
Dr. Andy.
So for this question, Puan Rosalina, it goes back to the essence of self-instructional materials. Now, in the past, self-instructional materials are entirely in print-based. And even right now, for example, in open universities like Indira Gandhi National Open University or Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, there are certain parts or districts in the continent or country that the other internet access. So they have to rely heavily on print-based materials. So dulu when it is print-based materials, susah nak incorporate other forms of multimedia. But since technology has given us this opportunity to embed materials, learning materials from, for example, you just mentioned here, videos from YouTube linked to different places. We can infuse this in the self-instructional material. But in the self-instructional material, it is promoting independent learning, right? In promoting independent learning, these materials that you have are actually replacing the cikgu. In the absence of cikgu, they are there. So my question to you would be, if you're using all the videos, pointing the link of the, having the link of the videos in your instructional material, asking them to view that videos in the YouTube so that you would not infringe any copyright things here. but how are you going to substitute the absence of the teacher? So this is where, wherever link that you're pointing them to, you must have some form of guide saying that for this particular unit, you're supposed to view this link, and upon viewing this link, when they come back to your instructional materials, then you will say, at the end of those or viewing of those video, you are supposed to learn A, B, C, D. And on top of that, you can even include what we call self-learning tests or self-learning activities. So this is what a self-instructional material should do. You cannot be saying, or we can't be saying that all my self-instructional materials only has link, 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 link. For the 10 units, I only have link, 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 and the videos to support it. No, that is not the way a self-instructional material is done. Remember, multimedia is there, the videos are there to supplement the self-instructional material. Instead of having all in text-based, now you can infuse some of these elements in it.
Okay, thank you. Kawan kita beritahu webinar 800, dalam YouTube ada 200, jadi 1000 lagi peserta kita masih setia.
Okay.
So kita ambil last question lah. Last question. Okay, ODL and SIM are quite new and overwhelming to most of us. Does converting a conventional program help to develop it by tweaking a bit of the program? So, Prof. Azidah, boleh ulas terus?
Okay, so I think it is up to the institution, okay, whether you would like to convert from your conventional program or buat program baru lah. Okay, yes, if you think that the conventional program boleh di-tweak a little bit so that it becomes ODL, then you can do that. But actually, when we talk about ODL and SIM, the preparedness is not only by tweaking the conventional program, but it is tweaking everything. Okay, the mindsets of the lecturers first, like I mentioned earlier lah. Okay, it is not about the program itself sebenarnya. Kalau program dah ready, tetapi all the other SIM tak ready, the mindsets, the readiness of the lecturers are not, the lecturers are not prepared, and so on. Alright, so by tweaking ke tak tweak ke, you won't be able to success in ODL. Okay, so sebenarnya when we talk about SIM, it is what actually we are doing every day sebenarnya. Okay, it is something like the conventional. Dalam class, for example, you are teaching. Okay, you can convert it into a video. Then you ask questions during your teaching. Then convert it as a self-learning activities. And then self-assessment. And then if you are looking at discussion and so on, that will be the self-learning activities. So actually when you have that particular mindset, then and turn it into a multimedia or a SIM, then sebenarnya ianya lebih mudah berlaku lah. Tetapi like I mentioned just now, tweaking program senang je nak tweak. Okay, you can actually teach your lecturers how to make to fill in the table 4. The SLT become 80%, you can do that. 80% ODL, okay. And but sometimes saya would like to highlight, when I audit table 4, masih lagi dalam di bawah lecture tu semuanya 2 jam for the whole week. Yang itu pun tak lulus lagi walaupun tweak from the conventional program. Okay, masih lagi lecture ada, tutorial ada, dan the other asynchronous tu pun sangat limited. So I think that tweaking program tu tak jadi masalah. Okay, even you buat program baru pun tak jadi masalah. I think all the institution are pakar, are experts in their program. So the program will be no problem. But the readiness is actually the readiness of the lecturers, okay, and the SIM is the main thing lah. Jadi saya rasa saya tak setuju lah kalau tweak sikit boleh. Mungkin perlu lebih dari itulah. Okay, itu jawapan daripada saya lah.
Yeah. Right, any other last word?
Ada yang ni, I think Prof. Azida dah covered semua dah. Except there was one question I nampak tadi yang about the O kat ODL. There's this question on what is exactly open in the ODL acronym. Adakah ia online? The jawapan yang kita kata tadi, or rather the facts that we have mentioned just now, the O here is not online, but it is actually open. So when we talk about open, if you refer back to the slides that we have shared, ODL is open distance learning. The learning part, we can use multiple delivery modes. And when we say multiple delivery modes, this is where you talk about the online. Online is the delivery of the learning part, the L. The distance is about the separation of the cikgu and the student, right? So when there's separation, how do you make sure that learning takes place? And when you do ODL, there are two things that you have to ask yourself this question. Very, very simple question. How do I ensure independent learning and interactive learning? Maksudnya, there is always learning occurring between the learner and the learner and the learner and the teacher. All right, this is the interactive part. The independent learning, how do I make sure that the student learn on their own? So these are the various learning support services that we look at. SIM is one of them. So that is under D, Denmark, distance. The open here, if we go back to the original version as to why it needs to be open, it is the openness. Openness in terms of access. For example, in an ODL program, we recognize prior learning, right? Dulu under University Terbuka, we have this thing called open entry. But right now, it is known as APEL, Accreditation of Prior Experiential Learning. So open, widen the access. Openness is here, the open. The openness here can also covers the flexible features. For example, if it's an ODL program, a student has a choice not to register for all the 4 or 3 courses in a semester. I can choose to register for one, right? So this is the flexibility. The other flexibility is that I can take my exam if it is not this, if my exam, let's say if it is on-site exam, example, right now it is on-site in KL, but I've been transferred to Sarawak. I can actually ask the institution to allow me to take my exam in Sarawak. So that means there must be some kind of arrangement flexibility here. All right. So there are many other flexibility or flexible features that you can embed in an ODL program because you have a different group of learners. So that is actually your O, your open. All right. So I hope again, when we leave this session at the end of today, go back to the original version of what is ODL. So from there, it will guide you through the entire suite of learning processes.
Okay.
So itu saja from me, Tuan KB.
Ya, terima kasih. Dengan kata-kata Prof. Andy tadi, dia dah merangkul dan merumus dan mengintegrasikanlah sesi kita sepanjang 2 jam ni. Jadi saya tak perlu menambah apa lagi. Saya ingat itu sangat komplit lah penerangan beliau dan kita dapat satu kesimpulan yang memuaskan. So sebelum saya mengundur diri, saya mengambil kesempatan sekali lagi untuk mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Prof. Dr. Andy Liu dan juga kepada Prof. Madya Dr. Azidah di atas perkongsian ilmu dan juga input yang sangat berguna ya dalam kita memahami ODL program ni, bagaimana isu-isu dan bagaimana mereka bentuk kurikulum yang berkaitan dan sebagainya. Dan juga tidak lupa kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang sama-sama hadir dan menyumbang dalam memastikan kejayaan webinar kita, dan diharapkan kerjasama dan sokongan semua kekal berterusan pada sesi-sesi yang akan datang. Dan saya akan menyerahkan majlis kepada pihak Rusia untuk conclude this session dan juga untuk bahan berikutnya. So dari Kedah ke Pekansari, beli swasta di Kota Tinggi, Selesai sudah tugas diberi, di lain masa bersua lagi. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat datang. Okay, thank you semua.
Thank you. Encik Imran Tuan KB.
Ya.
Mak Tiri dengan saya ada serangkap pantun untuk semua.
Okey, boleh.
Lupa. Okey. Berbalas.
Sorry, Prof Azidah. Bak kata pepatah. Okey. Bak kata pepatah, kalau mudik sudah sampai ke hulu, kalau hanyut sudah sampai ke kuala. So sebelum kita mengundur diri, saya dengan Prof Azidah ingin hadiahkan serangkap pantun untuk kenangan manis bersama. Rio sekampung kita berkumpul, bertukar pendapat, bertemu minda. Pandangan ramai bersama disimpul, ODL mantap tegak membina.
Alright,
thank you.
Terima kasih.
So kita serah pada Udustia lah.
Alright, thank you Mr. Kamarul Bakri as our moderator, and thanks to our panelists for a great session, and it was a very insightful. Alright, okay, before we end our session, we invite Puan Nora Shikin Yahya, Director of Training Center, to summarize for whole session today. Puan Shikin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang. Terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada Encik Imran selaku MC dan juga Tuan Moderator untuk sesi petang ni bersama dengan sesi panelis yang ada. Bagi pihak penganjur, sesi wrap up ni sepatutnya dilaksanakan oleh pengarah kanan lah, tapi disebabkan oleh beliau ada mesyuarat lain yang lebih penting, maka tanggungjawab yang berat ini telah diberikan kepada saya. Jadi saya tidak akan mengupas secara terperinci, tetapi secara ringkasnya kita telah pun memulakan perbincangan kita pada sesi pagi sebelah pagi tadi dengan mengupas dari segi polisi yang dibangunkan oleh MQA dan juga kementerian bagi menyokong pelaksanaan ODL di Malaysia. Jadi itu merupakan asas yang paling penting lah untuk menyokong institusi bagi melaksanakan program secara open and distance learning. Mungkin dulu ODL boleh dianggap sebagai satu pilihan, tapi disebabkan oleh situasi COVID pada masa ini, ODL bukan lagi pilihan, dia mungkin akan menjadi kaedah pembelajaran yang baru di masa akan datang. Mungkin akan melibatkan gabungan di antara ODL dan juga face to face. Jadi pasca COVID akan memastikan kita akan terus memperkukuhkan lagi pelaksanaan ODL. Saya rasa MQA dan kementerian akan terus menyokong pelaksanaan ODL melalui polisi-polisi yang dapat menyokong pelaksanaan program ODL. Seterusnya di sesi kedua tadi kita telah pun berkongsi pengalaman institusi-institusi yang telah melaksanakan program secara ODL. Kita ada wakil daripada pihak OUM, juga wakil daripada UTM dan juga wakil daripada MMU. Mereka telah pun berkongsi pengalaman bagaimana kejayaan dan juga resepi-resepi tips yang dilaksanakan di institusi mereka untuk melaksanakan ODL dari segi kaedah infrastruktur dan juga infrastruktur dari segi kesediaan bahan pengajaran, tenaga pengajar dan juga dari segi kesediaan pelajar untuk mengikuti pembelajaran secara ODL. Dan di sesi petang ini tadi kita juga telah mengupas topik sharing of ODL practices daripada panel pakar Prof Andy dan juga Prof Dr Azidah dari segi perspektif panel penilai, dan beliau telah berkongsi pengalaman beliau sebagai pakar untuk Prof Andy dan juga untuk Dr Azidah pengalaman dan juga perkongsian penilaian-penilaian yang dilaksanakan oleh beliau apabila beliau melakukan penilaian untuk program-program yang dikendalikan secara ODL. Jadi secara keseluruhannya saya rasa kita telah pun memiliki landscape yang cukup untuk melaksanakan ODL dari segi keperluan infrastruktur ICT. Kemungkinan yang tu perlu ditambah baiklah oleh MMC kan. Kadang-kadang kita ada isu problem juga network, tapi saya rasa network kita tidaklah seserius di negara-negara lain. Jadi infrastruktur network yang disediakan oleh negara sesuai untuk menyokong. Dan yang lainnya adalah dari segi polisi, MQA telah meletakkan polisi yang ada untuk menyokong, dan yang selebihnya adalah di investment ataupun pelaburan yang perlu dilaksanakan oleh PPT untuk memastikan mereka memiliki bahan pengajaran yang sesuai untuk ODL dan juga kesediaan pensyarah dan juga pelajar untuk melaksanakan program melalui ODL. Jadi itu saja pada pandangan saya sebagai rumusan untuk keseluruhan sesi. Urus setia boleh keluarkan yang saya juga nak akhirkan sesi ni dengan serangkap pantun sebab semua orang dah berpantun petang ni. Tapi saya agak tak ada soalan daripada peserta. Kita juga nak hebahkan mengenai upcoming seminar kita iaitu siri yang kedua pada 8 September. Jadi kita akan war-warkan maklumat berkaitan dengan webinar yang akan datang. Ada 3 lagi baki siri webinar yang kita akan laksanakan untuk menyokong dan memperkukuhkan pelaksanaan ODL di kalangan APT IPT di Malaysia. Okey. Saya rasa saya akan berpantun juga petang ni sebab Prof Andy dah bagi dia punya momentum untuk berpantun. Jadi kita akhiri juga dengan serangkap pantun. Daun selasih permainan budak, bunga melur berbau wangi. Bertaut kasih bercerai tidak, panjang umur, moga kita berjumpa lagi. Okey. Seterusnya pantun yang kedua, pantun lama lah, saya suka pantun ni kan. Kalau ada jarum yang patah, jangan disimpan di dalam peti. Kalau ada silap dan salah, pihak urus setia memohon maaf lah, dan kalau ada silap dan salah, jangan disimpan di dalam hati. Jadi mohon maaf andai ada sebarang kekurangan sepanjang penganjuran webinar kita pada petang ini. Dan saya harap perkongsian kita akan dapat memperkukuhkan lagi pelaksanaan ODL, hasrat kita lah ODL. Pasca COVID nanti moga akan lebih kukuh lah amalan ODL di kalangan PPT, bukan lagi sesuatu yang janggal, bukan lagi sebagai option kepada face to face, tapi ia merupakan salah satu daripada seperti kita melaksanakan program secara konvensional. Itu saja daripada saya selaku untuk wrap up kita pada petang ni. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat petang.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih kepada Puan Nur Rashikin di atas rumusan sepanjang webinar kita pada hari ini. Untuk makluman semua, pihak urus setia ada memaklumkan untuk mengisi borang penilaian maklum balas berkaitan dengan program webinar kita pada hari ini. Mohon tuan-puan untuk dapat mengisinya. Untuk makluman juga, sesi yang seterusnya seperti mana Puan Nur Rashikin maklumkan tadi, kita ada 3 lagi sesi untuk minggu yang hadapan, 8 hari bulan September, hari yang sama, hari Rabu, untuk dapatlah tuan-puan bersama-sama dengan pihak MQA dan juga JPT untuk mendengar sesi-sesi berkaitan dengan ODL. Untuk itu, saya bagi pihak urus setia ingin mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada tuan-puan yang sudi bersama-sama hampir seharian dalam program ini. Sekiranya terdapat sebarang kesilapan atau kekurangan daripada pihak kami ingin memohon maaf. Itu saja daripada pihak urus setia, MQA dan juga JPT. Terima kasih semua. Stay safe, stay at home.
Untuk panel kita boleh ada satu sesi bergambar?
Boleh.
Boleh. Urus setia boleh ambil gambar ke? Dr. Wan.
Dr. Wan pun dah adjust.
Dr. Wan patut
dah
buat wrap
adjust
up tadi. Dr. Wan patut buat wrap up tadi.
Dr. Wan, you mute. Mic mute.
Okey, urus setia boleh Wan. Foto saja.
Marvelous dah. Apa ni, berpantun-pantun dan wrap.
Allah, itulah dia menuntut dengan Prof Andy ni. Kalau ada dia, saya memang kena mencipta pantun. Kalau tidak, saya malu tak berpantun dengan Prof Andy.
Saya dah ada wakil Puan Syikin, dia tak payah pantun dah. Berpantun tadi tu Puan Syikin.
Saya dah prepare pantun, macam mana boleh sama dengan Cik KB? Di Pekansari tu. Clever betul pantun.
Okey, saya kira Prof KS ada ke? Kalau ada boleh open.
Sorry I punya virtual
video?
background ni ini dekat PC tak ada virtual background.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright. Okay, saya kira 1, 2, 3.
Tadi
One more. 1, 2, 3.
satu kejap benar last.
Last. One more.
Check.
1, 2.
Freestyle lah pula.
Freestyle. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Mana muka Puan Lilian yang comel tu?
Dia baru masuk Puan
Dengan
Lilian?
meeting
Okay,
ke?
tunggu dia masuk.
Megan, buka.
Ada ke Puan Lilian?
Okay.
Okay.
Zafir, Tuan Zafir.
One more.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Alright, thank you semua. Terima kasih Dr. Wan Zainis dan juga pihak panelis kita.
Well done, Tania.
Tania semua.
Next week. Minta maaf juga ada kekurangan di pihak Rusia. Maklumlah. Persiapannya. Minta maaf banyak-banyak kalau salah dan silap. Thank you.
Alright, thanks. We end our session.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, bye.
Ada soalan-soalan dekat chat tu Imran. Kita tunggu sekejap lah. Ada yang nak minta apa tu, borang ke apa. Kita tunggu sekejap.
Banyak yang nak sijil lah saya nampak.
Sijil. So
1000 participant nanti kita boleh letak dekat link lah kot. Kita letak dekat drive, letak e-sijil.
Dia sijil tu jawab maklum malas dapat sijil lah kan sepatutnya.
Okey. Nanti kita minta sijil tu daripada KPT lah, mahal sikit.
Iyalah.
Tak,
yang Dr. Wan okey tu.
Yang sijil tu kena kena masuk semua series kan, dan kita bagi sijil.
Okey. Semua series. Maknanya dia completed ODL punya modul lah.
Yes.
Okey. Tapi itu kita minta ada logo CPT lah. Logo KPT.
KPT lah. Nanti kita buat. But then
Alhamdulillah.
Kita buat yang the form yang mana mereka isi, lepas tu then dia akan automatically
dia dah
ke email mereka.
Okay.
Imran minta dia orang offkan YouTube punya live kot. Yang webinar okey.
Kalau macam ni kena inform mereka, pasti ramai yang akan hadir macam tu.
Nanti kita